Let's see. Twitch like to show me the show? Twitch like to show me the show? There we go. Did we ever really stop? And while we're here in the pre-show, I'd like to thank Telepzonkt for following 2 hours ago, Megaloid for following 5 hours ago, and I believe Quarus Crix and Mac010 are both also new followers. Thank y'all. Like to catch those between subs. Are you audible? Oh dear. We're hanging tight in the pre-stream while Bugs figures out how to make a
There
bug
we are.
audible to you guys. There we are.
A bug
Hey,
is
Fandom
audible.
Hop.
Hi, Fandom Hop. And howdy, thank you, new followers.
I'll do the Discord announcement.
Oh, bless you. Hello, Kittle the Tittle. Hi. The bug is big today.
Yes, I do want to send it to 90 plus people Discord. Send that son of a bitch.
Hi. Look,
Hi, everybody.
look, we got new commands. Look at this.
We do. We actually have a Nightbot now of our very own. Hi, Bubbly Milk. Hi, Non-Binary Vegeta.
Wow,
Hey,
Hana.
thank you for the subscription, hey.
WAOW.
And you,
That's lovely. And look at that. You got the brand new 3-month buddy. I think.
where did I put my
Get those
tea?
uploaded?
Yes, we did.
Yes, it has the wasp. Oh, I'm so delighted.
Hey, that's
Hey,
great,
that
Blue
rules,
Star.
Blue Star. Hi, Newt.
I'm good.
We're doing pretty good, more or less.
I'm-
Aside from having to wrestle the VR,
Oh my god.
which was attempting to come to life and eat Discord as near as I could tell.
But it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
It's all good.
Everything's
Hello.
fine.
Alyx
Hi.
wants to catch a stream. We love to see it. And met Zito
Fuck yes.
and meet Zitobi. Excellent.
I'm
Hello, eventually there. Hello, Improbable. Hello, Queen Lily 666. Everybody
Ooh.
piling in. We'd love to see it.
hello. Yes, Bugs and Frankie are speaking.
That should be audible. I am assuming that everyone's been hearing us so far.
You-
If they're
The
not, that's going to be
OBS
upsetting.
OBS says we are. Are we? Okay, they can hear. Good.
We stream when you can't sleep almost explicitly.
It's
You're
true.
summoning us.
It's true. Oh
We
man.
really do run the insomniac / late night studying / existential dread beat of the night.
We sure
Except
do.
we don't talk about existential dread.
Not too often. So I called
We're
my.
more likely to talk about like. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead. I'll tell you in a sec.
I was just going to, hey, thank you for the subscription, Aoki. Now you
3 months
too,
of
your
awesome
creature has
streaming.
become larger.
Oh, and I vipped
Oh,
you
I'm
for
smaller
helping me
than
out with the
Bug.
commands. Thank you, Aoki.
Yes, thank you. Apparently, I'm actually smaller than you. That's unusual.
Wow. Huh?
Don't time out.
Nightbot.
What have you set Nightbot to do? Why does Nightbot have cap spam?
I have no idea. Hang on,
That
I'm
must be a
sorry.
default setting.
I'm sorry.
Let's turn off any like character or hey, thank you for the follow vacuum tubes or cap spam. Nightbot has gone feral. We created a new robot and it's already immediately started attacking chat.
Sorry, I disabled all of that.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's literally like it just started rampaging in chat and we had to tackle it.
My little son Nightbot, he is so nice and perfect. Just do not set him off, okay?
He doesn't like loud noises.
Why are you beeping at me? Oh, okay.
It's beeping at you.
It's fine.
Okay, so since we're here already, hello everybody! I am Friendly Frankenstein, aka Frankie, and I am the co-host, co-pilot, mod who rules chat, person who doesn't do the drawing. And we are here tonight with, as always, our main star here.
Whoa! Hey, thank you, XF33S.
Hey, everybody.
Yo! And the hype train.
And our
That
star
was fun.
XF33S!
Introduce yourself.
I'm face full of bugs. I like to draw, I like to sleep, I like to play VR and get real sick when I do it. It's fun.
Hey,
Jiljig!
thank you for the sub,
3
Jiljig.
months. It's more than
Look
one
at that,
or
your
two.
creature has become
Wow,
bigger.
wow, 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 wow,
Creator,
wow, wow,
why
so
have you
cool.
forsaken me?
Wow, 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 so cool. Thank you.
Extremely cool. And tonight we are playing Alyx, Half-Life Alyx again, but this time with director's commentary and us able to talk about stuff that was a spoiler the first time we were playing the game.
Yeah.
In theory, we're going to be doing this faster.
Hey, Hazardous
But also that's
Haribo.
like...
Thank
hey,
you for the
thank you
cheer.
for the shapes, Hazardous Haribo. But also, I think that's just like compared to how fast we were last time.
Yeah, we're gonna be
So...
going through this just to kind of set the tone here. What we're going to be doing is I'm going to be going through Alyx as fast as possible unless Frankie explicitly tells me to stop. Whoa, Catboy
Hey,
Tim
thanks for
Allen!
giving out a gift sub.
Or
That's
we see
lovely.
a commentary node. If we see a commentary node, we're going to stop, we're going to listen to it, because we're doing this just to
Yep.
hit all the commentary. Beyond that, I'm going to be
Pretty
doing
much.
this as fast as I possibly can.
So look forward to me going, oh, stop, hold on, stop, a lot.
Hey, Sunworms, thanks for the follow. Yeah, so this isn't...
Thank you for the follow.
I should say right now, this isn't a speed run. I don't know a goddamn
This
thing
is not
about
a
that.
speedrun.
Jiljig, holy
No,
shit!
Thank you, Jiljig.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow!
Good heavens. That's lovely. Hope y'all enjoy your new bugs, okay? You got
Oh.
little baby bugs now.
Also, I have the hiccups. So there's lots of fun going into the
terrible
stream.
I'm just gonna thank everyone every time I get a new terrible Twitch emote. I think it's very funny. Actually.
And I'm gonna let Frankie know when I hear the alerts go off, because I can't really see them when I'm in game.
Yeah, I will be keeping a close eye on anything like subs and follows and everything as much as I can, too.
I'm fine.
Yeah, non-binary Vegeta, I don't know what causes that either. Sometimes it has lower quality options, and sometimes at random different Twitch videos just lock to a higher quality.
Yeah.
And we don't know why. But we know that if we hit partner, then it seems to stop locking it to 1. So, we'll get there.
Eventually. Ow, ow, ow. Ay, ay. Okay.
What are you doing?
I'm, getting up off the floor. I have bad knees.
Oh, okay. That's fair enough, honestly.
I am age 26, so my knees are automatically bad. So, very lucky.
It's true. When you hit 25, you take a permanent random debuff.
Yep.
Mine was bad.
Oh, oh, ah, ee, ah. Okay. Let me knock us over to VR view, yeah?
Yeah.
That's the sound of me stretching.
Alyx speeding through the city on rollerblades while listening to their Walkman. God.
Let's see. Where's my hand? Where's my other hand?
I'm sorry to hear that, Chef Squid. Twitch is weird sometimes and goes like, hey, did you want 180p? That's all we're serving. So,
Twitch
yeah,
is...
turning off low latency might help.
Let me,
Worst case scenario, you'll be a little bit behind.
Oh, there we go. Give me 1 sec. I gotta see my beautiful chat. Wait. I'm already looking at the library. Hey, give me a sec.
No
There we
problem.
go. Yay! Okay.
Yay!
Yay!
No.
No?
Not a speed run. We don't know speedrun tech. This is literally just faster than our past speed of looking at every object.
Did I miss it? No.
Twitch be a functional and usable app challenge. Good luck.
There it is. There we go. Ooh, we got updates.
This isn't Alyx isn't Sonic, this is an Amy run. That's very correct, honestly.
Hello! Yes, you're all
It's kinda
beautiful.
like It's true.
Okay.
And the side stream once we're up in VR view.
Yeah, you got it. Alright, let me get us launched into Alyx.
Hey, thank
Hey!
you for the subscription, all
Gotta
soup, no
keep my bug
spoons.
pog, it keeps me going.
I am so glad that people appreciate Bug Pog specifically, because that was the hardest one to make. Y'all do... A Pog is so hard to make look cute instead of kind of terrifying.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Scary, man.
Alyx now has hat. I love the little field of the pogs.
Okay. I need to make a terrible noise so Frankie can see the stream, okay?
Okay, brace yourselves.
Ow.
Gamer gum? Good lord. See, when I was a teenager, I just got, like, imported black gum, and that worked fine for me.
Oh, black is so good.
It's certainly mint.
It's
and
good.
It's certainly caffeinated.
It's good.
Oh, sorry. I think I just made a bad noise.
How dare you? No, you didn't.
Let me just smack my mic real quick.
Do you got noise, Frankie?
Oh, let's find out if I have noise. I do. I have noise.
Wow. We love to see it. Hello.
My god.
Black gum is a very high caffeine, very high mint gum. It tastes like you put a burning coal in your mouth, and I love it.
I don't love that part, but I was in college, and I had access to a Japanese grocery store, so...
Sorry, what's up, Pops? Yeah, it is much weaker than it used to be.
Did it used to be more high caliber? I
Yeah.
haven't had it recently.
Yeah, they weakened it. I'm trying to figure out where...
And honestly, I am always delighted when y'all use the emotes in other chats, honestly. We only got nervous when it was on a raid. We're shy.
We are.
Sort of.
Mhm.
I'm less shy. Thank you for the follow, B Fonts.
Thank you.
I want to see B Fonts. Is that for a B graphic designer? Do they have B kerning? Oh, y'all.
Huh? Ooh.
Oh, they're just using a lot of bug hearts. By the way, note that when you begin the game, you start off in the same space that G-Man appears to put Alyx in at the end of the game, which is noteworthy for the fact that it is a non-dark space. And this is what centers us around the death of Eli Vance. Which is interesting, and this is also G-Man writing.
Yep.
So, fucked if I know what that means. I don't think it necessarily... Which is interesting... Okay. Current assignment, Reconnaissance. Just to get a little bit game theory, it could be possible that this text applies to the end of the game.
Oh, hey, it's spores.
Yeah, they're negatives of spores, but it's a lit up space because Alyx is afraid of the dark.
My name is Gabe Newell, and welcome to Half-Life Alyx. To say
gonna
this
fight
product
you.
was a challenge would be an understatement. It's our first Half-Life title in over 10 years, and it's our first one in virtual reality. In addition to it being a great VR experience that still felt like a Half-Life game, we wanted Half-Life Alyx to serve players who've been waiting to find out what happens after Episode 2, and at the same time, provide an on-ramp to anyone who hasn't played a Half-Life game at all. Ultimately, whether we succeeded in any of that is up to you to decide, but hopefully, this commentary mode will give you some insight into the set of problems we faced and how we chose to tackle them. To listen to a commentary node, pick up the floating hologram of a radio headset in front of you and simply put it on your head. Once you're done listening to the commentary, you can take the radio headset off or simply put on the next one.
Huh.
Please let me know what you think. I can be reached at gaben@valvesoftware.com.
Oh, Frankie.
While I'm unable to reply to all the emails I receive, I do read them all, and they're a critical part of the feedback we use to evaluate our work. Thanks, and have fun.
So, I didn't think that there would be so many of... Oh, wait. Frankie, are you with me? Uh-oh.
I was on mute. Don't
Okay,
worry.
okay. So, are you gonna reach out to him?
What?
He listed
No,
his
I'm not
email.
gonna I'm gonna write him and ask him why Barney not in HD yet.
Yeah, I might do that too. Hey, I didn't anticipate there'd be so many, so this'll be fun.
As in the case
I do
of
like
any
that it's
Half-Life game, the first hour of Alyx must convey a lot of information to the player, hopefully in a natural and entertaining way. Players need to know who they are, where they are, what kind of world they're in, who the other important characters and factions are, and so on. At the same time, they need to learn how to actually play the game. How do they move? What can they interact with and how? What should they be trying to do? Etc. Figuring out exactly what information we would try to convey in these first 2 levels, and how it would be conveyed, took us over 2 years of playtesting. It's tempting to try and include everything we think a player should know, but all information has a priority, and the more we include, the more chance there is that a player misses something important because they're distracted or confused by something less important. So over the next 2 levels, we'll use commentary nodes to point out some of the specific places where we grappled with conveying information to the player. In between these nodes, you'll likely be able to spot many other examples for players to find, if they're interested in paying closer attention and understanding more.
Sorry about that, Frankie.
No worries. I was just gonna say it's very cool that they're opt-in so that they don't have to interrupt us.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's okay. Just, I don't know, maybe grab and immediately put on might not always work. I could see the intent in the motion.
Una más?
Okay. Una más.
One of the pieces of important information we struggled to convey was exactly when Half-Life Alyx is set within the series timeline. Whilst we tried to reflect it carefully in many of the world details, it was never 100% successful during playtests. Eventually, we decided it was too important to be left to the players to figure out, and so we put it in our opening text crawl. The Citadel's incomplete state did provide us with an early opportunity to reinforce the timeline visually. Half-Life Alyx takes place 5 years before the events of Half-Life 2, in which the towering Citadel represents the Combine seat of power. As we see here, however, early Combine infrastructure is a cluttered mess of cables and unusual structures sprawled all over the city, surrounding the Citadel's construction, and served as a useful indicator of the time frame. We went on to reinforce this impression in other places throughout the following level. Combine architecture tends to be abstract in scale and form, so we included some familiar visual cliches of human construction. The large external scaffolds, some distinction of floor levels, rows of small lights, and the tidying of the silhouette into more structured vertical elements, try and strike a balance between capturing the alien nature of the Citadel whilst grounding its construction in enough familiarity to better understand its size and state. Large sweeping vistas such as this one proved an interesting challenge in virtual reality. Their distance from the viewer means they don't benefit from stereoscopic vision the way that small close-up objects do. Because of this, the small objects on the balcony often draw the attention of the players before they've even noticed the imposing structure in the distance. If we moved the Citadel too close, it felt absurdly huge and difficult to take in. Yet placed alone on the horizon, it felt two-dimensional and flat. We found the solution in filling the space between the viewer and the distant structure with many scale references. The city itself, huge supply cables leading towards the vanishing point, large repeated Combine buildings, heavy pollution fog, careful lighting, and all the animated elements, especially the helicopter whose sound begins in the fade-in. All these were carefully composed to help draw the attention of the player to the Citadel first, before letting their attention wander to take in the details of the city, and settle ultimately on the inviting items here on the balcony.
So one thing I want to say immediately, thank you, dear God, thank you for making it explicit, because I cannot imagine how fucking insufferable it would have been if what time this was before Half-Life 2 was left even slightly up to our interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been the worst. Would have been the worst.
Ooh.
Let's hear about Eli. Or about the greenhouse, I guess.
In these first areas of the game, we grappled a lot with the density and prioritization of the information we were conveying to the player. Playtesting showed us that players in VR were easily distracted, often due to better peripheral vision, such that they'd focus on one scene element while losing track of others. This was exacerbated in these first rooms because players were acclimatizing to being in VR, often for the first time. In addition, different players progress at different speeds. We saw some players spend 30 seconds on the opening balcony and others 30 minutes. As a result, we did a lot of iteration over the set of opening areas, each time changing what information we tried to convey and where. Initially, the video call from Eli took place in the later refuge room with the Snarkin camcorder, but players were often too engrossed in interacting with all of the detail in that room to pay attention to the conversation between Eli and Russell. We moved the video call out to the starting balcony, but there it distracted from the establishing shot of City 17 and the Citadel. It also came at a time when players were still figuring out core game elements like movement and hand interaction with the world. That collision made simple things hard, like when to show the player a movement tooltip if they immediately started the video call. Eventually, we settled on inserting the greenhouse between the starting balcony and the refuge, which allowed us to move the call to an area with a slightly obscured vista and fewer interactable objects. This avoided the distraction problems and ensured players were past the initial gameplay moments of figuring out their hardware and movement setup. It also had the bonus of allowing us to add further detail to the opening balcony and Alyx's refuge without fear of creating distractions from the video call.
That's pretty cool.
That is actually very cool, because something that's always been fairly noticeable is there's much less props to mess with in here, and there's a lot of props out on the balcony. But it is very funny that they're like, yeah, some people take like 30 minutes to get fat. That's us. That's us. That's us every time, but this time, and there's still a part of me that's like, I would like to look at the little books.
Yeah,
Doing
exactly.
something else. This time. Do you want to doodle during the call?
A little. Ready?
Go for it.
Alyx, how's it looking up there?
It's good, Dad. Metrocop movement is normal. Same for the Combine patrols. How's it going in the stockyard?
One Combine mini reactor from a shipment of 4,000. They're never going to miss it.
Why are you doing
Here,
this?
see for yourself.
Oh.
Not only that,
Where's Russell?
someone's hacked into the Combine construction network.
Don't get greedy, guys.
I love you.
We're not made of time here.
1 minute and I'm out, guaranteed.
Oh,
Dork.
also, I spotted the Combine moving supplies into the quarantine zone. That place has been deserted for years.
That is odd. Well,
What is...
well, we'll look into it when we get back.
This is what sets off the plot.
We'll be there soon.
It looks like...
What is it, Russell?
What'd you... Terrific.
So, stop.
What?
Worth noting real quick, two things. One, that is what sets off the plot. It is what Alyx noticed happening in the quarantine zone, and the fact that Russell immediately checks sets off the Combine descending on Eli and Russell. And number two, this is the first of the potential G-Man spots. These are literally banks of televisions that are on different areas that are being watched that are basically security cameras. This, if you are a person who has played Half-Life 1 and 2 or even has just heard of them, this to me is one of the first places you would look and you would think, oh, I wonder if the G-Man is in one of these. But he's not.
Yeah.
All right, now we can continue.
Because the 1st
You're
one
going to hear me go real...
that you
and
see...
You're going to hear me go real... Go ahead.
The first one that you see the G-Man in is one of Barney's computer banks. I mean,
Yes.
screen bank.
He is specifically associated. Oh, do you want to put this on while this is happening? Or do you want to wait till after the sound? It's wait till after. It's real noisy. Yes, the G-Man is currently contained. Alyx, spoilers, by the way. Hey.
Ready?
Yeah, go for it.
Beyond conveying critical information about the state of the world, the first two levels of Half-Life Alyx also needed to demonstrate some of VR's strengths. Conveying a sense of scale is something VR does much better than flat screens, and our early playtests showed us that nothing quite sold that scale more than seeing a Strider up close.
Oh.
In addition to the visuals, to fully illustrate the scale of a Strider at close range, we needed to do a lot of work on its audio treatment. Players had strong expectations about feeling the weight, power and presence of the Strider through its movements, particularly as it stepped on the balcony the player was occupying. In order to convey this power through sound, we layered multiple sound effects, allowing us to address ranges in the audio frequency spectrum and the temporal nature of those elements separately.
Hello.
It sounds like the narration is a little bit quiet. Is there any way to turn that up specifically?
Oh, whoops.
Control them as one sound.
Yeah, give me 1 sec. Options. Volume.
Character voice is already up all the way.
Yeah.
We can turn up the master volume and turn down the music, maybe?
Yeah, sure.
Let us know if that sounds alright, y'all. Yeah, try that.
Alright.
Beyond conveying critical information about the state of the world,
Can you hear
the first two levels of Half-Life
I
Alyx
can hear.
also needed to demonstrate some of VR's strengths.
Can chat hear it?
Conveying a sense
How's
of
it
scale
sound now,
is
y'all?
something VR does much better than flat screens. And our early
Not much
playtests
better.
showed us
Sorry,
that nothing
guys.
quite solved
That's
that
basically
scale
the
We're
best
just
I
gonna
can
have to
do.
kind of
Strider up
visually
close.
Yeah, we might just
In
have to
addition to the
chase around the
visuals, to fully
subtitles a little bit
illustrate
to
the
make sure
scale
they're
of a
on
strider
screen.
at close range, we
Because the
needed
problem
to
is if
do
we
a lot
raise the
of
game
work on
audio
its
too
audio
much, we're gonna
treatment.
get like blasted
Players
by
had
the
strong
ambient noise.
expectations
Yeah.
about feeling the weight, power, and presence of the strider
Sorry, guys.
through
I
its
wish they had better
movements,
mixing options.
particularly as it stepped on the
Yeah,
balcony.
and sorry to
the
hear
player
that
was
Kalish called
occupying.
Jericho. I
In
understand
order
if
to
internet
convey
problems
this power
just
through
make it
sound,
so it
we
doesn't
layered
work.
multiple
That
sound
happens to me
effects, allowing
sometimes.
us to address ranges in the audio frequency spectrum and the temporal nature of those elements separately.
Can we take these off before they're done?
Nope.
Oh, well that's fun to know.
We then combined those elements in the Source 2 audio engine to control them as one
Like,
sound.
can you take it off your head?
Nope.
That sounds weird, but...
Nope.
This
real
room,
quick.
internally
Oh.
referred to as Alyx's refuge, was initially
Hey!
Oh, you can! Aha! Okay, this is G-Man spot number 2, and this is what actually started me on this, I admit openly, extremely Pepe Sylvia-ass line of thought, because not only do we have the security monitor right there, which this is the most G-Man is gonna show up on this looking-ass security camera ever. It even cycles through multiple locations. But then, out the window here with this viewfinder, there was actually a thing online where someone was like, oh, if you make it all the way through Alyx and you reload the game again, and you look out on the roof at the viewfinder, the G-Man's out there! He's not.
Mm-mm.
He's super not. It's just a structure on the roof that kind of looks like a dude. But that made me think, you know what? It does look like that is a faraway area that can only be seen through something that's functionally like a telescope that you can't get to. And that is, to me, the definition of how spaces that the G-Man shows up in work. They are usually a place that you cannot get to. They are usually somewhere far away but visible, or they're a place you can't get to fast, so that by the time you get there, the G-Man is gone. And they're usually often places that are kind of missable, but are highlighted a little bit, or they're on security feeds. And I also think that the association with TVs and security camera feeds is something to keep track of, along with crows. Y'all, I'm going ham. Hey, good to see you, Cosmic Eternity. Okay, I'm all good.
This room, internally referred to as Alyx's refuge, was initially the location where the Eli video call took place. However, once that video call was moved out to the balcony, this room was freed up to solve other problems. In the Half-Life series, we've always tried to ensure that there's generally enough narrative for all players to understand where they're going and why. But for players who slow down and pay attention, there's more detail that can lead to a greater understanding. With the balcony being a place to get familiar with the game's inputs, the greenhouse being where the story kicks off, and the Strider there to surprise players with spectacle, we decided that the refuge could be a quiet moment for players, where they could discover more narrative detail in the environment. At the same time, it could be a place where they can play around a bit more now that they're acclimated to being in VR. Spending time in the refuge is meant to bring players into Alyx's role in the Resistance and her place in the world. We wanted it to feel like a real stakeout spot, where Alyx had been cooped up for weeks or months while planning the heist, doing research on the Combine.
Wow.
The camcorder, snark, and whiteboards are all toys that respond to detailed interaction and reward deeper investigation, giving curious players more information about the world of City 17 and what Alyx has been doing in it.
Hey, that's cool.
Yeah, that's a very elegant way to put it, and I also really do like the way that like informational density is layered out.
Mm-hmm.
Side note, we do have vague plans to play Boneworks someday because we'd like to like look at what the story is. If that makes sense.
Yep, they got the reactor.
Hey, girl.
Easy peasy. I'm headed back to the safe house
My
right
wife.
now to meet Dad. Go. We'll be in touch. Stay safe.
Hey, see a Mega Flag on UC.
See you around,
Good
Mega
night,
Flag, huh?
okay? And also, real quick before the next one, yeah, basically the thing is eventually we're going to be done with Alyx, so, and we're going to play the Sam and Max VR game, but
Oh, yeah.
other VR games, like Boneworks. Let's hit this one.
critical pieces of information that we needed players to understand were simple to state, but not so easy to convey. That players were playing as Alyx Vance, not the Gordon Freeman they've played in all prior Half-Life games, and that Alyx is going to speak, unlike Gordon. These probably seem obvious to you now, but until we focused on them, it wasn't obvious to playtesters. Ensuring that everyone realized they were playing as Alyx was something we decided to hit with the biggest hammer we could, and name the product after her.
Oh.
But even with that, we were very careful in Eli's video call to ensure it's reinforced immediately. Olga, the character introduced here, was added to further drive it home by calling out when the player exits the elevator. Olga is the first character the player meets in person, and her dialogue here, and again ahead in the alley, is aimed at driving home the fact that she's conversing with the player, and that the disembodied female voice the player hears is Alyx speaking back. This was harder to convey in Eli's video call, because it already features Russell speaking off-screen, whereas in this scene, there's clearly no one else around in the conversational space other than Olga and the player. Without Olga, we found that, even though they had already spoken to Eli and Russell over the video call, playtesters still didn't feel like they were Alyx.
Oh my god.
Okay, real quick, can I just say God bless that dev for managing to sound like this is a reasonable issue to have to fix, and not like she wants to throw the playtesters into the fucking ocean. That is okay, so that's great because between the lines, it sounds like what happened is that playtesters thought Russell was meant to be Gordon, which is I think at that point you're determined to think that it's Gordon, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
This is why we couldn't have a crowbar. Alright, let's hit the next one.
When
Gordon, baby! I'm so glad you're okay!
We were very curious to find out how VR would impact our music design. The Half-Life series has always used music sparingly, often leaving the ambient sounds of the world to provide the audio background. But it is a tool we like to use to highlight moments where the world state has changed in some important way. In this case, that something's riled up the Combine. In our early playtests of this scene, without music, but with many of the other visual and audio elements represented, we found some players didn't understand that they should move along, and that others became distracted by the interactive objects in the laundry. We experimented with some very simple quote-unquote action music to communicate the changing of the Combine threat level, as well as the story's intention for Alyx to get to safety, and found that players were less likely to forget their quest and move towards their goal. The music was kept simple and cinematic sounding to allow it to blend with the purposely complementary background sounds and gently start to normalize the use of music in VR in a familiar way. This success encouraged us to use the same technique in scenes with similar requirements later in the game.
Hey, good night, Improbable. And real quick, one, I think it's very funny that is very, smart. I like all of that. But also it sounds like, yeah, we discovered that music gives a sense of urgency and story. What do you know? Who'da thunk it? And also, it cracks me up that they're like, and it made some players slightly less likely to dick around in the laundry room for 20 minutes.
Alyx, Alyx, over here. What is it?
This doesn't seem like a routine sweep. Are you sure everything went okay?
100%.
Something's got to sink things right back.
Keep your head down and be smart.
Did you do the hand flap at her? Oh, and notice! Crow sounds! Crow sounds are one of the reoccurring wildlife sounds in this game. Mysterious. Alright, let's hit it.
The remainder of this level is designed to continue informing the player about the world they're in, and to support the increase in the Combine's alertness. We also wanted detail to make the city feel alive, something that becomes much harder later on, once the player has a weapon. This was tricky to design due to the challenge we're often faced with, the friction between narrative state and gameplay state. Here, the narrative implies that Alyx should be making her way back to Eli as quickly and quietly as possible. But gameplay-wise, we're at the start of the game, and players are still testing the limits of everything they can see and touch. Unsurprisingly, playtesting showed us that some players would dedicate themselves to following the narrative and quickly move through the area, while others would completely ignore the narrative and explore every nook and cranny. While it's tempting to simply remove all distractions in an attempt to unify all players towards following the narrative, it would send the wrong signal about the density of our world and how the game intends to reward players for exploring it. So we spent months refining this section, adding, changing, and removing elements. We tried to find the right level of narrative tension, where players felt like they should be moving along, but not so quickly that they can't stop to tinker with something. We put in enough interactive objects and narrative moments where players were always rewarded for looking around, but we designed all those distractions to end quickly, so we could encourage players to continue moving along.
And Hazardous Haribo, it's not that it's bad for players to stop and dick around in the laundry, but it really is genuinely a problem if you're trying to tell a game that has a narrative to want to make sure that players do feel urgency and do keep moving through it. Because there's definitely, like, space for, like, players dick around and looking at everything. We literally look at everything as how our streams work. But, like, one of the challenges of VR has been making games that feel more like games instead of like play spaces, even though play spaces are great. So I do actually understand that it's important for them to learn how to get stuff to move along. Basically, I think they went for the good solution, where they leaned into players wanting to mess with everything and used that space to cause more communication. Also, more crows!
That's a pigeon.
Crow noises in the background, even though it's pigeons.
Okay.
It's not pigeon noises, I'll tell you that much, Bugs. Let's have some trauma. Hi.
Whoa, wait,
Oh yeah, they can smack you back if you try to leave.
Wait, don't shoot!
You didn't steal anything. No one, I didn't see anyone.
Dad!
Fuck you.
Hey, wait, no!
I'm so happy that you can just slap out the fucking cop. We always go ACAB.
Where are you
Put this
taking
on.
me?
In order to limit the possibility of motion sickness that could be induced by moving the player in a vehicle, we initially wrote this scene to have Alyx wake up after the van had already crashed. Players found this underwhelming, however, since the game seemed to be needlessly holding back an exciting moment that they could have experienced for themselves. Addressing this meant that we had to tackle the technical problem of moving the player comfortably in a vehicle. In this van, and in the train at the end of the map, you'll notice that the outside world is only visible through small windows. These outside views are necessary to provide motion parallax, but the small window size ensures that the player's field of view is always dominated by the vehicle interior, which is naturally in the player's own frame of reference. This greatly reduces the occurrence of motion sickness. Aside from the parallax of the outside world, we use animated lighting and careful sound design to produce the effect of riding in a vehicle.
Huh. That makes a lot of sense. Also, it increases the cop feeling of the vehicle, honestly.
Yep.
Russell!
Alyx, you there? You've got to get moving.
Russell? I've been in an accident.
I know! I caused it, so technically not an accident. You've got to get moving.
Wait, where's Dad?
He's fine. Follow the drone.
So, Dad's okay.
Don't say hello,
well,
Shark
no,
Fighter.
They've still got him. He was in a separate transport.
And you saved me?
Well, yes. I had no way of knowing who was in which van, so yes, the result was that I saved you.
Do we know where they're taking him?
Criminal holding. And then, when they realize he's Eli Vance, to Nova Prospect. But I'm already working on a plan to get him back. You're close to my lab. Keep following the drone. We'll figure out what to do.
Let's hit it.
Where the last map was focused on conveying a lot of information about the world state to the player, this map is where we need to start the player's larger quest. That means the player must leave this map with an understanding of what's happened to Eli, and what they're going to do about it. The player also needs to meet Russell, so they have a face behind all the radio dialogue throughout the game. Finally, we need the player to collect the gravity gloves and the pistol and learn how to use them both. This is a daunting list. From experience, we know that if we cram all that into a single scene, players won't be able to remember more than a couple highlights. So this map's purpose is essentially narrative pacing. We need to draw apart the required events, separating them with enough time and space that players could ingest and remember them. At the same time, we're a little under the gun. Playtesting showed us that by now, some players have been playing for 30 minutes, and they're wondering when they're going to see some enemies.
Boo. Boo. Real quick, not only is Alyx wearing a headset this entire game, our view is actually through that headset because the VR happens on two different screens. We are looking through Alyx's right eye, which means that our view is actually a little bit more limited than Bugs is. It's slung a little bit down and a little bit to the right, which means that we are literally watching through Russell's eyes. This is the same feed Russell would be getting, presumably including the HUD that we sometimes see, or at least I usually see because I'm in the streaming mode, is presumably what Russell can see, which is terrifying, because that means Russell knows when she's hurt. Let's hit this. Please stop playing
One of the first steps the writing team took on this map was to flesh out a scene between Russell and Alyx that covered all the dialogue we needed. Due to the fact the player is meeting Russell for the first time, and that there are a significant number of in-fiction events that Alyx and Russell need to talk about, the scene ended up containing a lot of dialogue. We knew there was no way we could build a scene that long without boring the player, and the most important elements would be lost in the noise. One of the first tools we used to address this was the introduction of Russell's drone. It allowed us to take chunks of the dialogue from that original scene and deliver them throughout the area preceding the scene. This meant the scene itself could skip over the in-fiction preliminaries and get right to the critical goal delivery.
I lost the rat.
Also, quick pronoun check for anyone who's new to the streams. My pronouns are he, him, and Bugs' pronouns are they, them.
Boop. Frankie.
Gentle reminder. Yes? Oh, right, okay. Bugs is actually cueing me this time. Notice the big creepy billboard of the big creepy eyes that look very familiar. And hey, is there a character in Half-Life where a bunch of emphasis is put specifically on his eyes all the time?
Barney.
And notice that not only... Yeah, Barney. Actually, it is very weird that Barney has, like, heterochromia that might be head injury induced, but that's a different story. What I like here is that this is also literally pointing us in the direction of the Citadel, and is something that you take a look at when you follow the direction of these giant, ugly lines. So we are already seeing an association with the missing G-Man and
Russell,
the Citadel and all of this.
There?
Well, that's the crazy thing. I don't know. Just blurry pictures of a building.
The Citadel?
No, something else. And whatever it is, they're
The
going to
city,
kill anybody who
the
saw
building
it,
that he
and
was looking at was
anybody who
probably
knows
the
anybody
apartment
who saw
building.
it, which means us and your dad.
Russell, just hang on. I'm almost there.
God damn it. Also, I do like that bit about using the drones that we can talk with Russell while on the go to, like, make it feel more active. Because, yeah, actually, it would have sucked if all this dialogue happened in his apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hit it.
In addition to delivering narrative at a consumable pace, this map needed to continue communicating the state of the world outside of the quarantine zone. We also wanted players to understand when Half-Life Alyx takes place in the larger Half-Life timeline, and to see for themselves the massive scale of the Citadel under construction. The power of the Combine is embodied in their indifference towards humanity. They've conquered Earth with little effort and are now plundering it for their own ends. They put a modicum of effort into their propaganda, but it's ultimately uncaring. Later in Half-Life 2, we see Breen's attempts to talk to humanity with more seriousness, but it's unclear whether that directive comes from the Combine or if it's just Breen's attempts to be useful to them. Meanwhile, the Combine construction is brutally efficient. The Citadel's pervasive feeder cables make no attempt to fit into the lives of the residents as the Combine drains the city of its power. Within this playground, a nostalgic nod to Half-Life 2, this enormous cable has been run right through the mural on the wall, demonstrating the Combine's total lack of interest in the history behind the city.
Which I love because it's not subtle, but boy, it fucking works. Sometimes subtlety is for suckers. I know writers use metaphors and they're all cowards. Love this shit.
Alyx, everything cut out for a second. I lost the headset video feed. Can you see my drone? Is it okay?
Sure. Yeah, I'll be there in a minute.
This is, I think, maybe the potential G-Man location that made me flip out the most the first time we started replaying Alyx after having gotten to the end of the game. This is the most G-Man is gonna fucking walk through this hallway set piece possible. You walk by it when you're stopped by this game's equivalent of a cutscene, which is a set piece going off, which means that you're here long enough that you could possibly notice this and not just walk right by it. And look at that fucking lighting back there. It's even kind of reminiscent of the weird areas later surrounding the G-Man cell.
I was just thinking...
Look at how it reflects... like the ceiling and the floor mirroring?
Yeah, I was just thinking about how this looks like the hallway where you find the corpse in the floor.
Yes! And also worth noting is that this is a location that you can't get to, that it's very easy to imagine the G-Man, like, walking between... Like, he would walk out, adjust his tie, and then walk through another door. Or, like, walk down the hallway and then turn at the end of it. That's totally a move. Oh, and here is the other one that really flipped me out. Even though this is specifically a Combine please stand by type signal, which is clearly happening because of the emergency going on, this is what kind of tripped me out on the fact that TVs with a test signal are a reoccurring element in this game that I feel like are also indicative a little bit of both the G-Man and also the fact that Breen is clearly not keeping that tight an eye on the city just yet in a weird way. Which is fun, because if you think about it, at the end of this game, Breen has clearly fucked up a lot, huh?
Mm-hmm. Looks like we missed Dirty Dancing.
Shit, they didn't tape our soaps?
We,
Also, just real quick, I love that this is like Russell's facade.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like it's designed to make any Combine look in the door and then decide that this isn't worth paying attention to. Especially because there's like a chair in front of the door if you look at it.
Yeah.
Right, yep, look at that. If they open that door, they can only see into that foyer. They don't see this wall at all. It's very clever. Go for it.
Alyx, great. Okay, let's... Wait, my drone's okay, right?
Nope, it exploded. I'm fine, by the way.
Right, good, that's the main.
Do we want to pop on these headphones during the convos or leave them? Let's pop on the one to our left.
They've got Dad.
I know. This is bad.
Oh, well,
They're gonna find out what he knows, and then... Yeah, they're gonna kill him.
Oh, God.
Right from our earliest experiments in VR, we learned that players expect a high level of audio fidelity, even from minute interactions, particularly when the sounds are meant to correspond to clearly observable visuals. For instance, in one of our prior games, it may have been acceptable to use a generic sequence of computer key sounds when Russell was typing. In VR, however, we know...
Nope, not this one.
Oh,
this one.
Yeah, we're out of order. We're out of order. I didn't want to interrupt.
First time the player is in the same room as another character, and it highlights one of the main challenges we face when designing choreographed scenes in VR, keeping the player and characters out of each other's space. In previous Half-Life games, we could always forcefully move the player if we really needed them out of the way. We made several attempts at finding a similar solution in VR, but found that it often made players feel deeply uncomfortable or disoriented. So instead, we designed these spaces to allow for a natural separation between the player and our characters. Where natural separators couldn't exist, we had to restrict players from moving into the character space, removing that limitation as soon as the character had moved out of the way. Another challenge was balancing how often characters respond to player actions while delivering important narrative information. In early experiments, we allowed characters to stop mid-sentence, which allowed them to respond immediately to the player, and then continue on with their dialogue. While technically straightforward, this was incredibly difficult to execute in animation and dialogue without feeling unnatural. The combination of custom reactions necessary to cover the range of possible player interaction and the resulting return to narrative dialogue quickly multiplied out of control. Eventually, we settled on a solution where we allowed only a minimum of interactions during the important narrative delivery sections, and a wider range of responses to more complex reactions after the scene has completed. In the case of Russell, we layer subtle head facing and natural eye contact on top of his performance while he is talking with Alyx. Then, after the scene, when he is typing at the computer, he will respond to players trying to touch him or objects being thrown around.
I mean, he responds a little late to the throwing. Let's hit it.
Right from our earliest experiments in VR, we learned that players expect a high level of audio fidelity, even from minute interactions, particularly when the sounds are meant to correspond to clearly observable visuals. For instance, in one of our prior games, it may have been acceptable to use a generic sequence of computer key sounds when Russell was typing. In VR, however, we know that a player can observe the animations very closely, and even put their head right next to Russell's keyboard if they choose. In this case, players would notice a lack of one-to-one correspondence between the key press animation and sound. For Half-Life Alyx, we authored a set of individual key press sounds to be driven by animation. For example, as Russell's fingers animate to press a key, one of these key press sounds is played, resulting in precise synchronization of the animation and sound.
Hi.
I love that some of these are like, yeah, we saw you two coming. Yeah, we know about you two. We know you fucking nerds. G-Man, quick update. Russell's room is one of the highest densities of monitors that are not receiving signal or that are tucked away in weird, unexpected places. Not a lot of them are necessarily monitoring specific areas, so it's not necessarily G-Man's territory, but it's just an interesting thing. Also, I liked that mannequin had its hands burned off.
Yeah, there's nothing you can grab in here. That's interesting.
Nope, they force you to wait to test it.
Alright,
Also,
you
I
know
like
how this
Russell's
goes.
little
There should be a bunch of
garage.
junk down there. Aim at something with your hand
One
open.
frustration players may encounter in VR is having to physically bend down or reach out for objects in the virtual world, especially if they have limited real-world space. A common solution for this is to provide a way to bring objects to the player, instead of forcing the player to go to them. We knew this would be an important feature in Half-Life Alyx, with its sprawling levels and players' desire to explore every corner of the world. We didn't want this mechanic to feel too gamey or magical, so we decided to integrate it into the fiction of the game by making it a feature of the gravity gloves, which are a natural precursor to the gravity gun of Half-Life 2. This allowed us to present the mechanic as a real physical action that's enabled by a piece of in-fiction technology. To emphasize the physicality that is unique to the medium of VR, we used a physical gesture to activate the pull instead of a button press, and then required the player to actually catch the object instead of automatically attaching it to the hand. This made the mechanic feel more natural and rooted in the fiction of the game's universe, while allowing the player to feel powerful and accomplished. One frustration players may encounter...
Okay.
Did you just pull it on immediately?
No, I was reaching back and accidentally put it back on while I was taking it off.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say, do you feel powerful?
Yeah, always.
Also, can you turn down the quality of my side stream a little bit?
Sure.
Thank you. My frame rate is bad.
Okay. .480p. Haha, P. Okay. Let's see.
Also, chat is asking about some kind of gnome run. I don't know what that could possibly mean.
I don't know.
There's not just an achievement in one of the games for carrying a gnome from one.
Apply a launch force to that object with a trajectory that is partially influenced by the direction of the player's pull gesture. We set the object's launch velocity to result in a standard flight time from pull to catch, so the player can develop a rhythm that eventually becomes automatic. We want the object to arrive at the hand as reliably as possible, so after the initial launch, we continually apply small impulse forces along the trajectory, represented by the white arrows. Those impulses help counter gravity and compensate for collisions with obstacles along the way, while continuously steering the object toward the hand, which is itself a moving target. A generous catch range and subtle haptic feedback when the object enters that range virtually guarantees that it will end up in the player's hand every time, even if their attention is focused elsewhere. One other benefit of
What? Why did it stop? Sorry.
I don't know.
When a player pulls an object with the gravity gloves, we use the game's physics engine to apply a launch force to that object with a trajectory that is partially influenced by the direction of the player's pull gesture. We set the object's launch velocity to result in a standard flight time from pull to catch, so the player can develop a rhythm that eventually becomes automatic. We want the object to arrive at the hand as reliably as possible, so after the initial launch, we continually apply small impulse forces along the trajectory, represented by the white arrows. Those impulses help counter gravity and compensate for collisions with obstacles along the way, while continuously steering the object toward the hand, which is itself a moving target. A generous catch range and subtle haptic feedback when the object enters that range virtually guarantees that it will end up in the player's hand every time, even if their attention is focused elsewhere. One other benefit of implementing this with physics is that we didn't need to do custom handling for an object's size, mass, or inertia, and it automatically compensated for the non-standard gravity that players encounter inside the vault at the end of the game.
Cool.
That's really cool, actually.
I had no idea.
Yeah, honestly. What a cool little, way of showing that visually, too. I do like that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, here we go. Next stop, Fairview Junction.
What, Frankie?
And good luck, Alyx.
I don't know. I don't know.
Something wrong, Frankie?
Obviously, just so you know, I am still here.
Acknowledging it.
Okay. Billy, Billy, Billy.
Oh, you've been gnomed. That is where Gabe Newell's humor is stuck.
Hello, Alyx?
You know, he launched
You
one
might
into
have a
space.
problem. Probably nothing to worry about, but... Did the train stop? It stopped, didn't it?
Yeah, what happened?
It's jammed. When the Combine shut down the quarantine zone, they must have tightened security.
Which means?
Yeah, you're nowhere near Fairview Junction. You're just outside the QZ. And this is as far as we get by train.
Then I'm headed on foot.
Good. I'll see if I can get you in some other way.
Chat, you are free to name the gnome.
Russell.
We're not naming it Russell.
Russell.
I said chat can name
Russell. Chat, name him Russell.
I see one Gnomely. I see Barney, I see Jeremy,
Russell.
I see Gordon, I see Gnome.
Russell.
No! Magnus Gnome is also bad.
I got a dead zombie here. I thought the Combine sealed up the QZ.
This one must have squirted out. I've heard they've had trouble with barnacle spores outside the containment area, but not about fellas like this.
Probably not a one-off then.
I doubt it.
Mean to him. Wasp! Cruel! Also, real quick, I still genuinely think that some of the bodies encountered out here were put here by art to scare people away / make sure they know that it's dangerous.
Look at that. Resin. And if there's resin around here, there should be a Combine fabricator. Keep an eye out. We might be able to upgrade your firepower a bit.
Catboy Tim Allen wants to name them Asparagus.
Resin?
Resin.
Even in our earliest experiments in bringing Half-Life to VR, we found that players enjoyed exploring every nook and cranny of the environment. With the increased fidelity of VR, players not only expected to be able to interact with a vast array of objects, but they also had a strong desire to find something useful from time to time. This was so universal among testers that in addition to more searchable locations and interactive objects, we added a new resource, resin. Level designers could place this new resource in fun and interesting locations that weren't tied to game progression, rewarding players wider-ranging exploration. We also tied this new resource to a longer-term goal in the form of weapon upgrades, further motivating players to explore the environment. Deep scavenger hunts and keen observation would result in more resin to spend as a reward.
Go back real quick. To our right. This is another prime G-Man spotting location, but admittedly this would be very early on in the game to see him in any way close up. In Half-Life 1, he was always kind of seen from a distance, so I feel like it would make sense for that to be more common, but this is another location that you cannot get into. Hello, Killer Lesbian. Also, chat seems to have decided on Asparagus Jr.
Okay.
Hit it.
I think I can reroute this with my multi-tool.
You what?
Internally, we refer to this type of puzzle as a toner puzzle, due to its similarity to a real-world cable toner tool that can be used to locate electrical wires in walls. The toner mechanic was conceived as a tool for designers to craft player experiences around knowing that the player had to put their head and hands in specific locations. The initial design merely required the player to use their multi-tool to push a ball of energy along a path, similar to a child's bead maze toy. While this simple design was successful at getting the player to put their head and hands in particular locations, the lack of branching meant that the player wasn't required to make any choices, nor was there any possibility of negative consequences. To address these issues, we added the rotating junction elements, which allowed for branching paths and became the player's primary means of interacting with toner puzzles. While the toner puzzles ramp up in complexity throughout the game, this first toner puzzle is designed to use a minimal number of elements to introduce players to the key ideas that power flows through wires, power can be rerouted by rotating junctions, and power has an effect on the physical world, such as turning on lights and opening gates. The sparking electrical outlet that branches down toward the floor is not strictly necessary for this simple puzzle, but it was added here to expose players to its behavior, since it was causing confusion in later puzzles when players were seeing it for the first time in more complex configurations.
Also, this is one of the first locations that appears to be some place where someone is sleeping on occasion, which could just be a normal resident of City 17. However, this is already at the beginning of the quarantine zone, which to me makes it feel more likely that this is something being used by scavengers, especially because we got to see a vodka bottle up on that wall before fucking Alyx Dry County rules here just kind of went mental. So, we're all good now.
From our earliest experiments in VR, we realized how critical high-quality, high-density lighting was to conveying a sense of realism. In game development, any technology choice involves trade-offs between quality, runtime performance, and development time. For Half-Life Alyx, we chose a high-quality, high-performance light mapping solution which required a significant amount of offline preprocessing. We performed the light map preprocessing using a render farm, which could take several hours for a single map at the highest quality, and we put a lot of effort into mitigating the cost of that high iteration time for designers on the team. Specifically, we implemented a real-time approximation to the final lighting result, which allowed designers to light scenes in real time with confidence that the high-performance light maps would match their intent. Most lights in Half-Life Alyx are baked into a single term that describes distance falloff and shadowing, allowing us to change the brightness and color of lights in real time at no cost. This encoding also allows us to apply shadows from dynamic props and characters without having to render any static geometry into shadow maps. Our light maps store directional information using the popular ambient highlight direction encoding, an improvement over Valve's own radiosity normal mapping technique pioneered in Half-Life 2. This new light map encoding ensures that the bumpy surfaces can appear bumpy even when not under direct light. This blinking light source provides a good illustration of this technique, as you can perceive the surface detail even during times the light source is off.
I really like the emerging lore in chat that Asparagus the Gnome is who's telling us all this because you've been jiggling him.
Whoa!
Hey, thank you for giving out a gift, Hazardous Haribo.
Thank you, Hazardous Haribo. Well, Asparagus is a wise man. Ready?
He is wise. Hit it.
Barnacles, while an iconic Half-Life creature, presented some interesting VR-specific challenges. While their tongue is intended to trap hasty or unobservant players, those caught by them often didn't realize what was happening. They would become disoriented or even motion sick as the barnacle lifted them up to be eaten. These unfortunate players almost universally died, and failed to learn what was happening even after multiple encounters. To address this issue, we created the tongue as a particle system. This allowed us to both physically simulate it as well as reliably position it for maximum visibility. If a player does get grabbed by a barnacle, the tongue always wraps right in front of their face, no matter which direction they try to look. This makes the tongue almost impossible to miss and visually guides the player's eyes up to the location of the barnacle, so they know where to shoot to free themselves. The asphyxiation visuals that kick in as the player is being lifted not only serve to communicate the damage the player is taking, but they also help to reduce motion sickness by narrowing the player's field of view. These changes, combined with sound effects and other visuals like seeing stars and blacking out, eliminate confusion for players and enabled us to bring this classic enemy into the world of Half-Life Alyx.
Wow, thank you.
I can see how I can see that being a problem. I'll say that. I can definitely see, like, if it just lifted you up in the air. Ooh.
Ooh, hey, I didn't see that one last time.
Oh-ho. Prizes. We do like prizes. The lecture gnome is very good and funny, I'll
How'd
be
you meet
honest.
my dad, anyway? You guys work together at Black Mesa, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you know, in a bar.
Tricky place to get a job at.
A leather bar, Alyx. See, leather was...
Try again in a year.
No.
I don't need to tell you what happened after that. Lucky break for me, really. Not a lot of survivors. Honestly, it's a miracle you and your dad got out of there.
Go for it.
We got a lot of positive feedback from our initial experiments requiring players to perform a series of physical actions to reload the pistol. Specifically, ejecting the clip, retrieving a new clip from their backpack, inserting the clip into the gun, and chambering around. Players enjoyed learning and improving at this skill. We experimented with using a single button for both ejecting a clip and chambering around, but we found that assigning these operations to two different buttons was more interesting, even though it was more mentally taxing. In fact, it was more interesting precisely because it was more mentally taxing, as players would frequently mix up the buttons under pressure. In the early stages of the game, players would be fumbling for clips, ejecting the clips when they meant to be chambering around, and generally making a mess. To those of us observing the playtest, this looked like things had gone horribly wrong, but players themselves consistently cited this as a high point of their playthroughs. Because of the physical nature of the reload, and the skill required, players blamed themselves and not the game for the mistakes made as they were learning the reloading sequence. In this area, we provide a number of static targets in the form of barnacles for players to shoot at their own pace, increasing the likelihood that they have at least a few reloads under their belt before moving on.
Okay.
That's very funny. That's very funny because that means that the people who are used to playing survival horror games are going to conserve their ammo here and walk around the barnacles, and then they're going to have that fumbling experience against the actual live zombies later. Asparagus is fine. He's okay. He's okay.
I made sure he's okay.
Also, when you hold... At some points during that, there's kind of just his little cap waggling and his eyes peeking up over our view. It's very funny.
He's very short.
He's very small.
I'm trying to remember, was there anything back here?
I don't think so.
No. Okay, we're good. You can go under there, by the way. One time I got stuck because I thought the solution was under there. It's not.
Bugs, we didn't find where the puzzle is, and the problem is that if you don't know where the correct puzzle is, you start deciding that other things must be the puzzle, and problems occur. We do not know how Russell met Eli.
I mean, I could pause the feed.
Just looking, Russ.
It's polite. I do appreciate that he's like, hey, if you do need to pee, like, just let me know, okay? Very stepdad.
Let's see. Yep, you're right. He is very stepdad.
Non-binary Vegeta says, Russell about meeting Eli. Oh, you know, Alyx. No, I actually don't. That's why I asked.
I take it the quarantine zone is behind this hatch?
Yeah, that's where they keep it.
I'll look around for a control panel to open it up.
We're gonna huck. There we go. Asparagus, you get the lay of the land, okay?
Figure out where we're going, Asparagus. Try to see if you can hack in.
This is what we had trouble with. Ugh.
Hey, Asparagus.
Hey, Asparagus.
Well,
I mean...
did you see that?
See what?
Okay. My index controller threw itself to the floor in-game and then shot off into a wall.
I missed it! Oh, I'm sad. Russell's not British, he's from New Zealand. Russell is from New Zealand.
In prior Half-Life games,
He is
while
not
playing as
guilty
Gordon,
of the crime of
the
Britain.
player saw Alyx use her multi-tool to hack into Combine security systems in order to unlock doors or perform other acts of sabotage. This presented an opportunity for us to represent Alyx's hacking skills through VR-centric minigames. All of our hacking minigame designs were built to leverage the independently tracked head and hands common to today's VR systems. We wanted to encourage players to use both hands simultaneously and move their head to create parallax to understand the spatial relationships within the puzzles. This locker hacking puzzle is based upon one of our earliest prototypes, in which the player was tasked with using a tool in one hand to paint a path on a sphere held by the other hand. There was just something fun and unique about using all of the natural degrees of freedom of both hands to solve a puzzle in VR. In its simplest form, this puzzle solution is straightforward, but the difficulty gradually increases throughout the course of the game by introducing static or moving obstacles of various shapes and sizes on the sphere.
Have they started moving Dad yet?
I don't think so, which is good news because we've still got time.
BRB real quick, okay?
Or bad news because they've already killed him. And you don't need to move a corpse, you just bury it. Or burn it. Still there, Alyx?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I have bad news. I think Asparagus may have had a little accident. I think Asparagus, oopsie doopsie. Let's see what I can replace this with before Frankie gets back. Hey, you know what? No difference. Yeah. Oh boy. Wait. There's something it's picking up on. Maybe? No, I think it destroyed it. Oh, Asparagus. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, chat.
Russell, are you seeing this?
Whoa.
Whoa.
Alright. Here we go.
Listen. Frankie is pretty much all of my self-control. Frankly, this is his fault, really. Yeah, he would have wanted us to move on, you're right. Oh, I'm gonna miss you, Asparagus. You were a good lad. Hey, you hear those crows, though? Restart the run and speedrun back to this point? No. I'm sorry. Truly, I am. Really.
Did I miss anything?
No.
Yeah, where's Asparagus?
He's right here. He's fine.
Sorry, what?
He's right here. He's
You wanna
fine.
show me him again?
No. He's fine. He didn't get run over at all.
What?
Oh, well, you see when a big train comes out onto the train tracks where you thrown your child, and your child is made of fragile glass, interesting things can happen.
Hey, chat. For those of you surprised, I know, typing out in big letters, Frankie can never know.
He's fine.
Uh-huh.
He's fine. He's taking a nap. He said he didn't want to come anymore because he was tired, so I left him. So, yeah, that's it. He's fine. Yep. Top to bottom. He's
He's just taking a nap.
He's taking a nap under that quarantine thing. He was really sleepy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
He got scared.
Yeah.
Hey, Russell. I just found a loose syringe of God knows what. Is this medicine?
Does it have a skull and crossbones on it?
I don't see one.
Probably medicine then.
Okay.
Let's try it.
In our early prototypes, players could heal themselves by grabbing a Half-Life 2 health pack and pressing down on a controller button,
Boo.
which obviously wasn't a very interesting VR interaction. During the development of Half-Life Alyx, the Counter-Strike team added health injectors into CSGO as part of the new Danger Zone game mode they were developing. When we saw this, we felt that an injector would work well as an intuitive healing item in VR as well. Players would press a button to arm the injector as a way of indicating their intent to use it. This prevented unintentional use of the injector and gave us an opportunity to showcase how physical the interaction was going to be via haptics, animation, and sound. Some testers even initially responded with dread over the fact they were going to have to use a needle on themselves and looked away when performing the injection.
Great.
Oh, that's
We also had to
cool.
create approximations of the
I would
player's
probably
arms
be
and
that
body, as
person.
playtesters all had their own preferences for where they wanted to apply the injection. We even added the ability to inject into the head, since so many players tried to do it just to see if it would work.
You gotta do that.
Okay, I will. I promise.
Real quick, back in the room that we were in, there's also an ad for the vodka brand. That's where the distillery is later.
No, this is a rival one.
Oh my god, you're right. It's a rival one. That's even funnier. How many distilleries did this place have?
I think like 3. 3?
I think so.
3? Index? There we go. Okay.
Hit it.
We had to ensure that players would become proficient at reloading their pistol during the early levels of the game, or later encounters in the game would be overly difficult. The prior map contained only static targets in the form of barnacles. Players could engage the barnacles at their own pace, but there were enough of them that players would need to reload at least a few times. This first live zombie is locked behind a chain link fence and cannot reach the player until the player opts into the encounter by shooting the lock on the door. The placement of zombies in the upcoming section of the game is designed to require plenty of reloading, to ensure that the player builds up this skill.
That's really cool.
That is
I
cool.
definitely remember our first time through, we had ducked around most of the barnacles.
Mhm.
Display shows your resin,
So
ammo,
this part was very frantic.
Got it. Thanks.
Oh, I guess I got that dialogue because I haven't looked at it enough.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, because you're just zooming through.
Yeah.
Virtual reality provides the opportunity to add physicality to gameplay, but this needs to be balanced against player fatigue and accessibility. For example, we experimented with a low ceiling in this area, requiring players to crouch the whole time that they made their way across the tops of these train cars. Playtesters did not enjoy having to crouch for so long, so we raised the ceiling.
That is deeply funny, actually.
Yeah.
By the way, I really am struck now that we're looking at it after having discovered on the Vortigaunt model the barnacles up there.
Be careful.
The inner mouth is a reoccurring motif.
Oh yeah, you're right.
The barnacles did not used to have that pronounced of an inner mouth kind of enunciated. Let's hit this one.
The breakable glass panels in Half-Life Alyx are yet one more system designed to convince players that they are present in a living, breathing world. The panels detect the position of an incoming impact and procedurally generate new, smaller glass panels in a
Ooh.
radial pattern around the impact
Oh,
position.
that's cool.
These new panels can then break into smaller panels themselves, and so on.
Mm.
We
Bugs?
found that players
I'm
would often
fine.
break glass panels accidentally, then spend time
hand.
testing just how interactive they really were by trying to break them more, eventually realizing that yes, the glass really did shatter at the appropriate location. At one point, we experimented with building special puzzles out of breakable glass, but in the end we found the glass to be more appropriate as a passive interactive element in the world, one that reacts in a satisfying way to a variety of impacts, from zombie melee attacks to incoming gunfire, or any other physical interaction in the game.
Nicely. Good thing too, I gave you one of my lesser guns.
Thanks, Russell.
Well, you know, in case it doesn't make it back.
Tell you what, Russell.
I have to...
If I die, I owe you a gun.
You owe me a gun anyway. That wasn't a gift. That's my gun.
That's my
That's
gun.
my gun. Oh, prizes. I really do love, now that they pointed out, that there are systems that don't have to do with progressing the game. They're really just there for the look and the feel of it. I think that does a lot for a game.
Yeah, seriously.
And I think, wasn't it Swery who specifically identified that kind of thing as, like, beautiful uselessness? It's, Swery, the designer of a lot of different fairly unique games, including most infamously Deadly Premonition, but also some more recent games, specifically said that he likes making things the player can engage with that don't necessarily contribute to the gameplay or the story, but that will remind the player later on of the experience of having played it and keep them thinking about the game. In his case, stuff like the main character talking about movies, or the fact that you can turn on the windshield wipers and the blinkers in the terribly controlling car. Just like a shopping cart.
Yeah.
Also the map. I love you so much, Swery, but oh. Alright, let's hit this sucker.
Weapon upgrades are a new feature for the Half-Life franchise, and fictionally this mechanic paired well with Alyx's tinkering nature. We approached this design challenge first by thinking about what sort of upgrades could be meaningful and also provide additional value to players without removing established interactions. With limited resin to spend, the upgrade system also provided an avenue for players to personalize and invest in their favorite weapon, or streamline an interaction on another weapon, increasing its value.
Oops, sorry.
For example, the reflex sight still requires players to physically aim, but it improves the feedback on exactly where their shot will hit, and exposes previously hidden enemy weak points. While some players enjoyed this feedback and new targeting opportunities, others didn't and would instead focus on upgrades that suited their style of play. This allowed players to spend their limited resin on upgrades they cared about the most. Another aspect of weapon upgrades that we focused on was not necessarily obvious when we first started to design and test combat in VR. Due to the more physical nature of combat in VR, it can really push on the mental and physical capacity of certain players, as they're required to utilize both their hands and move their head to take in the environment dealing with enemies. While this is a very natural experience, there's also a lot going on at any given point with reloading and combat. As we observed players in some of these more intense combat situations, we started finding opportunities to allow some upgrades to reduce the number of times a physical interaction was required, or reduce the complexity of a particular interaction. The autoloader on the shotgun is a good example. When added to the shotgun, the normally slow, methodical action of feeding shells into the gun is replaced with a far simpler, faster interaction of slapping the shells into the autoloader before they get automatically fed into the gun. This allows players to look around, focus less on the gun while reloading, and take in more of what's going on around them.
Yeah, this is like, we're playing Half-Life Alyx like 201. You have to have taken the prerequisite.
Yeah, sorry.
And I will promise, when we get partner, we will add upgraded WASP functions. This seems dangerous to allow, but I think Twitch will give us the permissions to upgrade WASP. We will also add a net function.
Ready?
All set.
Oops. Hey, hey, hey,
hey!
Hey!
Get back here, you scamp!
We had the expectation that players would want to take a break after 30 to 45 minutes, since that's what we were seeing with the lab and other small-scale VR experiences available at the time. Because of this, we designed the pacing of the game's levels around play sessions of that duration. Over the course of development, however, the game itself included more downtime between intense combat encounters, and the comfort of the new crop of HMDs improved significantly. In fact, as the game progressed, we found that players were happy to play for hours on end. At the end of the playtest, players would often remark that this was the longest they'd ever played VR in a single session.
Yeah, that's fair, honestly.
Nice shooting,
Thanks. You
We've
know,
def
for all
hit
your
6
talk
hours
about what
before,
a
I
lesser
think.
gun this thing isn't that bad.
Once. Also, I still think it's very cute that Russell's pistol is clearly a pre-combine weapon that he modified himself.
Mm-hmm. Hi, guys.
Wayne is an outlier and should not be counted when it comes to stamina on VR. Wayne is a beast. He is powerful.
I was in that explosion, didn't lose health at all. Rip to you who dies in explosions, but I'm different.
Alyx is different.
When I hit
Wayne
this...
does regularly commit hubris, that's true.
Head crab!
I see it.
Go for it.
Until this point in the game, players have only seen headcrabs attached to the heads of zombies. This led playtesters familiar with headcrabs from prior games to anticipate encountering them on their own. We decided to play up this anticipation by foreshadowing the first headcrab encounter with a headcrab that drops out of a vent before disappearing, as well as headcrab sounds in the environment, including a threatening headcrab sound coming from the partially boarded up doorway ahead.
Pretty cool, huh?
It's honestly very cool. Also, imagine this being your first encounter with headcrabs. Is in VR.
That would be fun, wouldn't it?
It would be fun, but also seems like bad. Capway Tim Allen says that he put his headset on and immediately their eyes started watering and had to take a Benadryl.
Yep. That is the VR experience.
I think the first time like
Heard
Bugs
anything about
played
that,
with us,
Russell?
like
No. Radio silence.
Bugs had to sit down with a bucket on their head for a while.
Well, the good news is he's probably
just a little while.
How do you know that?
because they're taking him to Nova Prospect to torture him. That's the torture place. So they're hardly going to torture him.
Oh, that cuts off Russell. Before you hit the cute little one with the hard drive, I think it's very cute, now that I'm listening carefully, that Russell gets, like, a little bit short with Alyx for a moment. Like, he is tense, and her asking, how do you know he's not dead, makes him get, like, a little bit the closest to sharp that he gets with her. And I really like that, because it's clear that he is stressed the fuck out, and he's just, like, because he's going to the torture place. He's scared. He's having a tough time.
Yeah.
Oh, it could have been cat dander.
That there is a
It's
floppy disk.
good to hit.
We used to store information on them, with magnets, if you can believe it. Specifically, 2 micrometers magnetic iron oxide, 3 micrometers barium ferrite, 1.2...
Russell? How do you know all this?
I'm reading it here on my computer. I downloaded the internet before the war.
You downloaded the entire internet.
Most of it.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah, it is.
Russell, are you seeing this?
Possibly. Are you seeing floating garbage?
It looks like it's just cardboard.
Right. Well, seems harmless.
Yeah. Weird, though.
Okay, y'all releasing WAFs while we can't talk is new tech.
You are mean to us. You are cruel to
Cruel.
us.
Full confession time. First time we went through this, I thought this was a G-Man thing. It's not. But that's kind of funny on its own as a fake out. Oh, please let there be headphones. Let me see them headphones. Let me see them headphones about the art.
Yeah, there's headphones.
We gotta go look at it.
Okay.
What? Huh? Yes.
2.
Whoa. Check the numbers.
There are 2 layers to the markings on the walls in this area.
Claire Hummel!
Square and dot patterns that are the functional elements of the environmental puzzle, and the mural representing the Vortigaunt's interpretation of the events of the Half-Life saga. For the first few years of development, this area only contained the dot patterns supporting the perspective puzzle. But as we fleshed out the rest of the level, we found that playtesters responded especially positively to the Vortigaunt's wall markings leading up to the hideout. It was at this point that we realized that this area could serve as a canvas for our Vortigaunt's artistic magnum opus. To do this, we organized the dot patterns into a sort of swirling star field behind the Vortigaunt's art. The imagery itself, which was inspired by petroglyphs and other traditional rock art, portrays many significant events from the Combine invasion, painted hurriedly by the injured Vortigaunt, almost as if he was trying to capture what fleeting memories he still had of the vortessence from which he had been severed. The fact that Vortigaunts have a complicated relationship with time gave us a lot of leeway in terms of drawing this as a strict, linear timeline. For example, you may notice that the Vortigaunt uses contemporary Combine troops as shorthand for Combine invasions from the past, or that the timeline is just generally hazy. A little from the past, little from the present, and a little looking forward to the future events of Half-Life 2.
First of all, vindicated. Second of all, I'm gonna cry now.
Yeah. Oh,
this
Art.
is Art trying to write down what he could remember. Everything from the past he had to keep that in his own personal memory. He's been cut off.
Poor Art.
God. No wonder he turned so hard to, well, art.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I really do love that, like, it's expressly identified as just quick shorthand for the Combine, and the Combine that originally gathered the Vortigaunts could have looked totally different, presumably.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Art is very sad in very many ways.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, over here especially, like, that's where it gets a little bit confused. But I like that. I like that a lot. But also, Art.
Oh, Art.
Imagine having to hurry to write down the memories of your species' traumatic past because you're suddenly aware that they could be forgotten. Christ on a cracker. Let's hit this one.
There are many musical themes and motifs used throughout the game to represent unspoken aspects of the story and lore. For example, the Vortigaunts play an integral role in the subplot of the game, and we chose to use music to subconsciously communicate the repeating nature of their role both in the timeline of Half-Life Alyx and in the larger timeline of the Half-Life saga. Within the music in this scene, you'll hear variations of themes used throughout the timeline of the game, from the very first sounds of the game up to the finale in the vault.
Wow.
Variations of these
That's
motifs
cool.
represent the imprisoned chanting of the Vortigaunts.
Aha. Okay. Bugs has called that out before. Chatlet monster hanging out watching Art paint.
The extraction
right.
of their energy to confine the G-Man.
Ooh.
As well as historically familiar sounds representing the vortessence itself.
I didn't realize that it was still going.
Yeah, that's why I kept holding it up. Let's see. I always like that you
Because
see
they're like,
the
here's an
boats
example
here.
of the ambient noise. And I'm like, oh, ambient noise. We're back to the game. That's very cool, though. Good night, Sarah Murphy.
Good night, Sarah Murphy.
Yeah, the loss of culture thing is actually pretty visceral. God, I love it in here, though.
Alyx, you alright? What's wrong?
I'm fine, Russell. What's up?
I'm losing your signal. Alyx? Alyx? If you can still hear me, keep heading in the same direction and try to get above ground.
Russell? Russell?
Alyx said a cuss.
Grounded.
This is weird.
During our earliest attempts to raid Alyx, our instinct was to have her react to absolutely everything. But what we learned from playtesting was that Alyx reacting too much could actually be off-putting. Say a player is in a really tense, zombie-filled level, and they're having a great time, but suddenly Alyx is in their head, sounding angry, or frightened, or anxious. These Alyx reactions were creating a disconnect between how the player was feeling and how the character they were role-playing as was feeling. So we took a lot of those out. The Alyx reactions we left in tended to be the ones that were practically universal. Alyx's reaction here to the surreal entrance to the Vort hideout is a good example, where it was just so different from everything the player had seen up until then, and kind of takes you by surprise. We watched so many playtests where the player would see it and say, whoa, that's weird. So we had Alyx say the same thing a second later, almost like an echo.
Oh, that's kind of
That's
cute.
both really cute and also That's super cute, and also a good example of where playtesting also makes some of the moments that we love in this game.
Yep.
I do understand, like, there's some stuff from not yet. There's some stuff that's wild, but it's always like, and then they included more resin because players responded to that. It's impossible to tell what players' reactions to stuff is going to be. Okay, pull the bell, pull the bell. I see you mucking.
Oh.
The Alyx fans. You received my messaging.
I did?
Come. Enter.
Okay. Thanks.
You are welcome.
So, what's a Vortigaunt doing here?
Cooking.
Right, but I mean in general.
I have a brain injury.
Oh, I'm sorry to...
My brain is injured.
That's terrible, and I hope... Look, I'm actually pretty busy looking for my father. Eli Vance.
Yes.
The Combine have him, and I really do need to get moving.
The Combine. Yes. Do not go yet. I must show you something.
Look, I appreciate
This way.
I can't stick around.
It is important.
I know, I'm sure it is.
Here's my favorite line.
Alyx Vance must go this way anyway.
That is human body language, or human-like. And he emotes with his third arm constantly. Alright, let's hit this sucker.
For as long as we've been making choreographed scenes like this one, we found that there are two types of players. Those who become engrossed with the characters, and those who tinker with everything around them, paying little attention to the scene's action. To make these environments entertaining for the tinkerers, we usually add objects for them to find and play with. Since this scene is split into two rooms, we were able to add a large number of interactions to this first room for players to discover after the Vortigaunt has moved to the second room. Some interactive objects are pure physically driven toys, like the dangling headcrab corpses and the hanging pans. Others are animations triggered by the player's actions, like the way the caged headcrabs react to the player approaching or shooting them. One type of object on the table is a squeezable headcrab heart, which is a remnant from an older version of this scene where the player would revive a wounded Vortigaunt by squeezing nectar from these hearts. While that scene didn't work out, we found the experience too compelling and, well, too gross to completely cut from the game.
There is a lot of original takes on scenes in this that sound bad.
Okay.
Oh wait, can we slap a dangling head crab?
No! He closed it.
Damn it! Bugs!
Do we want to listen during this or watch the scene?
Let's watch the scene.
Have other
Look at how many visual items he's manipulating.
The Alyx van will free them.
I would help. I really would, but the Alyx Vance is honestly very busy saving her dad.
You will not save him. He is dead.
What?
Or he will be.
Is or will be?
It is a matter of perspective. But
Really is tall, huh?
Cannot prevent his fate.
Look, thank you for everything, but I really have to go. And I'm sorry, but I really don't have time for riddles.
No riddles. The Combine drilled here. I am severed from the vortessence. I am alone in my head.
I'm sorry. Look, if I can, if I run across your friends, I will see what I can do.
You have saved my kin.
I haven't.
Then you will.
Vortigaunts would hold a human hand by wrapping their really big fingers around the entirety of our hand.
Yeah.
We've thought about it.
Yeah.
We've thought about it a little. A little bit. Like, if you use one hand, use, like, the first two fingers of your hands and your thumb to, like, hold the fingers of your other hand. That's kind of how I visualize it.
It does look like he booped Alyx on the nose, doesn't it?
It does. Let's hit this one.
Thank you,
Come
Art.
back.
The fundamental challenge of any choreographed dramatic scene like this one is making sure that we entertain the player without undermining the delivery of critical gameplay information. In this case, the player needed to leave this scene with the knowledge that the Vortigons have been imprisoned and that the player should seek the Northern Star. This particular scene went through many different variations during development, from a cooking scene with an extremely traumatized Vortigaunt to this humorous version. We even experimented with an interaction where the player was required to squeeze the nectar of several head crab hearts into the Vortigaunt's mouth to revive him. While this was a memorable and novel VR interaction that ensured the player was engaged with the scene, the interactivity on the player's part often resulted in playtesters remembering the actions they took, but not the critical gameplay information. Eventually, we ended up with this more humorous scene, which struck an effective balance between entertainment and goal delivery. Importantly, we also distributed the scene across 2 separate rooms, breaking the information delivery into 2 steps. The first room where the player meets and learns about the state of the Vortigaunt, and the second room where the player is given their new goal. Separating these physically into rooms seemed to help players more reliably retain the critical information delivered in the second room. While this scene did undergo a lot of changes, one story beat remained virtually unchanged from the very first roughed-in version. The moment the Vortigaunt tosses a head crab carcass down to the player and yells, "Sustenance!" Right from the start, this moment always got a great reaction from playtesters and remained all the way to the final product.
Yeah, it's very funny that this is being set up as like as a funny scene, when I would say it's very dramatic and sad still. It's just also charming.
Yeah.
It's just not like grim and miserable.
Yeah. It's
This is so cute.
I will help the Alyx fans. Look to the Northern Star.
Why?
For guidance.
Okay, thanks. Are you done helping?
I am not. Here. Sustenance.
I'll eat it later. Thanks for the help.
You will be welcome.
What were you gonna say, Bugs?
Hang on. Yeah! He did it!
Did what?
Whoa! Hello?
What? Yes?
Do you see that?
See what?
I'm seeing ghosts of Vortigons, bro. Chat, do you see that?
I'm seeing slight flickering and green light. They're seeing it, I guess.
Holy God.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Sophie Steak.
Alright. Very cool. Yeah, you guys saw that too, huh? Okay.
I saw sparklies. I saw, like, little clouds of sparkly stuff.
Art was rendered and flickering in and out of our vision constantly like he was a hologram.
Okay.
It was very weird. He vanished and then reappeared doing vortescence.
Odd.
It was like the world's strangest magic trick.
But yeah, it's very funny to me that they're like, we originally had a version of this scene that was nothing but misery, and set up Alyx in like a weird power dynamic.
Can you hear me? Are you okay?
Then we made it
Russell,
funny.
I'm good. How's Dad?
They've got him on the train. He's on the move. You've got to find Fairview Junction before they get there.
I'm working on it.
But again, I wouldn't say a guy being like, the Combine severed my connection from literally all I have ever known, to be like, ha ha, Ty.
I'm not gonna believe this, but I ran into a Vortigaunt.
We spend time on every game design element thinking about how the player is expected to learn of its existence and understand its details. Some design elements are so important that the game experience will break if the player doesn't understand them, while others may just be fun diversions or rewards for exploring the game's systems. Any required element will require work on our part to teach the player. In Half-Life, we try to teach elements in ways that feel as natural as possible, entwined within the core flow of the game so that you don't feel like the game just stopped to teach you something. We don't always succeed, but the attempts usually lead us somewhere interesting. In this case, we need to teach the players about the armored head crab. The key elements that we want them to understand are that the head crab is invulnerable on the top, but has a weak spot on its belly. We would also like the player to learn that the head crab exposes its weak spot right before it jumps, but this isn't required. The player can fall back to shooting the weak spot as the head crab scrambles around after a leap.
Hi.
I do want to be clear, it's like a brilliant scene with art. I don't think that, like, Valve do thing bad. Sorry, it's like long periods of silence where chat is, like, going away.
Alright.
No, Valve does understand empathy because the scene was actually very good. I'm just making fun of a very slight wording that was very goofy.
Armored head crabs too?
Yes, but be gentle, chat. I'm poking fun at very small details of a game that I think is so beautiful that I want to do it like 3 times more. Okay? Okay.
Teaching design elements of enemies is always tricky. Players have shown us for years that it's really hard to learn something new while under attack. We've also seen that invulnerability, in particular, is a difficult enemy feature to teach. If players are blasting away at an enemy, they are often not paying close attention to the impact feedback. If the enemy is vulnerable in some areas and not others, players may kill the enemy with a spray of gunfire, not realizing that some of their shots did nothing, while others hit critical weak spots. So when we approached the armored headcrab training, we knew we'd need to do significant work. The first step was to avoid placing the player under duress by containing the enemies inside this wire fence. Next, we placed headcrabs at eye level facing the player, exposing their bright, pulsing weak spot. If the player shoots one immediately, they are rewarded with a unique death effect where the headcrab explodes into chunks. This effect is designed to show the player that they did something special to kill this headcrab, as opposed to how they've been killing headcrabs up until now. There are a couple of other pieces in the setup here that are important. A second headcrab is placed right behind the lock the player must shoot to enter the cage, encouraging the player to notice the weak spot and try shooting it. 2 more headcrabs are loose in the cage, scripted to repeatedly attack invisible points on the wire fence. This ensures they are constantly demonstrating the way they expose their weak points before they leap, and this allows players to practice hitting the weak spot from behind the safety of the fence.
Pretty cool.
Honestly, I am always impressed at the degree to which, like, telling someone something, but you're not allowed to have someone say or just write in big text how do thing is tricky. Which is why it doesn't always work in Half-Life 2 and Half-Life 1, but by God, in Alyx, they finally rode that pony home.
Sure did.
Mostly. Let's hit this one.
With any section of natural entwined training, we've observed that there's rarely any one thing that succeeds in teaching all players, nor do 100% of players leave with the perfect understanding we'd like. If player understanding is absolutely critical, we have to build a more bulletproof gate that ensures the player demonstrates understanding before moving onwards. In fact, we do just that when the player acquires the shotgun in the next area. In the case of the armoured headcrab, however, playtesting showed that we could afford to let a few players through with less than perfect understanding. This section gave them enough of a chance to experiment that they got a sense of what was going on, and further encounters with armoured headcrabs solidified it. There was still a lot of iteration on the visual design of the headcrab to further drive home its armour and weak point, and we also added a custom response to shotgun fire. In that case, the armoured headcrab flips over and wriggles for a second, exposing its weak point. This was added to reduce the resource loss we saw happening in players who were still struggling to understand the armoured headcrab mechanics after they acquired the shotgun.
That's very well put. Boy, Art sure 100% had to be who set this up, because I just now noticed that there's a tire slung over that pipe that the rope that the zombie is attached to is running over to make a scavenge together pulley system.
It's very interesting of Art to set this up.
It works though. He's definitely like, yes, the Alyx Vance will need this shotgun. But I do also think it shows a slight sense of humor and a deep brutality to the Combine specifically that feels earned, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it would have been very easy for this to feel like, oh, edgy. The alien it damaged Joker's mind. Instead, it's like, wait, oh, okay, fair.
All right, una más?
Yeah, hit that, buddy.
One challenge we always face when giving a new weapon or tool to the player is ensuring that they collect it before moving on. In these cases, we try to establish some kind of gate that the player can only get past using the new item. This can be especially tricky in cases where we are giving the player a new tool that doesn't fundamentally change their capabilities, as in the case of the shotgun, where almost everything that can be done with the shotgun can also be done with the pistol. In contrast, the pistol gate, where the player had to acquire the pistol before being able to shoot the lock off of the fence back at Russell's lab, was simple to design and execute. For this shotgun gate, we not only needed to ensure that the player collected the shotgun, but also that they learned how to load it before proceeding. We playtested a number of approaches to teaching the reload mechanics during combat, and repeatedly found that it didn't work. When faced with learning a new, complex task under duress, players would retreat back to using their pistol, which was a known quantity to them.
Okay, Snail said Art needed to make sure no one else took it, so he made it clear everyone else who tried would be very dead. That actually makes a lot of sense. What can I set up that only the Vance will be fucking bold enough to go for?
Yep.
Let's hit this sucker.
Once the player has collected the shotgun, they are only halfway through the shotgun gate. Next, they need to learn how to reload it. To drive home the necessity for the player to learn how to use this new weapon, we added an incoming threat, using a variety of audio and visual effects to sell it. While our goal is to make the player feel like they have a limited amount of time, the time pressure is entirely fake, and everything proceeds based on the player's progress in loading the shotgun for the first time. Once the shotgun has been loaded, a short timer starts, after which zombies burst through the walls. If the player happens to look at the walls before that timer is up, we abort the timer and introduce the zombies. The combination of a timer and a look trigger is a common trick used in places where we'd like the player to see a neat visual moment, but we can't wait forever or the game simply won't progress. The breaking of the walls by the zombies is the final step in opening the shotgun gate. Having new enemies open the way forward when they enter the player's space is a fairly tried and true method, but it's never one we're particularly happy with. It's always a bit too convenient and lacks agency on the player's part. But in a setup like this, which contains a novel puzzle, a new weapon, and its associated mechanics, plus an ambush, we're already dealing with a lot of design complexity packed into a small space, and further additions would complicate the scenario even further.
First of all, that is super clever. I really remember the first time we went through this. It always feels very frantic.
Yeah.
Like, oh shit, get the shotgun. And also, real quick, just to chat, I definitely understand if this is a little bit overstimulating. It's a little bit tricky because we can't always predict when Russell and Alyx are going to start talking. And if we wait for Russell and Alyx to stop talking before putting on every headphone, it's a little bit tricky. So I totally understand if this one's a little bit overstimulating.
Yeah, sorry about
Hard to
that,
focus
guys.
It's kind of a method of playing that we're running with.
Yeah.
Let's hit the next one, though.
The visual design of the shotgun included a number of challenges.
Oh god.
Shotguns in games are generally powerful, and we communicate that power with bulk. As a result, they're big and held in two hands. But our experiments with two-handed VR weaponry didn't reach a level we were satisfied with. When holding a two-handed object in real life, the object itself provides a physical connection between the two hands, and that constraint allows players to stop thinking about it consciously, in addition to providing physical feedback. In VR, without that connection or feedback, we found that players had to keep maintaining their own internal sense of how they were holding their two-handed weapon, or they dripped their hands into positions that were hard for us to reconcile. As a result, our two-handed weapons required players to play along more than we liked. Since one of our core goals with Half-Life Alyx was to allow players to fully immerse themselves by ceasing to think about what they were doing in real life, we decided to focus on single-handed weapons, including the shotgun.
I will say an unexpected consequence of trying to do this kind of playstyle is the amounts of times that we are stuck in an area until a commentary is finished. And I feel like this is the most delightful outcome of this so far. Look at a chicken waddle. Alright, let's hit this one.
Our initial instinct with the shotgun design was to use a regular real-world shotgun, but modified, with a sawn-off stock and barrel, so it would seem less cumbersome when held with one hand. This approach always resulted in the handle being at the rear of the weapon, and we ran into the problem where the weapon always felt front-heavy. Obviously, the VR controller in your hand wouldn't reflect that, leading to a disconnect between...
Thank God.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Oh, shit.
Did that rip? Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it was.
Our initial instinct with the shotgun design was to use a regular real-world shotgun, but modified, with a sawn-off stock and barrel, so it would seem less cumbersome when held with one hand. This approach always resulted in the handle being at the rear of the weapon, and we ran into the problem where the weapon always felt front-heavy. Obviously, the VR controller in your hand wouldn't reflect that, leading to a disconnect between what you were feeling and what you were seeing. Placing the handle more centrally and underneath the weapon helped avoid this disconnect. This implied centre of mass wasn't really maintained well as the weapon accrued upgrades throughout the game, but the first impression is the most critical. Since we were going with an odd form, we were keen to use common shotgun visual elements wherever we could to help with player recognition and to ground the design in some reality. One element we borrowed was a common shotgun tube magazine that stores shells horizontally in line with the barrel. We were just able to fit the gameplay requirement of 6 shells without the overall length becoming unwieldy. You can see the effort we had to go for further shell capacity in the design of our autoloader upgrade. Our first reloading mechanic was based on the realistic insertion of 1 shell at a time. Playtesters found this to be overly tedious, although we did receive some positive comments that it made them feel like an action movie star. The simple addition of allowing the players to insert 2 shells at a time solved this issue, allowing us to keep the good part of the design whilst losing the bad. We were keen to reinforce the whole action movie star thing, and experimented with some big gesture the player could do to finalise reloading. The inclusion of a pop-up mechanism allowed us to add an additional step to the reload that further separated it from our other weapons, yet had a satisfying flick of the wrist to complete the action.
You little jerk.
I'm just dying! Oh, god damn it! Olay! Fuck. Ow! I do wish you could grab them under the arms like a cat. Oh. Angry. Angry.
Oh, for love of Pete. What? Oh,
what?
Stop it.
They're so tenacious.
Get off me! Jeez, oh, I had to smack my own face.
Thank you for getting a clip of that, by the way.
This was supposed to be a fast run. This was gonna be the year of bugs.
This is us being fast. This is hugely faster than last time. I said at the beginning of this stream, fast in comparison.
Yeah, but...
You didn't believe me. You had streamer hubris. You were thinking, oh, we're gonna zip through.
Is it wrong to simply believe in your own skills?
No.
Hmm.
Also, I really do love how scuzzy the growth is in this area.
I do too.
Like this, it loses that like cute blue iridescent look. Oh, do we need to pop an upgrade on anything? We've got 19 now. We've got the shotgun.
I'm gonna wait until we get the 20 that's upstairs. We're at
Sounds
19
good.
right now.
But it really does feel like scuzzier, greener. It's got like a moldy algae and water kind of look. Yeah, it looks like an aquarium that hasn't been cleaned. Or if anyone's been unfortunate enough to see what like a standing body of water looks like, during an extremely bad algae bloom caused by like fertilizer runoff or something like that. That's a lot of what that looks like. I grew up around a river that would get a bunch of algae bloom in late summer when the water was shallow and hot.
Bugs is
Why are you
fine.
all worried about bugs?
It smacked my finger on a
Did you-
bookcase.
Oh, bugs.
I'm okay. I'm fine.
Bugs take damage.
Bugs take damage now.
Bugs take damage now.
Alright,
That's actually a good question. It has been about 2 hours since we started. Do you want to take a quick BRB to, like, get some tea, drink of water?
Nah, I'm good. What about you?
Alright. I already ran around earlier. I
Let's
got my hot cocos.
Burst fire.
Hey, good night, Adrian.
I
Good
don't
luck
really
with
want either of these. Oh, good night, Adrian.
Good luck with that sinus swab.
Let's see. No, I'm good without the laser sight. I'll save up for the good stuff.
Yeah, the problem is the laser sight on the shotgun just never is, like,
Yeah, it's not
that useful.
Yeah, it's never like you're really aiming anywhere that you get unsure about.
I think when I was watching me and Snail's mutual friend Demo, aka Chris, he literally saved up on the shotgun until he could just get the grenade launcher first thing, and I
Oh.
respect that. I respect that. Let's hit this one.
As with the shotgun
Please?
and the pistol, we needed a gate for the flashlight to ensure the player couldn't proceed without it. We tried a number of designs around the moment where the player collected the flashlight, but they all ended up being about the player picking up an object, and not specific to that object being a flashlight. Given that the flashlight's primary function is to provide light, we felt the gate needed to be an area of darkness. We also really wanted the player to be excited to get the flashlight, and that meant they had to experience darkness before collecting the flashlight. This turned out to be an interesting challenge, because we already had many poorly lit areas prior to this, and now we needed an area that was so dark that players would correctly interpret it as a gate. Our initial implementation was simply to ensure there were no lights within the hallway. Unfortunately, playtesting immediately showed that wasn't enough. Some VR headsets have extremely low black levels, and on those headsets, enough light bounced in from this lit area to enable players to move forward. In addition, our low ground fog provided just enough contrast in the dark hallway for players to make out the scene and stumble through it. Even once we removed fog and bounce light in this area, we saw yet other ways that players tried to move forward. Some players would fire their pistol repeatedly, using the muzzle flash as a strobing light source. Others would use the teleport targeting UI to probe the room, because at that point in the project, it had a small light source attached to it. In the end, we disabled muzzle flashes inside the hallway, and the teleport UI lost its light. The final step was the addition of some dialogue from Alyx, commenting on the darkness and her need for a light source. This was aimed at solving a perceptual problem. Up until now, our game has taught players that their goal is to continue moving forward. And any time that forward progress is blocked, it's because there's something in the local area that needs solving. Given that structure, it's entirely rational for players to do everything they can to find some way to see in the darkness ahead. Alyx's dialogue is aimed at telling the player that the game has recognized their attempts to move forward here, but the solution lies elsewhere. Subsequent playtesting showed us that this dialogue, coupled with the brightly lit area containing zombies off to the right, helped tug players past the darkness entrance and on towards the flashlight.
That's very cool, and I like how in a weird way the problem that gets, like, highlighted here is that, ironically, players being very clever can be a problem, which is a familiar problem for anyone who's ever played any kind of tabletop game and been the DM, and I think I've cited this before, but there was that one time where my playgroup looked at a tutorial area that I had set up to show them that this horror game built around an abandoned puppet show that was kind of like a ghost lost in its own grief, how to proceed forward, and then someone asked, "Hey, I have a multi-tool. Can I take the hinges off this door?" And I was forced to sit there and go, "Well, shit. I sure let you have a multi-tool. So yeah, give it a shot."
Good night, Cryptid Core TV.
Good night, Cryptid Core TV. I'm a fair person. I'm a fair person. Go ahead and hit it.
Like hacking and environmental puzzles, toner puzzles like this one are often used to relieve tension from combat and engage the player's mind in a refreshing way. This puzzle introduces a new junction type, which has 2 inputs and 2 outputs, as well as branching circuits. Functionally, it's just a simple airlock. Only one of the main combine gates can be powered on at a time, with an additional wrinkle that the smaller side gate on the return path must be powered down separately. In addition to providing a break between hectic combat encounters, this puzzle is a gameplay mechanic refresher, since it's been some time since the player has seen a toner puzzle, and the next ones start to ramp up in complexity.
And yeah, to be fair, I maybe should have known not to give our engineering friend the multi-tool, but I was like, oh, everyone can have like 2 items that they can pick out.
Dark.
Everything all right?
Nope, I'm good. I'm good.
Real quick before you grab that and start everything else, I do think it's very cute that by making Alyx clearly have a problem with darkness, I feel like that motivates players of a certain kind to be more into getting a flashlight for Alyx's sake.
Yeah,
because
it is.
I know definitely for me as a player, even if I could get around without the flashlight, I'd be like, oh, Alyx is scared of the dark. I don't want Alyx to be scared about this. Because that's who I am as a person.
Yeah.
Yes, you befriended multiple haunted puppets. To be fair, that was partially on purpose, but some of them were not on purpose. That's
Ooh.
good, though. Hey, thanks for the shapes.
Hey, thank you, Too Many River
Oh,
Ducks.
you managed an escape room place.
Oh, God.
Oh, I bet. Yeah. No, humans' puzzle solving is great, but also very lateral sometimes.
Ready?
All set.
In prior Half-Life games, the flashlight was attached to the player's body, which meant that it always illuminated the world from the same angle, relative to the player's point of view. With tracked hands in VR, we had the opportunity to let players manipulate the flashlight directly, and playtesters reacted very positively to this new freedom. In fact, our earliest implementation of a flashlight in Half-Life Alyx was an object that could be picked up in either hand or even set back down. This allowed the player to put the flashlight down somewhere, providing illumination for themselves while they accomplished another task. Unfortunately, this presented the possibility that a player could leave the flashlight behind, which would have been a game-breaking scenario. Implementing the flashlight as an object that players had to hold also prevented them from holding something else in their hand, which was tedious to manage and simply too punishing of a trade-off. In particular, it meant that weapon reloading was a nightmare, because the player no longer had a free offhand to perform the reload actions. In the end, we settled on a flashlight that attaches to the offhand and turns on and off automatically. This fixes the issues with reloading in the dark, potentially losing the flashlight, and has the nice side effect of not requiring the allocation of a button to toggle the light, which is especially helpful on controllers with fewer buttons. Since the automatic on-off behavior is controlled using level logic, designers could make performance and quality trade-offs in different areas of the game. After all, if a player could turn the flashlight on at any time, the rendering overhead of this shadow-casting light source would have to be accounted for throughout the entire game. On the other hand, if the flashlight is known to be off in a given area, a designer can make use of the resulting rendering headroom by increasing the fidelity of the environment in other ways.
I'm starting to get the idea that it might be good to listen to the headphones before moving on in some cases.
Oh. Really?
Because that's what's... Yeah, because otherwise what happens is we set off Russell and Alyx talking, and then that's layering underneath the commentary.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I know we wanted to do this fast, but the problem is then we wind up in front of the next headphone set, and then we have to stop anyways.
Yeah. Alright, ready?
All set.
Shortly after adding the flashlight to the game, we discovered that playtesters would frequently brace their gun hand with their flashlight hand. This meant that the players had to orient their flashlight hand awkwardly to align the light with their aim. We decided to make this an automatic behavior of the offhand whenever it was brought close to the grip of the gun. If you do this, you'll see that the offhand grips the gun in a natural pose, and the flashlight aligns with the aim. In fact, if you look closely at the end of the flashlight, you'll notice that it has a ball joint. This allows the flashlight to articulate based on whether the offhand is gripping the gun or not. The ball joint has 4 different orientations, one for each gun, and a neutral orientation for when the player is not supporting the gun to aim. These 4 orientations ensure that the flashlight is always pointed in an ideal direction for the player. In one-handed
Dang.
mode, the flashlight attaches to the gun hand at an orientation that is ideal for all scenarios.
That's pretty cool.
That's actually very cool, yeah.
And it's not unlike yourself, is also sensitive to the dark.
Oh, yeah?
Meaning it should go on automatically when the lights go out.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I think that works out well. Meandering in the area where we find it.
Okay.
Sound good?
Yep.
Also, I like this light streaming into this fan because it's just very classic old school pulp horror movie. Oh no, you had a dream where Jeff was trying to get you. That sounds stressful. Bugs, have you wound up having dreams in Alyx because of all the Alyx playing?
Honestly, no. My dreams are usually pretty story-based for me.
Makes sense.
You little punks. Get
I like
out of
this
here.
parade.
Get out of here.
It's
Get out of
raining
here.
men.
All right, Russ.
Hallelujah.
We need to talk again.
Absolutely. Be specific.
Before. What was life like before the Combine?
Ah, excellent. Alyx, have you ever heard of a club sandwich?
Nope. Not once.
Right. To make a club sandwich, you need to start with bread. Not from a bread line, from a bakery across the street. Baked that day, okay? You add tomatoes, lettuce, not vegetable paste, fresh. Then you add bacon. That's from an animal we used to call the pig. You toast the bread, and you put all that in.
You guys had all that?
Shortly.
Oh no! You okay?
Yeah.
Bugs?
Yeah, I said yeah. I'm good.
Oh, okay. Also, I realized that what this reminds me of is, have you ever been to a museum where you didn't have a lot of time, but you wanted to see a lot of the stuff?
Yeah. Exactly.
Gotta run, then stop, and look, then run. Bugs is always doing fantastic. I just got concerned because I had her clonk noise, that's all.
Oh yeah, no, I just, I kinda have to physically hit the index to get the head crabs off sometimes.
That makes sense.
Which is fun for a $1,000 machine.
Yeah, that's an interesting mechanic to put into a $1,000 thing that you need to play the game.
Sandwiches.
Let's hit this. Oh, yes, yes, yes.
When the writers create a new character, we try to write a variety of material from that character's perspective to help find their voice. What motivates them? What do they sound like? How do they relate to other characters? It's helpful to know the answers to questions like this early in a project, particularly when working with a team, where different people might end up writing for that character. The club sandwich story that Russell tells in this section started out as one of these writing exercises. The writing team wrote pages and pages of Russell telling Alyx stories about life before the Combine, getting irritated with her, telling bad jokes, pretty much the whole emotional spectrum. As we refined Russell's character, almost all of that fell by the wayside. We needed to do that work to get to Russell, but most of it didn't sound like Russell anymore. Later in the project, we decided to make Alyx scared of the dark. So we needed Russell to talk a lot in this section to keep Alyx company. It didn't matter what he was saying. It just had to be this voice in the darkness that she was grabbing onto. And then we remembered, hey, didn't we write a rambling sandwich monologue a year ago? And the club sandwich speech was resurrected.
That's great.
That's really cute. Also, honestly, that is just good advice for when you're figuring out how to write a character.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought of that.
Yeah, that's something that I do, but I do it so much and in a very much more specific way that I don't think I would even think to, like, pass that on if someone asked for advice.
You know
I
what?
mean?
You and I do it. When we shoot the,
Yeah, 'cause we
those
RP.
shitty
We
jokes
shoot
back
the
and forth
shit.
before we RP. When we shoot
I
jokes
literally-
and character voices back and forth before we
Yeah.
RP, though.
Yeah, exactly. Like, a lot of times when I'm talking to friends, I'll really quickly write out a joke that's in a character's voice that's just, like, example dialogue.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's probably how most people our age do that kind of thing, because we all come from, like, Neopets and Gaia Online.
Hey, don't bite me yet,
And RP
okay?
is also a super legitimate way to like get better at writing specific characters, honestly.
Hey, don't
you can
bite
find
me,
people that are good
okay?
to do it with.
Uh-oh.
It definitely helps to have friends where you're like, hey, what if someone had to tenderly bandage someone's arm?
Would that be
And you're
fucked
both
up
like,
or
yes. Would that be great? Would that be good times? Yes.
what? Yes. You little jerk. Don't knock things around.
I do love the idea that there's just like, I want to hear... I know that they said that a lot of the Russell writing didn't really sound like Russell anymore, which makes a lot of sense, but I do want to hear what else he had to say about, like, life before the Combine.
Yeah, same.
I'm like, give me the forbidden...
please?
Forbidden Russell fucking files. Yeah, using meme formats is also a totally valid way of doing that, especially with OCs.
Yep.
A lot of what people talk about when they say stuff like, "Oh, the character is the character is who decides what they do." What actually happened is that you've built up a very complete picture of what kind of a person your character is, and that kind of gets set up almost like calling it a formula sounds very like bloodless, but I don't really know a better way to put it.
Yeah, honestly.
Kind of a set of rules, almost. I think of it a lot as like, you have a machine that is the completed concept of how this character is written and how they talk. And then you can pull specific levers that kind of shift things.
Exactly.
Like, a Russell who is tense and just fresh off of Eli getting captured is in a very specifically different emotional space, we can assume, than a Russell when everything's fine. And you can see that because Russell, as we first meet him, is kind of jokey and braggy. Like when he's with Eli in the opening scene.
Yeah.
Which is cute, by the way. Him and Eli are very cute.
They are very cute. Give me your ammo.
Give me your fucking ammo, okay? Did they give you their ammo?
Yeah.
Good, good, good.
Yeah, they were polite. They were not rude. Hello, chat. How are you?
Hey. Also, it looks like the commentary slows down a little bit from the beginning, which is good and also to be expected. Hey, good night, Blue Star.
Good night, Blue Star. Thanks for hanging out.
Eli has at least 2 boyfriends.
Lucky him. Hi, I'm sitting on the ground.
Are you having a sit?
I realized that the reason I was getting a little terse about having to stay there during the commentary was because I was just standing on my feet like a dope.
Oh, that makes sense. I am sorry. It's just that people
No, it's honestly, if it's better for people, that's fine.
Wait, is that a dead Combine soldier?
Yeah.
Ooh.
When you guys were off sealing the reactor, I saw the Combine moving supplies in here. So, I guess they're interested in this place again.
Right, we'll keep an eye out. Something's definitely up.
Yeah. Now that I'm in a seated position, I can wait as long as we need to. No bigs. Oh, great man hacks. Forgot about this part.
Alyx, manhack! Watch out!
See it.
I love man hacks. Oh. Ah, you're drawing the Shide, eh? Non-binary Vegeta? We do fucking love Alyx around here.
Okay, so right now,
Coaster.
what it's like to live on Earth on a scale of 1 to 10. I'd say we're at a 2.
Yep, could always get worse.
What would you rate it before the Combine showed up?
Ooh, that's a toughie. I don't know. Good day? I'd say 6. Yeah, strong 6.
6? That's not great.
Well, it's life, Alyx. You know, it's not always great.
Well, maybe we get the Combine off Earth and we could shoot for like an 8. You know?
Ooh, an 8. Yeah, that really would be nice. Really nice.
I'm too tall to open the lockers. Hang on. Oop, Frankie, you with me? Uh-oh. Did I lose Frankie?
Nope, muted,
Oh,
muted.
sorry.
Sorry, I keep muting them because there's like a really long area, and then I'll be like, what do you mean you can't hear me? While you're like starting to panic about the connection.
Sorry. Alright.
No, you don't need to apologize. Let's hit this commentary and then open every drawer.
Oh, yeah.
So you have stuff to do.
When building a Half-Life game, we try to start playtesting as soon as we can, even when we only have 10 or 15 minutes of gameplay built. We find it extremely helpful to see how players are reacting to what we've made as soon as possible. One of the major ways playtesting impacted Half-Life Alyx was in revealing how players reacted to the density of interactive elements in the world. Before we begin, we were already aware that players would likely spend more time paying attention to the details of the world around them in VR, but we were unprepared for how significant this would be. Seeing some players spend 30 minutes messing around with a single interactive object really opened our eyes. As a result of those playtesting observations, we spend much of our development time focusing on the environment around the player and the level of details and interactivity to be found there. It might seem surprising that we didn't start with the assumption that we wouldn't need to spend that amount of time on the world, but the reality of game development is that we always have a finite amount of time to build a game and we're always making trade-offs. In the ideal case, we spend our finite time on whatever contributes the most to the player's experience. So, playtesting early and thereby getting a better sense of what elements are contributing to the player experience help us understand where to spend the limited time we have. In this case, those early playtests told us to significantly increase the amount we should budget for creating the world details and interactivity.
That's really cool, honestly.
That is pretty cool.
Using early playtesting to know where to put your budget is incredibly smart, honestly.
Yeah.
One of the most important things to think about with literally any creative project is not necessarily just your money budget, but your time budget, and then deciding what you're going to spend your time on. Because if you try to spend your time on make everything good, it's gonna be very tough at best. Oh hey, more of these. Hey, funny how they all got caught by the legs, and that's what introduces them to bloom into fungus, most likely. Hey, Art. I noticed a lot of rope in this area.
Weird.
Let's hit this commentary. Can we slap one of these guys?
Barnacles are a unique enemy type in Half-Life Alyx in that they are static and often situated above the player's natural view direction. During testing in confined or dimly lit spaces, we often saw players walk into barnacle tongues without noticing them. One way we addressed this was with audio. In particular, we made idle barnacles emit subtle breathing, croaking, and grumbling sounds like the following.
Ugh.
These sounds helped alert players to the presence of barnacles, and also made them seem like living creatures that were always active, not just a mechanical piece of gameplay that responded only to the player's actions. The head-related transfer functions available in Steam Audio were especially helpful, as they made it possible to accurately spatialize barnacle sounds so that the players could tell that the sounds were coming from above.
Boop. That's cool.
Yeah, that is very cool. Also a hell of a thing to hear that close up in your headphones. They're very good sounds, by which I mean they're very bad sounds. Was there a headphone back there, or was it just like a weird particle that made me think there was a new one?
That was a headphone, but that's where we're headed. This is a side room. Just for getting ammo.
Good thinking. Yeah, smart.
And resin.
Also, look how many fucking like wasted dudes there are in here.
Art
what even happened?
Art had a whole fucking hallway fight scene, a la fucking.
Yeah. Honest to God, I think he literally just had to like be going through these tunnels to make sure that nothing got in too far. Let's hit this one.
Yay.
Early incarnations of manhacks were frustrating to fight in VR, since their audio was not providing enough information about their location. They seemed to appear from nowhere, and even when close to the player, they lacked a dramatic presence. We tried a variety of layered sounds with varying distance fall-offs, but this often created more confusion, especially when multiple manhacks were nearby. Our ultimate solution to the problem consisted of two parts. The first was to make manhacks emit the following alarm-like warning sound when they first came into range or were deployed by a combine soldier. The second part of our solution was to add more aggressive looping sounds with short fall-off distances. The short fall-off of these sound loops meant that this specific component of manhack's sound treatment would only be audible quite near the player. Thus, when players heard these sounds, they knew that manhacks had begun hunting them, and one or more was getting close enough to be of concern.
Wow, that's really cool.
That's very cool.
Look, if you threw rocks at Dr. Coomer, he would simply catch them in his mouth and eat them.
He would think it's very funny of Alyx, actually.
Yeah. Are you telling me you think Dr. Coomer wouldn't love Alyx?
Rowdy Child. He loved Rowdy Child.
Bro.
Oh, look at it ping pong.
Yeah, that was kind of cute.
That was a cool physics reaction, honestly.
Yeah. Hey, what didn't you know? Now that I'm taking my time... Oop. What was that? Hello? Did anyone in my house fall over? Okay. Probably
Sorry, you were gonna say?
probably
Mitt.
jumping off my bed.
Baby.
Yeah, she is a baby. She recently figured out that I have the heater on, and now we're friends again.
Now we're friends.
After I betrayed her by sneezing on the bed very softly, which was very scary for her, and it was very mean of me to sneeze, actually.
I don't know why you would make such a sudden loud noise.
I'm cruel.
Also, this set of graffiti with like a vortigaunt on it does often make me think that it's even more likely that Art has been letting humans through his territory.
Do you think Art is the only vortigaunt that's out there?
I don't know. I personally like to think that Uriah has also been a free Vort this whole time and has been out there with Magnuson. And I feel like he can't possibly be... Like, there must be a few other Vortigaunts, but also if there were other Vortigaunts, I feel like the trick is they must not know where the captured Vortigaunts are.
Yeah.
Because otherwise they wouldn't still be captured, right?
I keep thinking about all those Report the Vort posters and how most of those look kind of newer.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if it's an all-out campaign just to get Art.
It could be very possibly specifically about Art, because it is vaguely suggested that he probably escaped semi-recently-ish. This is a number that I have nothing to base anything on. But definitely I feel like if there's other Vortigaunts free, they are incapable of knowing where the stored Vortigaunts are or what is happening to them. Which seems likely because the one we free later talks about, like, the darkness where they take all from us kind of stuff.
Yeah. Ooh!
Oh! Oh, yes.
Before Final Out was added, the cramped dark area of this level did not take players very long to traverse. But as the fidelity of the game increased, players spent more and more time getting to this point. As we've learned over the years, too much time in dark underground areas can become fatiguing to players, and this is even more significant in VR. This outdoor section provides a change of pace and a brief respite from the dark. Not only does it give players something visually different and interesting to look at, it allows them to clearly see and assess threat in an open space, allowing them to get some easy kills with a little stress. It was also important to provide some variety here, as players are about to head into a dark area that requires precision shooting and flashlight usage.
Ooh. Hello, generic flower.
It wasn't actually about Zen overgrowth.
No, it wasn't. I'm a little sad.
I feel like that should have been labeled, like, level design, or light and dark.
So rude.
Oh, hey, bud.
Throw barrel at
throw.
me. You are so rude. You are so mean.
Generic flowers. Generic Flower started watching the first HLVRAI VOD and got a COVID test. Hell yeah.
Wow. Hey, how'd that turn out, Generic Flower? Oh wait, it takes a while to get back, right?
Yeah, it takes a while.
I'm hoping for the best for you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely sitting is a lot better for this.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
My dogs
it
were
really is the
barking.
museum tour.
Yeah, it is.
You have to find the bench.
Remember here how the wart noises in places. I feel like that's the combine. Maybe Newt, but I also feel like maybe it's like attached to Vortessence.
I don't think they need to worry about confusing the Vortigons if they assume that they have almost all of them. And also, I don't see how. Well, I think it's just Vortal noises. But it could be. It very much could be. Hey.
Oh, I was gonna hack you.
Rude. Get hacked, okay? Oh, I think we'll get to hear about Zen growth. It's just very funny that that one wasn't.
Yeah, for real.
And I will say, I appreciate that they're not really confirming or denying world building stuff so much. I love how outright fashy that is.
Yeah, same.
You have heard this message, therefore you are already committing a crime.
I hear you. Oh, there you are.
Hey, buddy.
Huh? Big jump. Can you do another big jump?
Dumbass. One more. Big jump.
Oh.
Oh, so close. Oh, so close.
Come on.
Come on. There we go.
Wiggly. My little raw turkey. It's my little Christmas goose.
Ah. It's a little pudding.
My little pudding. Yeah, make it wiggle like flan.
If only we had a gnome to wiggle.
Listen. If I knew that running things over with a train killed them.
On the train tracks, huh?
Yeah, on the train tracks.
This is a safe place to put something.
Listen, if baby wants to sleep on the train tracks, who am I to say no? Half-Life Cafe with little fun. Oh, that'd be so cool.
Also, we have VODs of Half-Life 1 in our backlog of videos, too. So that does provide a little bit of context, too. We'll play Half-Life 2 eventually.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Half-Life's kind of our emergency. We want to stream, but we're off schedule. Fuck it. Game.
Or, like, we're when we're the type of tired, but like we still want to stream is when we play Half-Life 1. And Half-Life 2 one day will take that space.
Yeah, Half-Life 1 is more or less our shakeout at 1 a.m. Neither of us can sleep business. Know that it would be untrue, know that I would be a liar if I was to say to you I didn't set your dad on fire. Da-da-da-da-da-da, have to take it for a fact. Life can really burn you up when you're a pyromaniac. Love somebody, better set them on fire. I went to your house last night, Dad called me the Human Torch, got a little pissed at him, so I burnt down your front porch. There we go. Now I feel a little about but you know it's hard to quit, and besides I started it.
So, when we get the combine off first, what are you gonna do?
I'm going full production mode on the Russells, of course.
Oh, of course. You'll be sitting on a landmine.
Gold mine, yep. So here's the plan. Conservative estimate, I figure 1 year to get the world unconquered by the Combine, get them off the planet, so that's year 1, then another year to mass produce the Russells. Although, just quietly, we will need to rebuild society first, you know, to get some basic infrastructure, jobs, money, that sort of thing. Otherwise people won't be able to buy them, you know. So, yeah, 3-year plan. Let's slot the infrastructure thing in for year 2.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You're gonna want to put that in here too.
I'm glad you guys appreciate the dead milkmen. That was, if you love somebody, you better set them on fire. Okay, Zen Overgrowth. This time for sure.
This time. I guess this is just the chapter name, maybe. I don't know. Put it on.
This section, with a multitude of explosive barrels embedded in Zen Overgrowth, was designed to switch up player expectations and change the pacing
Must have been a
of the
glitch
level.
before.
Prior to this point in the game, explosive barrels and canisters were used as offensive weapons. In this space, they're deadly to the player. If a barrel or canister does explode, it sets off a fatal chain reaction. This change in priority forces players to aim carefully and adds intensity without combat. This has the positive side effect of training players to utilize the pistol even more effectively. While the automatic alignment of the flashlight with a braced weapon is useful in direct combat, in this section we observed players taking advantage of the decoupled weapon and flashlight as they illuminated and targeted barnacles in the intricate zen foliage overhead.
I'm having a thought. And
Yes?
the thought is this. I think last time we sat to examine the game, we took about as long as these commentary things take.
It's very possible, but what we're doing is we're balancing that by otherwise moving forward.
No,
when the comment.
I mean that in the sense of, next time I do a poster, I'm not gonna do Alyx warming up to run.
Yes, no. It was a beautiful thought.
Thank you.
Technically, it's still what we're doing.
Technically. Wow, I didn't notice that one last. Wow!
Yeah,
Jeez.
there's a lot of these fuckers. I always wonder somewhat if, like, is this another example of Zen overgrowth, like, seeking out energy sources to consume the same way that the type in the hotel, like, grabs onto electrical sockets and materials?
Ooh.
Getting dark again.
Hey, that'd be cool. Yeah, they're sucking up that delicious, tasty gasoline. No wonder shooting one sets it all off. Tiny lungs. I shouldn't have said that so long. Okay. I'm fine. I can breathe. I'm very good at breathing.
You're good.
I'm
You're good.
so good at breathing, actually. I'm what they call an expert.
I mean, we made it here so far on breathing.
Yeah.
Mostly.
More or less. Been a few hiccups, but that's okay.
And generally speaking to chat, don't have specific hopes about what this stuff is going to talk about, because it being about level design is very much how Valve directors' commentaries usually go, for very good reasons, because it's not that fun for them to step in and be like, and the lore on this is...
Yeah.
I would love hearing about the artistic development of stuff like this, but it's cool to hear about, too. Let's hear about this lighting.
You clipped me singing.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, it's a good clip.
We decided early on that the environments we wanted to portray in Half-Life Alyx would benefit from an investment in high-quality volumetric lighting. This component of illumination is an indispensable tool, not just for creating atmosphere, but for drawing the player's attention to critical gameplay elements. Our system works in 3 phases. In the first phase, illumination from static light sources is captured in a 3-level hierarchical volumetric clip map surrounding the player. The highest resolution level of this clip map measures 1 cubic inch per voxel. The clip map is updated incrementally, less than once per frame, as the player moves throughout the scene. In the second phase, a compute shader ray marches in view space throughout the clip maps, accumulating static lighting, dynamic lighting, and volumetric extinction. The ray marching is performed every frame and employs temporal anti-aliasing to improve quality. In the final phase, we resample lighting and volumetric scattering from the prior phase for each eye once per frame. The result is a texture that describes, for any given view space depth, volumetric scattering and extinction, which we apply during forward rendering.
Okay, all that being said, the lighting ones specifically are when I am at my most, I like your funny words, magic man!
Yeah. Oh, cubic inch per voxel, really? Interesting.
Yes, I think that translates out to, we did fancy lighting that make it look good for both eyes, that make the light good. So, you know, I do like hearing it.
Yeah, thankfully, I think I have Alyx running on the max set. Oh.
This whole 3-year Russell plan. You think you'd have a job for me?
Job? Alyx, you invented the Alyx. Of course you can have a job.
We could be partners.
Oh, well, Well, there would be stock options. 5 to 10 year vesting period, obviously. Could be very lucrative for you, Alyx, in the long term.
I don't know what any of that meant, but sounds good, partner.
Yep, sounds good. Alyx?
Little punk.
I really love that, like, he responds to Alyx sounding audibly, like, scared and freaked out, and he gets more, like, encouraging. He's like, yeah, of course, let's talk about this, while you're in this super dark place full of horrible noises and red barrels. This is Alyx's I like your funny words, Magic Man moment, yes.
Ooh, got my helmet. I know how to mantle! I know how to mantle!
They never let those up.
I
We
know
were
how
at the
to
end
mantle!
of the game. Y'all remember when we beat this game and it was still like, to jump?
I know how to jump! You don't have to tell me! Oh, hello.
It reminds me of like the old Animal Crossing games, which I've seen people get nostalgic about how the villagers used to talk, which is valid, but I also remember the villagers telling me that if you put the fruit over the other fruit in your inventory, you can stack the fruit.
What?
After like
Really?
6 months of gameplay. Yeah. Hey, buddy. Did you know that if you shake a tree, sometime furniture fall out?
Really?
Thanks.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Apollo.
man.
Happy second birthday that I've been here taking care of you, Apollo. Thank you for telling me.
Thank you for telling me that here in front of our massive tree that literally visualizes how long I've been fucking mayor.
Thank you for telling me that in the museum where I have caught many bagworms and bees.
In the finished museum with every insect. The new Animal Crossing game's much better that way.
Hey, check it out.
What's up there?
Completely in the dark, you can see the Zen growth glowing.
I can't see it at all.
Oh, okay. Then I am being scary for no reason.
Look into the abyss. Look into the abyss.
Well, okay, if you say so.
Oh hey, the abyss has resin.
Pog. Amazing.
Yeah, it is worth noting that chat might be able to see it even though I can't. I don't know what it is about the specific streaming mode that I watch that is distinctly darker than I think what they get to see.
Oh, that's
yeah, Generic
cool.
Flower saw it. Josh the Zombie saw it.
Oh, well that's great, guys.
Hey chat, can y'all see a HUD that shows Alyx's health to the left?
No, I think...
And what's in Alyx's inventory? Yeah, it's
They're
a separate mode. That's interesting.
Yeah.
They're in direct stream mode.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. Well, I'm in the Russell position then, which makes sense, honestly. Kind of how the channel shook out.
Yes, you are my Russell. You are my big pug champ.
God.
Okay, cool.
Alyx?
Oh, hey.
Alyx, you still there?
Yeah,
Alyx.
I'm still here.
Alyx! Alyx!
Alex!
Twitch assigned New Zealander. God. I don't know about that. I mean, I try my best at the accent, you know, to at least not make it just sound like I'm Australian, but it's just not that good.
Alex.
Not yet. Alex.
Alex.
I can mostly do the word Alyx because he says it very specifically.
Alex, can you mount the stream on the side hub? I'm on Discord and I can't see it. I'm going vaguely Texan there.
Generic Flower, you might have missed this earlier, but there is no crowbar in this game because it made playtesters think that they were playing as Gordon, but also more so because I think something about having a melee made the physics super buggy and wasn't that immersive, which does kind of make sense. I feel like that would be hard to calculate, because remember in Boneworks you can hit stuff with melee weapons, and it do look a little bit goofy with the physics is the thing.
Yeah. You know, actually, the Alyx team and the Half-Life team would visit each other. I mean, the Boneworks team would visit each other.
That's cute.
Yeah, they did little studio tours of each other. It's like, well, how's your take at VR going? Well, it's going like this. How's it going with you? Well, it's going like this.
That makes a lot of sense, because Alyx and Boneworks are really some of the first games that were trying really hard to be like a full-ass action game that needs to be in VR for it to, like, make sense. Melee in VR has not been hammered out, no. And also, I will admit that even though it's a little bit silly when it's called Alyx, yeah, but Breath of the Wild is still called Legend of Zelda. And
Oh.
I've literally seen people be confused that you're not playing as Zelda in Zelda games. So fair enough, honestly.
Oh, I unwound the tightness on the VR helmet. Oh, baby.
Oh no. Oh, is that better? Is that better?
My brain is no longer being juiced.
See, you joke kittle the tittle, but sometimes Eli does act weirdly paternalistic in Half-Life 2 because Half-Life 2 isn't always written very well.
Yeah.
Or is written oddly.
Why don't you come have sex with my daughter? Haha, just kidding, unless... Gee, Gordon, it sure is great that you got a dame over there, Gordon. Hot diggity dog, Gordon.
Gee, Alyx, I sure just would like grandkids now that it's been 5 fucking minutes since the dust of the Citadel stopped and we still don't have medical facilities, my daughter.
Hi, Gordon.
You should fuck my old coworker.
I'm a rebel. Do you feel attached to me? I'm dead.
Gordon, I love you, Messiah, sir. Let me run onto a grenade. Also, Haim says... Oh?
They're alien commandos. Of course they have automatic weapons. We'd have them too, but combine weapons are gene-coded, so out of luck. Unless you find one that's unbonded. Or you're open to some minor genetic modification.
I'm good, Russ. I'm just gonna roll with these genes that I've got.
I is pronounced like the U in butt.
Yeah.
And the E in Texas.
I is pronounced like the U in butt or the E in Texas. Good tip, good tip. Yeah, HL2 is very straight and very dudes.
Combine.
In many ways, a lot of what improved with Alyx is both that it clearly has women working on it, and also, I'm gonna be real, I think it's just literally been so long that some of the dudes who worked on Half-Life actually have, like, teenage daughters now. Because I feel like some of the writing with Eli feels much more, like, authentic that way.
Ooh, I can wiggle my thumb back and
either
forth.
Gordon is 40 and looks very young from the POV of Eli, or that's a clone, or something fucked up.
Yeah, I always think it's interesting that they wholeheartedly accept Gordon instead of being like, you look like 27, bro. What's going on there?
You'd think someone would be suspicious enough to be like, oh, this is obviously like a fucked up clone that Breen made and just like shoved out in front of us as like a trap.
Yeah. Like,
which has led to some conspiracy theories on my part.
Oh, yeah?
Well, because the way Eli acts is as if he's already been warned ahead of time that Gordon was going to show up and look like he's 27.
Whoa, I can get up here.
HL2 Eli's writing is good in places, but weird. Let's hit that headphone set before we fall out of range of where the headphone is.
We always introduce new enemies at a distance, and never while the player is under duress. Here, the player is able to observe the Combine soldiers killing some wandering zombies, giving the player an idea of how powerful the soldiers are, and how they might operate in combat. We located the Combine far enough away that it was plausible that they would not notice the player, but close enough that the player could choose to engage, but remain relatively safe from return fire.
That's very cool. It's also very cool because this moment does always feel like, oh, shit, time to, like, try and sneak by. Oh, fuck, do we have to fight these guys?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, dipshits. I don't think Eli saw G-Man at Black Mesa and tried to... Well, he could have, but, I'm gonna give people like a 10-second heads up for a very, very big Half-Life 2 spoiler that will not last more than like half a minute to say out loud. So like 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is canonical that Eli received the sample of Zen crystal that caused the resonance cascade from the G-Man directly, and the G-Man gave him a warning that is, be prepared for unexpected consequences. Spoilers over.
Come out. I just want to talk. Come out. Come here. Come here and talk to me. Come here.
Come and have a talk, okay?
Come out, okay? Come here.
That's terrible.
Come here, okay? Come
Minnie
out.
Mouse is hunting the Combine like dogs.
Wait. Come out. No, I can't quite
Ooh,
hit
that's
Minnie.
good. I'll be honest, that's really close, actually.
Oh,
Yeah, no
Mickey,
problem,
I love to
Crystal
hunt
Squirrel.
Combine. No. Nope. Nope.
That
Nope.
was
Not even
it.
close.
No, that was it.
Not even close. Too deep.
It was very close. That is closer than I can get.
That's barely
Gordon was not in
recognizable as me.
Gordon was not in cryogenic storage.
Ooh.
Gordon was put somewhere by the G-Man. We don't know what that counts as. I think he was just literally outside of time.
He was playing Go with Adrian for 40 years. I mean, 10 years.
And yes, Unforeseen Consequences is the chapter name that appears after the Resonance Cascade, because,
Ooh. Grenade launcher.
Well, hey! Don't mind if I do! You want to grab it, or you want to grab the autoloader?
Let's have fun. Let's have a fun little time here.
Why not? Keeps us from having to juggle grenades so much.
We haven't even seen a grenade yet. This is fine. Oh god. Sorry.
Hey, if you just heard a clip of this, would you recognize this as Frankie? Your pal Frankie?
Frankie, hi!
I don't know.
Oh, that should come in handy.
High pitch mode is our most chaotic mode.
Oh god.
Listen, sometimes you spend too much time listening to Hypnos.
And I grew up listening to a lot of Disney movies. So I have a princess voice kind of ingrained into my head at all times.
Yeah. You know, the weird thing is I never actually saw a lot of princess movies when I was a kid because my parents were both really punk-ass Gen Z. And also my parent very deliberately tried to keep me from watching the more traumatic Disney movies and got really mad at the friend's parent who put on Pinocchio.
Yeah,
For
that
good
sounds
reason.
about right. Hey, come here. Shall I?
Oh yeah, go for it.
We can help you. It's safe. Oh, Pug.
The first
Really?
encounter with a Combine soldier caused a number of issues in playtesting. The biggest one was that players were often surprised when the soldiers started shooting at them. Some players who were new to the Half-Life series had no idea who these soldiers were. But it's also been hours of game time since players saw another human, and we found that many players weren't willing to immediately start shooting. Some players also wonder why Alyx moved so quickly to killing other humans. This area was designed to demonstrate that Combine soldiers are hostile and will attack on sight, giving the player a reason to want to shoot back. It starts with the dialogue preceding the encounter, where the player overhears the Combine discussing the problem of scavengers in the quarantine zone. Then, when the player finally achieves visual contact with their first Combine soldier, they witness that soldier in the process of executing a civilian scavenger.
Jesus.
That makes sense.
I'm glad that's not really what they did. At least they didn't, like, shoot him in front of you.
Mm. What's up?
I do actually like that because the Combine are human, players didn't naturally start blasting right away. I think that's very cute and does display that the concept of, like, oh, gamers always violent is not true.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, these are playtesters. Playtesters probably, like, just got... Whoa, your hand's having some jimmies.
I'm fine.
Playtesters' last games were probably, like, fucking knockoff Dead Rising Kilo Slashothon. Pinocchio's just traumatic as a movie.
It's true.
It's a traumatic book, too. Pinocchio's traumatic. But also, KC Green is doing a very cool, long-running adaptation of the original Pinocchio book as a comic that's very cool. Check that out. It's like one of his less-known things. Yeah, you do kind of hear them here doing the whole "Don't resist." I always thought they were just killing zombies.
Here's your junction. We're here. This was it. Get down.
I actually do like that it's like, no, they're like explicitly talking about other scavengers. Also, I see that the jock jams have started.
Oh yeah. bro.
Bruh. Dude. Come on.
Come
Most
here.
non-excellent.
Come here. Come out, okay?
Bruh.
Thanks.
So fun fact, most of my family on my dad's side is actually from an area of Southern California called Camarillo.
Whoa.
It is kind of non-tubular, but as a result, there is actually kind of a default surfer-esque way of speaking that has been ingrained in me from that side of the family, but also pretty much just from Bill and Ted.
Dude, that is most bodacious.
I watched Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventures so much as a kid.
Oh, me too. My mom had it on a lot.
I think it's one of those movies that's like a kid really enjoys, but also for a parent who like might not want to watch Pocahontas as a wild example.
Yeah, exactly.
Fun fact, I can do Surfer, but I can't really do a bro. Not really. Let's hit this one.
Squad Soldier AI has been a mainstay of the Half-Life series, so we were excited to see how their design would be impacted by the move to VR. Our early playtesting against the Half-Life 2 Combine Soldier AI in VR immediately made a number of things clear. First, players did not like to be shot at, and often had a visceral negative response. The soldiers frequently ran at players at full speed, firing all the while, and we discovered that the speed of Half-Life 2 combat was simply too overwhelming in VR.
It's too overwhelming in general.
Players took longer to do everything in VR, especially the core action of spotting and aiming their weapon at an enemy while staying in cover. As a result, the soldiers tended to live much longer in VR than they did in Half-Life 2. It was clear from these early playtests that the most common reaction among players was to immediately seek cover from enemy fire. So we started experimenting with changes to the Soldier AI, aimed at building a combat experience around players' tendency to seek cover. Early experiments were focused on keeping Combine soldiers at a comfortable distance from the player, while keeping them moving around enough to not have combat become too static. To create lulls in firing for players to peek out from cover, we prevented soldiers from shooting while on the run in most cases. To keep players from remaining stationary, we created a concept of flushing.
Oh yeah, we've seen this a lot.
Out of cover, and we gave each class of soldier a different method of flushing out the player. But even in these early tests, it was also clear that players weren't capable of fighting soldiers until they'd gotten skilled in a number of basic combat actions, like reloading their gun without having to focus all their attention on it. So we were careful to slowly introduce the various types of soldiers, and even individual features within the soldier classes. For example, these early fights against Combine soldiers only feature the basic grunts, and these particular grunts don't carry grenades. This means they don't actually have the capability to flush a player out of cover. We found it was important in these first fights to give players all the time they need to learn to use cover effectively, before we start introducing enemies that could try and flush them out.
Hey chat, do you know how to read this? Telephone. Do you know what that means? I don't.
Also to cause, I'm definitely, all of my family is from Southern California. I've found tremendous success at replacing the word dude or bro with yo. It slots in perfectly. Hey, what's up, yo? How you doing, yo? Immediate slot in. I've replaced it to such a degree that it's become like, every now and then I joke that if I was an anime character, it would be what I say instead of desu to be quirky, which tells you exactly the kind of nerd I am.
Desyo. Desyo ne?
Watashi wa yo?
You are yo?
Pretty much.
No, you gotta say ore wa yo.
Ah, ore wa yo.
Ore-sama wa yo.
Side note, we have talked about doing Yakuza. And if I do that, I'm definitely gonna do like a terrible gruff voice for fucking Kiryu.
I wanna be the person who uses Boku, because Boku is coming and, well, it's been in fashion with younger Japanese girls, but I figure as a non-binary person that kind of works for me, Boku.
Yeah.
But also I'm a little concerned as an American it's gonna come off as me using baby speak.
I'm definitely an ore. No two ways around it.
Yeah.
Or I'm watashi, but with fucking villainous inflection.
I love these little ghosts.
Little ghosts? Oh yeah! No, the attention taken for the graffiti, this is one of the only games I've ever seen where the graffiti feels very natural and looks like graffiti that I've seen in day-to-day life, where you have like, some of these are very clearly drawn very fast. These might have been done while this train was very briefly at a station. Some of these were clearly done when someone had like snuck in and these were at rest. And I like the detail that the Combine do not give a shit about how all this looks.
Yeah, I do too.
Japanese is just you derogatory and me smug. I'm me smug.
I'm me.
I feel like the difference is it would be like, ore is like, ore. But the watashi kind of thing is more like, oh, watashi. That kind of character voice, you know?
Well, you might be thinking atashi, because a lot of times watashi is kind of that, but also it's kind of like, hello, I am an American.
Yeah, but like that's what I mean, is that me personally, because I'm villain coded.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean? Smug American.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if you're Bay Area, Central, or Northern California, Hella or Hecka gets used a lot. I use both of those. That's what I really love. Combine talk in terms of germophobia. But everything's grungy as shit because they don't actually care about anything but their own structures and like setup. It's very
I'll be able to
interesting.
stop the train right here.
You sure you can do that?
Oh.
Absolutely. You just need to activate the terminal.
Nice.
Then you'll need to be ready for a fight. They're not going to give up your dad easily.
I'll be ready.
And it's amazing because it's resulted in a dystopia that's exactly as grimy as your average badly maintained BART station.
Yep.
Which is actually a very good rule of thumb. Oh, this is some waist-high wall. Nothing bad will happen here.
No, not at all.
No. Yeah, a lot of graffiti in media is like
I'm on it.
someone with the airbrush tool. Like, oh.
You know who does good, at least, sticker work is Splatoon.
Splatoon is really good, and the fact that they use stickers instead of just graffiti everywhere, and even more than that, they use like blank postage stickers with something doodled on it, that's really common in metropolitan areas.
Yep.
Because smacking up a sticker with something already drawn on it is much easier to do fast than to draw something. And you can get them for free, especially in America, at like post offices. You can just pick up a big stack of label stickers.
Oh hey, look at your armor.
Hey, buddy. Oh, look at that. Hi, buddy. Oh, look at you. Oh, look at you. Angie.
Did another friend just spawn in? No. Okay.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I do think that commissioning actual graffiti artists for game graffiti is the best possible option.
Yep, exactly.
100%. Because the thing is, otherwise your option is to study graffiti, and that's much better than not doing that. But at the end of the day, it is aping a predominantly black or POC art style for the purposes of commodification.
Yep.
So there's that. But you know, better than, are the zombies really the evil or is it us, done in like
I can't fucking believe Back for Blood does that. I can't fucking believe it. I don't.
Back for Blood does it like nothing else has ever done zombie graffiti since Left 4 Dead existed.
Yeah.
It's like, just please, again.
It's very fun.
It's a lot. Yeah, my surfer accent is almost certainly still locked to not only Camarillo, but specifically the 1970s.
Oh.
That's when my dad was growing up.
That's fun.
Right? A little old school.
There we go. There you are.
Okay, no worries. But the train is coming. Just get me in. It'll only take a second. You're doing great.
Yep, doing great. No worries.
This bit is so cute.
It is cute. Alyx is
Alyx,
a
This
good.
is a lot of stress. Alyx needs so many naps. Hey, Monster from Minerva.
Hello, Monster from Minerva. Oh, they
Oh,
played
that
the
one's
train
making a
sound
face at
getting a
us.
little better. Oh, it sure is.
Yeah.
Okay, now just re-engage the system.
This is gonna go fine.
Come on.
It's the opposite of what it's supposed to do, Alyx.
What do I do now?
Well, don't
Oh, it doesn't
panic.
even let you go out
Stop
right
panicking
away.
if
I'm
you
not
are.
panicking.
Yes, but I am. We need to find another way to stop this train.
Yes, but I
That's
am.
cool. They force you to like panic in
10
place.
seconds, Alyx. Okay, just throw the switch
Let's
there.
listen to
With
this.
the game, we knew we needed a big set piece, a non-combat moment to reward players for fighting their way through the dark, scary tunnels. Not only that, but the pace of the story was leading up to its most important moment thus far, the rescue of Eli Vance. Crashing the Combine prison train that was transporting Eli felt like the exact right thing to accomplish these goals, and it gave us the opportunity to create some VR spectacle. We wanted to achieve the cinematic chaos of causing a train wreck, while giving the players an active role in the event. Our first attempts to design the scenario were a challenge. It turned out that directing the players' attention wasn't as simple as ensuring they were in the right position through gameplay. In our initial tests, players frequently failed to see some or all of the spectacular train wreck. The crash was one of the first destruction sequences we put into the game, so we had a lot to learn about player behavior in VR and how to direct the player naturally to immerse them in the chaos. On top of that, to continually hit our target frame rate, we needed to create a cascading series of events, so that only some of the destruction was happening at any given time. Sound design, level design, effects, and animation had to be carefully coordinated to lead the player's attention through each stage of the wreck. For example, at the start of the crash, we used the sounds of train cars piling up in the distance, encouraging players to look in that direction before one of the train cars lifts up and blasts through the concrete connector. At the end of the sequence, the smokestack collapse is used to direct the player's attention to their eventual path forward, and we wanted players to witness this destruction. Before bringing down the smokestack, we gave players a brief moment of rest, and, again, used sound to draw their attention to the smokestack. Initially, we used a rumbling sound preceding its collapse, but we found this to be too subtle in practice, and instead added the transient explosion sound, which drew the player's attention towards the smokestack more reliably.
Real quick, sorry about that piling up the cutscene dialogue. I kind of forgot that you remained in place in this area. I thought that the wreck kind of moved you, so sorry about that being overwhelming, chat.
Yeah, it's hard to remember where some of that stuff pops off. Also, in theory, it is very cool to have the commentary going off while it's happening, unless you're autistic and have problems with sounds layering. I think it reads it. Luckily, we have the subtitles at least.
But we need to find Dad.
Yeah.
Now I can explain. So, these are the advisors. These are the Combine advisors. These are seen in Half-Life 2, especially more in the episodes, but I think you see them briefly in Half-Life 2, the core one. These are the representation of the Combine on Earth, period. Like the actual Combine, like the actual alien entities in charge of everything. Those are Breen's bosses, explicitly. That is the High Command. Those are the bodies that it is implied they have chosen to create, to manifest themselves in this dimension, and Alyx just killed 2 of them.
Alyx just killed 3 of them.
Alyx just killed 3 of them.
And,
which is fun. Go ahead.
They're Combine High Command, and one of them is what, you know.
It's a little ironic considering later events.
Yes.
And I also greatly enjoy that they have no fucking idea what those are. These are not a visible part of the Combine presence. Breen is the face of the Combine on Earth for a very long time, which to me is very interesting.
That's your dad's prisoner pod.
Oh my god. Where's Dad? 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 Dad!
I'm over here, honey.
How do we want...
Help, hurry.
Let's listen to the commentary after the scene, yeah?
Yeah, commentary after the scene, for sure.
Hey, baby.
Okay. I'm gonna reach out and pull you up. It's gonna be okay. You ready?
Yeah, I'm good.
Give me your hand.
Alyx Vance, I have come to help, as I said I would.
Thank you. Thank you. Just stay there. I'm gonna figure out how to get over to you.
No! Alyx, listen. The thing Russell and I found is some sort of super weapon.
A super weapon?
It's something big. They got it here in the QZ in some kind of vault, but they're about to move it. Where, I don't know, but it's gonna be soon.
Then we gotta steal it before they do.
Yes! And look. I managed to pocket this Combine data pod. If I can decrypt it, we can figure out how to use their weapon against them.
So what's the plan?
You head to the vault. I'll take this thing back to Russell's and get to work.
Wait, where is the vault?
Dad, where's the vault?
Look to the northern star.
Yes. Look to the star. Got it. Dad?
It's right in the middle of the QZ, and it's big. Get above ground and see what you can find. I will accompany the Eli Vance and ensure his safety.
Great. Thank you. Dad, I'm gonna go find this vault.
Go! Stay safe, baby. I love you.
I love you too.
I love you too.
Thank you.
We love you too, Art.
Also, I took care to watch Art during that cutscene this time. He definitely favors one leg.
Oh yeah.
One or both of his legs are pretty messed up. He shifts a weight off of one leg repeatedly the longer he has to stand still.
Oh, poor thing.
Let's hit this commentary.
For the rescue of Eli, we wanted to create a tense, just out of reach moment where the player physically saves him. But for the rest of the story to work, Alyx and Eli had to take different paths at the end of the scene. We tried a few different approaches, including a version where Eli was hanging from a ledge just in front of the player, and the player could reach down to attempt to grab Eli's hand to pull him up. In practice, however, players' hands would collide with the real-world floor. Not only did this make it impossible to reach Eli, it took players out of the moment, wrecking the emotion of the scene. Since Eli and Alyx had to take different paths, we tried an approach where Alyx rescued Eli, but he was injured and couldn't proceed. Unfortunately, many players would stick around, not wanting to abandon him.
Oh.
Eventually, we arrived at the solution that shipped in the final product. Separating Eli from the player with the Vortigaunt's rescue made for a much more meaningful return and fulfillment of the Vortigaunt's promise to help Alyx. The datapod that Eli found was an addition that not only let us integrate Eli back into the story later, but also gave him something to do, so there was a much stronger reason why he would not accompany the player on their journey going forward.
That's very smart. There is a lot of logic to have to juggle to make these kinds of moments work, and I really like that as an elegant solution.
Yeah, I do too. Okay.
I also rather like the note about Art fulfilling his promise, because it is very cute that earlier on what they specifically say is Alyx says, "Are you done helping me now?" And Art goes, "No!" Yeah, I will say I really love getting to hear about the other side of the test players, which is the people who won't move on because Eli's hurt.
Yep.
Hey, Russ.
Also,
Keep an eye out for
the
Dad,
early
okay?
test... Nope.
I'll let you know if he gets here. When he gets here.
The early testing explains why so much stuff was animated out early. It's not necessarily that it was rewritten a huge amount. It's just must be that some scenes were animated very, very early, even though they got changed so that they could get playtesting feedback really soon.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I actually really like that. That's an interesting insight. There is another canonically named Vort. His name is Cecil. He is a friend.
And Uriah.
They were saying that Uriah is the only canonically named Vort.
Oh. Well, no, I don't think
Cecil.
I don't think Cecil's actually canonly named.
No, you don't. I think, doesn't he introduce himself?
No.
I feel like he says, like,
I
I
think
am Cecil.
We read that on the wiki page while I was looking up some stuff about
you're
him.
right. That might be another test name. We'll have to find out later.
I remember...
Yeah, technically Art is named, like, Gary in the file names, but I don't want to call him Gary.
We call him
just
Art
a
because he
joke on
paints
Gary.
art and it's fun and we love him. Don't correct us on this, or I will wring you like
Nobody
a towel.
tried to.
Okay?
Nobody tried to this time.
Okay. Very cool. Good. You are all so well behaved. I need not bring anyone like a towel. What a pleasure.
It's true. Yeah, Uriah has a name tag. It's very... Okay, Cecil doesn't say his name. I convinced myself, oh, surely they have him introduce himself. He's such an important character in that chapter.
Nope. Super weapon. AKA walk around a train.
It got a bit messy back there, but we did get Dad back.
Walk around a train. Walk around a train. I sure love to walk around a train.
That's probably going to draw some attention. Not probably, actually. It's definitely drawing attention. Look, they're looking for you now, okay? So just be careful. You know, if we can get this weapon, we could change things forever.
Yeah.
How rude. Do we want to be a jerk to Russell?
Look, I know we've only been working together for a few hours now, but I want you to know I'm proud of you. Okay? You're under a lot of pressure here.
Wow. Russ.
So much pressure, in fact, that I hesitate to even bring it up. But I did notice that when you reached out for your father's hand, had he actually grabbed it, his grip would have crushed all the delicate senses in the Russells.
Ah. Okay.
Totally understandable, and would have been worth it, by the way, in this case.
Right.
Having said that, I have a hard time imagining another situation where that would have been the case. And much like your father, the Russells are priceless. Okay, so just, moving forward.
Russ, I promise your gloves are safe with me.
I'm gonna be real. Equating Eli as being as important as the Russells feels pretty romantic.
Yep.
Russell is a real Kiwi.
Hey,
thanks for the follow, Casual Bella.
Thank you. Do
we want to be mean to Russ? What do we mean being mean to Russ about?
Do you remember that there's unique dialogue if you don't look directly at the vault?
Yes, we do want to bully Russell.
Okay, we're going to bully Russell.
Okay,
Chat?
I'm gonna BRB real...
Oh, nothing.
I'm gonna BRB real quick.
Oh, thank you for the whoever just did that. Hang on.
Thanks for the follow, Greasy Brick. I promise I'll be back
Thank
in
you,
1
thank you,
minute,
thank you.
really fast.
Hello. Hi. How's everybody doing? I'm the person who's playing the game. I can read. Russell has autism vibes? Oh yes. Oh yes. Russell has autism vibes. Speaking as an autistic person. Oh yes. Russell constantly makes comments about how handsome Eli is to Alyx. Yes. Chat in the trash for today. Okay. No. Chat goes in the recycling bin. Let's stand on a blanket. Reality defined. Hi. You can read me? Wow. What do I say? Russell's been claimed by the autistics in chat. True. How is chat showing up in game? I use the OVR add-on, and then I go over here, I go into toggle edit mode. From there I do the add-on Twitch app, which boots it locked to my right hand. You can also move chat around, so I could put chat over here. I could put chat up here. One time I had chat fly off into the sky, which was very scary. I can also do things like mess with chat's opacity by going into toggle edit mode and opening it up. And then we'll go to window settings and bring opacity to, let's say 80%. Now I can see through chat. Kinda cool, right? OVR is very cool and useful. My one thing is I can't make this go away, which sometimes gets a little non-immersive. Yep. OVR, I think it's free normally, but I got the version on Steam that was like $6 because I wanted to support the team, and also at the time I had money. But now I stream for a living, so yay. Do I think anyone in the science team is neurotypical? No, that's too unrealistic. Yeah, biggity. Agree. We are transparent. Yes. Watch, I'm going to dissolve you in acid, okay? Die. Oh, I can't kill you. Sorry.
Okay, I return. I'm looking.
Nothing happened, okay?
Chat? Chat, what happened?
Nothing happened, okay? Hey, come here.
Bugs dissolved you?
No, I didn't. Lies. Slander.
Cruel to chat.
No. Lies. Cruel to bugs, because they're lying. But chat lies.
Oh.
Chat does not tell the truth. It's funny. It's funny that chat can't tell the truth. Simply. Bugs bully moment. No, Bugs is simply telling the truth. I do not understand. Hey, look.
Oh, this is another really good example of the reoccurring test monitor motifs, and I enjoy that this happens very close to before we get to see the vault for the very first time. We are actually very close to that moment. And not only that, but it is very specifically like a standby type thing, and the other monitor is smashed. Like, this isn't left on for a purpose at this point. Chat dissolved in acid. Chat killed by witches.
Chat is beaten by angry villagers.
Nope, this is not our first time going through the game. This is like our 5th time going through the game, and we are only doing the director's commentary for the first time. Good lord, we know a lot about these games, honestly.
Yep. I should put in an alert on the bot that's like, yes, we have played these games. Alright.
Exclamation point, y'all played Half-Life. Exclamation point, Half-Life.
Alright, ready?
Oh, finally, the mystery. Let's listen to No Crowbar.
Early on in the project, we spent some time experimenting with the classic Half-Life crowbar. Playtests showed us that it was an interesting tool for our player to use in puzzles and world interactions, but we weren't very happy.
Eli's your guy.
Oh.
Systems, robotics, networks, I can make short work of those.
But not data encryption.
Might as well be an alien language. Well, it is an alien language. Anyway, look, Eli's your guy.
Side note, I think it's very charming that Russell is fully willing to admit when something's just not in his field.
Yeah, that is cute. Sorry
It does
about
a lot
that.
to keep... No worries. Remembering that we can take those off is actually very, very useful. Which is odd, but...
Yeah. Early on in the project, we spent some time experimenting with the classic Half-Life crowbar. Playtests showed us that it was an interesting tool for our player to use in puzzles and world interactions, but we weren't very happy with how our melee combat efforts turned out. We felt it was really important that the crowbar was solid to the world and enemies, and that resulted in some tricky physics challenges. Players could easily push the crowbar into an enemy in front of them, because nothing in the real world would stop it. Indeed, without that real-world physical feedback, we found playtesters exhibited a wide variety of swing behaviors. Some would waggle the controller rapidly, others would put their whole body into it. At the same time, playtest response to our pistol prototype was very positive, especially around the more complex reloading mechanics. Faced with a potentially significant R&D problem in melee combat, we chose to refocus our efforts on ranged combat. It also didn't help that players all associated the crowbar with Gordon Freeman, not Alyx Vance.
Okay, that does explain, though, why they didn't just replace the crowbar with a different tool, because I just realized what the actual problem is, and it's somebody throwing their $1,000 machine thing into the screen like a fucking Wiimote.
Yep.
That's the problem. No, not bad playtesters. Playtesters are discovering things that regular players would have done.
I would have... Listen, chat, I would have definitely broken, like, a finger or two. Alright, let's bully Russell.
Let's bully Russell! Let's bully the man!
Look out the window.
Why would we do that?
No.
What window?
No, I'm not looking out the window.
We're pouting.
No. I'm done.
No.
No.
Scootling backwards. We're doing a rest in the corner.
No.
I'm serious. Alyx, look out the window.
No.
Is that what I think it
I don't want to. Sick of you.
Is what you think it is?
No.
Tired. I want a juice box.
I want to... No. I want a sniper rifle. No.
I do kind of want a sniper rifle.
Huh.
How come you didn't give us the good gun, Russell?
Yeah,
huh?
Russell, huh? Give me your hat, Russell.
Give me your warm hat, Russell. Wiimotes were super chaotic. It was a beautiful time. Alyx require enrichment. This might take a while, y'all. Was that a newspaper?
Okay, good, you found it. Now go look out the window. Come on. I can't look at it unless you do.
No.
What's that paperwork to your left? Yeah, look at that.
Locomotive safety update.
The blankest. Wasps. Wasps are not enrichment. Terrible. Terrible.
Alright. You, for a good reason, I'm sure, refused to look out the window. So forget the window. On the other side of it was the vault your dad wanted us to look for. It's floating in the air, which makes it tricky for us to get to. But it's covered in cables. I reckon if we follow the cables and destroy whatever they're connected to, we should be able to bring the vault down.
Will I have to look out any windows to bring the vault down?
No, I don't think so.
Then I'm all for it. Have you heard any online chatter about Dad escaping?
No, nothing. It's all about sending reinforcements into the quarantine zone.
On the plus side, that means Dad is still on his way back to you. We'd have heard if they recaptured Eli Vance.
And on the downside,
getting to the vault isn't going to get any easier.
Let's go look out the window now.
Whoa, what's that?
Look at that.
Wow.
I really do love that they accounted for the slim possibility that someone just boogie the fuck past. Yeah, he gets so sassy about it. He's like, well, because he wouldn't look for some reason.
Ready?
Yeah, let's go.
This entire section of the map, from the start of the keycard puzzle up to this room, was added specifically to show the player the vault on its own. Without this little detour, players would otherwise have their first view of the vault at the entrance to the Northern Star Hotel, which was also when they would see their first Combine substation. So much new information all at once led many players to confuse the vault with the substation, or just miss it entirely, so we created this area of the train station to highlight the vault on its own. Even though players are required to enter this room to get the second keycard, they still wouldn't necessarily notice the vault outside, so we added some dialogue with Russell about looking out the window to see it. This may be a bit heavy-handed, but it was necessary to solve the problem of players not recognizing the vault when they saw it later in the game.
It definitely worked.
It definitely worked. Also, I do think it's very cute that the reason that they're able to give is, Alyx, I'm not able to look at it unless you look at it.
Yeah.
That's a very cool integration of the fact that he is watching this through like a video feed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alyx with that retort was really cute, actually.
Right?
Just, do I have to look through any windows? They're just being bratty. It's great.
It is great. I love it.
It's just mean for no reason. It's very funny. I'm glad we did that, because I don't think we've ever gotten to see it before.
Yeah, I'm glad we did that too.
Mean. Mean to man.
Hee hee hee. We bully the Russell around here.
important.
Because we love
What I like
Russell.
too is that he doesn't seem that surprised by the behavior, which makes me think that Eli gives him shit constantly. Oh, and this is a good use of you have to go get the key card. That's why you have to detour out to the window.
Yep.
That's cool.
Ooh,
And they even
grenades.
put a poster, if you can look at the front of that door real quick, a detail that I think is cute is that they tell you where you need to go. See upstairs office for access.
Thank you for your understanding. If you have any questions about why we made this decision, come by my desk. Okay.
Honestly, Aroki, if you ever see something in Russian that, like, we can't read, please feel free to, like, give us a heads up what it looks like it reads.
Yeah. Wait, there we go.
I think it's stepdad bullying more than it's cyberbullying.
You don't bully your stepdad on cyberspace? I do.
No. He's a gentleman who plays Pokemon Go and has to do a lot of meetings with engineering stuff.
Oh.
He's also like 6 and a half.
Ooh.
Now, our wrists are full of health, which we don't need to use yet. But we could top off if we wanted to make some grenade room.
Now let's keep the health, but carry some treats for fun.
Let's carry some spare treats.
Total waste of grenade.
No. It's fun. It's fun when it...
Agreed.
It's fun when it's fun.
It's fun when it's fun.
I think that's my favorite Mystery Science Theater, like, quote that is not recognizable as a Mystery Science Theater quote. It's fun when it's fun. We're still going through the Mike era, literally episode by episode, like whenever we don't have something else to watch.
Yeah.
There's some that I have forgotten for good reasons. Codename Diamond Head.
Oh.
Somehow more racist than I initially assumed.
Yeah, as someone who lived in Hawaii, it was a very interesting time.
Like, you go in for a made-for-TV movie set in Hawaii expecting some of it, but also...
Alright. Okay.
Yeah, the grenade is actually a pretty good trade-off for no melee, because the grenades in, like, Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2 did not work as beautifully as these bad boys do. Because you know what every human being probably has a decent grasp on doing physically? Throwing a thing. It's like one of humanity's, like, weirdly specific superpowers. We are better at precision throwing things than anything else on this planet.
I love Alyx's
It is a
little...
very... It's very cute.
Look out.
Look out. Yeah, honestly, I always think it's very interesting, like, how specific throwing stuff is. You'd assume that, like, other primates also throw stuff, and they do, but not as accurately and as hard as we can. Like, not at the same time. It's definitely a very specific human survival thing. Yeah, and it explodes in a big enough range, you don't need to be that accurate. Though occasionally it does some interesting physics.
Okay. Yeah. The Love Boat.
I never actually watched The Love Boat.
I never did either, but I've seen the theme song enough to have it in there a little bit.
Oh, Snail says it's true. Chimpanzees come closest, but they're nowhere as good. They cannot pitch something like a baseball. That's very cool.
We're number one. Shit. We're number one. Fuck. Oh, for the love of Pete.
No, didn't give the prize back? Oh, no, got another one. Oh, Snail, mollusks, and monsters, that is, always knows their biology stuff.
It's true. Hey, sleep good, Crystal Pearl.
Speaking. Sleep good, Crystal Pearl.
Open. Thank you.
Rude.
I'm surprised Alyx doesn't have dialogue for getting poisoned the first time. Where Russell's like, are you okay? Are you dying? No, you're good. You know? Frankie?
Alyx, I saw a big green fog effect across the camera. Are you alright? Yes, I know you can and will be wrong, but you know more than I do. Go for the headphones.
Okay.
Although it may seem obvious that throwing would be a trivial interaction to support in VR, a lot of nuanced work is required to get it to feel right. And if we were going to build puzzles like this one, where the player must throw an armed grenade through a high duct, throwing needed to work well. A typical VR game running at 90 frames per second will read the sensor data from the track controllers once per frame. This means the data is read every 11 milliseconds. That may seem like a short time step, but when throwing, a user can easily move their hand 15 centimeters or more in that amount of time. Additionally, the player may release the object by opening their hand or releasing the trigger at any point during their throwing motion. This makes reconstructing the act of throwing a virtual object an interesting signal processing problem. It's up to any given piece of VR software to derive the player's intent from the discretely sampled controller data, and we've learned a lot over the years about what works and what doesn't. In the lab, which we shipped in 2016, we sampled the controller's positional data every 11 milliseconds and used the sampled positions to compute the controller velocity at each time step. We then used an average of the computed velocity and direction over several frames before and after the object release to determine the velocity and direction to apply to the thrown object. Although this was functional enough to ship, it didn't always feel consistent, especially if the game's frame rate ever fell below 90 frames per second. Later, in the Index controller tech demo Moondust, we expanded on this algorithm by biasing towards higher velocity data. We also extended the SteamVR software interface to provide the controller's instantaneous velocity and acceleration data from the hardware inertial measurement unit, which is computed on the controller every 2 milliseconds. This meant that we did not have to calculate an estimate from the positions sampled by the engine only every 11 milliseconds as we had done on the lab. This was crucial to providing a more responsive feel, as it meant that throwing calculations were no longer tied to the rendering frame rate. After further experimentation, we arrived at the solution used in Half-Life Alyx, which takes 10 frames that preceded the release of the held object and averages the 3 frames bracketing the peak controller velocity in that time window. We have found that this tends to lead to a better approximation of precisely when the player intended to release the thrown object. This approach resulted in consistent, comfortable throwing, enabling us to rely on players being able to accurately throw grenades or any other objects with confidence.
Cool.
Yeah, someone in chat said, I like your funny words, Magic Man. That was another one of those. Did you hit your hand?
Yeah. I am always hit hand. It's fine.
Yeah, I think more or less that was animation mechanics, and they did something that makes it so that the rendering wasn't what figured out the thing, and the throwing look and feel good.
Throwing would be a trivial interaction.
Okay, put it back on?
Yeah. Sorry, you're saying?
No, I got distracted. I was just fucking like, I did not know you could do that again. Throwing work very good now. Look good. Figured it out. Tough to do, though. I think that's where that translates.
Hey, on the monitor. Combine.
I see him.
I really do like these goofy Combine monitors that kind of look like shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's very cool, because it's like, oh, it's like a hologram screen. But it's really blurry and fucked up and blue.
Yeah.
Oh, trial and error, because if there's too much lag, it doesn't look like real-life throwing. That makes sense.
Yep. Come here.
I do love hearing this kind of density, but every now and then it's just like, oh, yes, continue. Tell me about the frame rate. Did it get stuck?
Please, I just want it. Please, please, please.
This is very funny because of the trigger that's all like, Alyx, the Combine are coming right now.
Okay.
Get ready for another combat sequence. Okay, Russell, I hear you, but...
Listen, Russell.
Can we, like, knock this over?
Oh, that's a good idea.
Let's see if we can, like, shove it all the way over. No, we cannot. We super cannot.
Please.
This thing is made of
I just
steel.
want it.
This...
I want it. Please. Come on. I want it. You're not being very nice to me.
This is so cruel.
Come on.
It's, like, literally, you should just be able to, like, shove your arm in there.
I want to. It won't. My body.
Okay, yeah, try slamming the drawer, like, all the way back in, and then opening it. I want to see if we can, like, fool the collision. See if we can close it, and then, like, open it again, and it'll just pop in there like a magic trick. I believe. I'm visualizing. God. Try, like, slamming it in and out, like, a few times fast.
Wait.
I, like, half expect the Combine to, like, come in while we're still doing this.
Whoa.
No, it's just stuck.
I want it.
I'm not sure what your hand is doing. Just slapping. Just slapping it now.
Slapping makes me feel good. Alright. Fuck it. Bullshit. I don't want this resin anyway.
Oh, we almost got it though. We almost got it. Now we have to keep trying.
I don't want this resin. It's dirty.
I think we did reposition it by slamming the... Oh, we're so close. I saw it though. I saw it light up. Oh, come on.
Please. Please. Please.
Maybe reposition
please.
with another door slam.
Please. Please.
Come
please.
On. Come on. Piss, piss, piss. Piss, piss, piss.
Piss, piss.
Come on.
Oh.
Come on. Come on. Yes. Please. Yes. Give
to Alyx. No. Hand back inside. No.
Through a wall.
Hang on. No.
Oh, I can see it.
Oh, I want it. Come on, Alyx. Come on, just make your hand immaterial. What's so hard about that, Alyx? Come on.
This is the vending machine moment, yeah. I think that the gravity gloves, like, kept almost hooking onto it. I think doing that over physical might... Does not want your hand in there. Oh.
Take it.
Oh, looking a little orange. Oh, we're in? No.
Take it.
Girl, help. They trapped my resin in the cabinet.
Oh.
Firmly grasped. Yeah, I spend most of my time in my bed due to health stuff, and every now and then I do just drop something, like, into the fucking abyss that is the bedside area in some weird crevasse. Please. And it feels like this every time. Any good? I think doing it gravity style from a distance is our better bet.
Hang on, I almost got it.
Okay.
I have to figure out the exact thing to land on.
Huh? Oh! So close.
It's in my hand. It's in my hand.
Oh my god! Yeah! Yes!
Woo!
Fucking pog!
Yeah. We don't have enough for a good upgrade, but
we don't. It took us from 17 to 18, yes. But fuck it, we got it.
Woo!
We beat the game.
Oh, Christ almighty.
God. We, like, pulled it out through the filing cabinet,
We
too.
sure fucking did, didn't we?
Fucking V-Man powers confirmed.
Alright, come here, you little big bitch.
Hey, come here, fuck ass. I will say, I think having the grenade launcher this early is gonna make some of these fucking wallhammer bitches stop now. Be just a lot more fun.
Sure is.
Hey, asshole. Yeah, hi, asshole.
He's sleepy.
Let's grab a grenade in each hand.
Yeah, why not? Why not live a little
Oh, we
nice?
have so much dancing in
Oh,
chat.
God. The horrible little men. How wonderful. Oh, and resin. Hey, look, it's resin.
Hey, resin.
Oh, hey, resin. Cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, I guess that's cool. You know, I'm not really big on getting every piece of resin in the game, but, you know, it's good to hang on to some.
I'm gonna buy you one of those Etsy resins.
Do it! That would be fun. Get it for my birthday. Huh?
We got a clip of File Your Resins. I'm
Oh,
so
good.
glad.
My birthday's coming up in 3 months. Give me one of them.
right. Hell yeah.
Oh, Frankie, what could be in there?
I don't know, but let's not mess up this puzzle.
Okay.
Oh, hey, speaking of, we got a commentary about puzzle.
This optional toner puzzle is intended to train players not to blindly click on each junction without first understanding the implications. This particular puzzle is designed to have the side effect of tripping a fire alarm if the player merely clicks on each toner junction they encounter without looking ahead. An observant player can easily solve the puzzle without tripping the alarm, but a careless player will trip the alarm, causing a Combine soldier to come storming around the corner to investigate the noise.
Who would do that?
That's fucked up. What kind of stupid idiot would do that? Not me.
Not us multiple times.
Not us every time we played the game, no.
Every time except now where the dev reminded us.
I would like this.
Which is funny, because we tend to trip it and then be quietly paranoid for the rest of the game that it's going to set off an alarm.
I'm going to close this window real quick because I've had something labeled scroll up stuck in front of you guys for about 20 minutes.
Oh, God. Also, good night, Galactic Pal.
Good night, Galactic Pal. You are my little Galactic Pal. I was gonna say my little PogChamp. That phrasing is so fucking funny to me. I don't know why. I just have to keep fucking saying it.
There's just something about the, like, well-meaning Midwestern mom tone of it.
Yeah, honestly.
Like, someone attached it to, like, Toriel once.
Yes!
Every time since then, I've been like...
Yes, my
You're
child,
right,
you
though.
are my little PogChamp.
Whenever we play Undertale, I almost feel like you should voice Toriel.
Aww.
I think that would read very well.
That'd be sweet. Thanks, Pally.
You always read it in Bayonetta's voice? That's fucking great.
You are my little PogChamp.
You are my little PogChamp.
That was quite pogged.
That was quite pogged.
Hey, where are you?
So... Okay, actually saving up for the grenade launcher rules.
Yeah, actually, this has worked out very well. Oh, hey, let's inject
This has
ourselves in the
reduced the-
face.
Yeah, let's do it, let's do it. In the face, in the face! Yeah, that does work.
Cool. Yeah, this is working out pretty nice with regard to combat, huh?
Honestly, and Tactic, there is no way to raise the dev voices up without also raising up the noise of everything else. And then at that point, we're just struggling to be heard and understand in a few ways. We are trying to keep the subtitles on screen as much as possible and avoiding crosstalk, except sometimes it's hard to tell when the other characters are going to start talking.
Yeah, that's the issue.
It's an imperfect genre.
Yep. Hey, come here.
Hey, asshole. Hey, dipshit. Ah.
Hey, don't shoot me, okay?
Hey, stop that, okay?
Hey, cut it out, alright? That's not very nice
Don't
of
do
you.
that, okay? Stabilization team is a forward pressure, which just means that he's advancing. I really do love that no daggers needed means he thinks he doesn't need a gun to fight you. That's funny.
Okay, buddy. Okay, pal.
Let's see how that works.
Let's see how that
works
shakes out for you. No, that's fine.
Come on, man. Mano a mano. Put up your dukes. Ugh. That wasn't fair. We weren't even looking. Hey, asshole. Condition Delta. I wonder what that means. Because it was preparing Condition Delta. I wonder if that means, like, getting the shield back up?
Hey,
because I noticed that they... Huh?
Have they ever spawned at the top of the stairs before?
I'm not sure. It could be that maybe the people who come down if we set off that fire alarm stay up there instead?
Maybe. Or maybe it's a grenade launcher specialty, you know?
That could be, too. Also, I noticed that wallhammers can't have their shield up and attack at the same time.
You think...
The shield...
Sorry. Go ahead.
The shield can stun you for a moment, but otherwise, like, they don't have many options with it up.
You think you're such hot shit? Kill this wallhammer.
Honestly.
Going sharp, don't do that. That would be terrible.
Going sharp? That's rude to us,
That's
actually.
so rude.
Also, they actually say ready to hammer in 3, 2, 1 before they fire sometimes, which cracks me up enormously. Ready to hammer.
Hostile is unaware.
Hostile is very aware. You bitches aren't, like, subtle. Oh, they refer to sending in the drones as exposing, too. Oh, sweet, free grenade. Boop, do. Prizes?
Mazel tov.
Nah.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, no, those are just normal crates, not prizes.
Boo.
Boo. I gotta say, I think going through an actual subway is much cleverer than going through a sewer, because the architecture actually makes sense and is roughly the same kind of underground environmental area.
Oh boy, you know where we're about to head into?
Oh. Oh.
It's our favorite place. It's a hotel.
I always like breathing particulates, personally.
Look to the northern star.
I am. Why are you saying it like that?
No. The Vortigaunt said, look to the northern star to help his friends, which sounds like Vortigaunt nonsense, but I guess it isn't.
Oh, yeah. That does make more sense.
Phantom Hop, preparing to hammer sounds like something that HLVR AI Gordon would say about Wallhammer Barney.
They usually generate power for security protocols.
Like the power and security you need for a giant vault.
Listen.
I don't think he's a good flirt, but he would flirt with Barney, I'm just saying.
Listen.
Canonically speaking.
I gotta get... I gotta beat the Combine and get the PF Chains to meet Barney. That still fucking kills me.
I keep thinking that it could actually be very cute if Trog wound up playing Barney.
Oh yeah.
I think you should find your way into that hotel and get up to the
What?
substation.
Really? No.
I mean, I guess.
No, I don't want to progress the plot. Why would I want to do that, Russell?
We're looking for prizes, Russell. Oh, and there's that noise of the substation, too. It's very cool to me that you get a look at what's happening there.
Ooh.
Oh, hello. Hello.
Typical players spend up to 2 hours progressing through the interior spaces of the Northern Star Hotel, and we found in playtests that they often had trouble remembering their next goal of disrupting the Combine substation above. In earlier tests, the vault constantly reminded players of its presence by emitting a repeating abstract musical pattern.
Oh.
This pattern works so well at drawing and keeping the player's attention that we expanded and fictionalized it as a semi-musical sound design pattern, which we changed to emit from the Combine substation, representing it collecting and transmitting Vortigaunt energy to the vault. While in the hotel, the player does not have line of sight to the substation, so we repeat this sonic pattern at varying volumes within the hotel as a reminder of both the Combine substation and the vault outside.
Wait.
In fact, if you look closely at the Zen foliage when you are in the hotel, you will notice that it reacts visibly to the overspill of Vortigaunt energy as it flows from the substation.
Yo!
Oh, that's so cool. Look at what Newt shared. Look what Newt shared.
What?
Look at what Newt shared in the chat. You might have to scroll up a little bit to find it.
Oh yeah, the PF Chang's thing. Yeah, that's what I was quoting.
No. Newt After Dark shared something on Twitter. That is art.
What? Oh, really? Hang on.
Yes.
I have to restart the chat. Hang on.
It's really cute. I can save it until when we're doing art stream stuff. I have it like in an open tab.
Can you toss it in chat again in just a sec, Newt? Okay, now Newt, can you toss it in again? I want to see it. Well, thank you.
I have the link. I just.
Ooh.
Right? That's so cool. Thank you so much.
Holy shit.
That's really, really
That's
lovely.
amazing. Yo.
Yeah,
Holy
you can see now where I was
shit.
like, look.
Okay, I can't do anything because I'm not logged into this Twitch chat, but I'm going to like and retweet this, I promise. Holy shit.
Yeah, for sure.
That's amazing. Look at chat! And the crows, and Frankie, and me, and Alyx, and Asparagus, rip.
I love how Alyx is in the commentary headphones too. It's really lovely.
Yeah, this fucking owns. Thank you, Newt. Holy shit. Thank you. I'm please link that in the fan art channel. I want to look at it more.
Yes, we will be hitting the fan art channel. But on the game design, that stuff about that sound is very cool because I definitely never picked up on the reoccurring sound cue, and that technically means they were doing their job amazingly well.
Yeah, holy shit. Okay, I've got...
That's extremely cool.
I know my chat rules, thank you, Twitch. Do not be a jerk or Bugs rings you like a towel. Such is the way.
Such is the way. Yeah, let's use this sucker.
Now that I know the game allows this. Well, I've been thunking myself in the stomach every time I used it in real life, because to register it, you have to get it below your headset, so it means, because I'm fat, I have to punch myself in the gut every time that I heal, and I've been doing that every single time we stream Alyx, and every time I've played Alyx, I've been punching myself in the gut. So if you ever hear a soft noise, that's me punching myself in the gut to heal.
It sounds like Face is actually working out better then.
Yeah, a little. I'll say that. It's interesting, this is about where my stomach is, and I would say Alyx is about here, so. Interesting ways that VR diverges from, you know.
And bugs could do it to their hand, but also sometimes we're healing in the middle of
Immersion.
combat, and other hand is busy doing shooty shoots.
Hey, what was that?
Hey, what was that?
And the power's out. Looks like we're taking the stairs.
Yeah, that was a doggy.
Yeah, that was a doggy. That's right. The doggy says... The turkey says...
Actually, I am thinking about it, and I do hope that at some point after being on Earth long enough, they figure out how to breed a head crab the size of a turkey.
That'd be cute.
Fucking butterball brand. They call it a butterball. Let's listen to this.
We knew from previous VR projects that players would expect a high level of fidelity from their interactions with objects in the world, and during early testing of Half-Life Alyx, we received comments that objects were not making the sounds that players expected, given an object's material, size, and assumed weight. This led us to a more granular approach to physics sounds than we had used in prior products. For example, in the past, we would have used a single physics sound for all objects of a certain size and material. So, we would have had one sound to represent collisions of small metal objects, another sound for large wooden objects, and so on. For Half-Life Alyx, we built up a new library of object-specific sounds so that we could distinguish between similar objects, like a piece of silverware and a small metal can. Not only do we now have a library of almost 2,000 object-specific physics sounds, covering over 160 different objects, but we can further alter the sound at runtime based on an object's impact velocity and the hardness of the material it collides with. In some cases, we even layer in sounds representing an object's contents, such as matches in a matchbox or fuel in a jerry can, which can be heard when those objects are shaken by the player or collide with something at high velocity.
Wow, that's amazing.
That's really cool. That's such a good example of, like, responding to feedback of, like, hey, the way that you did this doesn't really work for being in VR, and they're like...
Nah, I'm still looking.
You shush, Russell.
You can hear the coffee in here.
You can! Wow. I really do feel like these are good examples of, like, using the resources of being a big-ish studio for, like, good things. Because honestly, I do think sound winds up mattering so much more than, like, I can see every pore and this light scattering. Let's hit that other one.
Oh, the one about light scattering?
It's about liquids and bottles. What are you talking about?
I'm joking.
All right, put the headset on.
Okay.
Try counting.
Given the large number of bottles throughout the game, and the fact that they feature so significantly in the distillery gameplay, we decided to make interacting with them as interesting as possible using a procedural liquid effect. Each bottle is assigned a random fill level, and values for the amount of liquid agitation and foaming are calculated based on the bottle's movement. This is stored in the object's tint color, which is otherwise unused. The shader calculates the liquid level based on the bottle's orientation in-game. Since the amount of liquid visible in a bottle as a proportion of its height is different when oriented upright, sideways or upside down, different values are used for each in order to preserve the apparent volume of liquid inside. The liquid's surface is then displaced by a number of sine waves, modulated with the agitation value to create rippling waves. The areas determined to contain liquid, as opposed to air, take on the colour and refraction index values of that liquid. Bubbles and foam effects are added based on the agitation and foaming values. These are procedural and can be modified to create a variety of different behaviours. Several layers of bubbles are created in a local view space relative to the object, so that they're stable from frame to frame, and can always move upwards relative to gravity. Artists can set a variety of parameters per liquid, such as colour, glow, foaming potential, wave properties, and a meniscus at the surface of the liquid which curls up around the edges of the volume, helping to communicate the viscosity of the liquid. The refracted environment seen through the glass and liquid is sampled from the same cubic environment map of the local area that's used for reflections, and so the bottles are effectively opaque and do not have to blend with the frame buffer in the way that transparent objects normally do. This was a strategic design choice, as along with storing the physics data in the tint colour, it means that the bottles can be rendered together as a batch in arbitrary order, which is critical for graphics throughput. In the end, the refractive liquid effect allows for a variety of interactions to take place at a fidelity that is especially compelling with tracked hand controllers in VR.
That's pretty damn cool.
Really? I never realized that they were all set to random fill levels. I kind of just assumed that they were all set at the same one, but no, they're all randomly filled to different levels, and I really love the motivation is just, hey, you interact with these a lot, and they're going to be a big part of a section of the games like puzzles. Let's make them really interesting and fun to, like, move.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I do think that in many ways these bottles are like one of the coolest tech things. Although now, having seen an explanation, the gravity gloves, the Russells, definitely seem like a strong contender too.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting too, because this feature was put into the game like a month after release, I think.
Ooh.
Yeah. Which, because
also the tank noise, very good.
The tank noise is very good. I've got to admit, I am listening a little more to the noises. Oops.
Yeah. Alyx is going to smell of distressingly of vodka. I don't know, playing with bottles can be kind of fun,
Hey,
IRL.
Russ. Name a song.
Flight of the Bumblebee.
Coming right up.
That's it.
That's my favorite gag every time. I don't even care how often I hear it. Just the way Russell just goes like, that's it! Like, good job, kid. He, like, that... Oh, Dan still creates. Why the wasp? That moment really makes me think that, like, if Russell was around Alyx when they were a kid, Russell was probably pretty fun. Just because he, like, goes with bits.
Did you guys like that
Flight of
song
the
I learned in
Wasp.
high school?
I did.
Thank you. Stepping up, stepping down, then you do a skip. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da-da-da, something quick. Da-da-da-da-da-da, ma-da-da-da-da, ma-da-da-da-da-da, much too quick. That's it. That's all I know.
Ooh, breaker boxes. Let's go back to the elevator plan. I'm gonna get the power back on.
Smash.
I want the res. Ow. I want the res.
Resin! Ow! I want the resin!
I would do really poorly in one of those electrical mazes, you know?
I mean, if they put, like, a prize just past it, yes, difficulties.
Oh, thank you. Hang on, I have to close and reopen the chat. Ugh. I don't know why it does this. So silly.
Chat, why do you keep running away? That's rude.
Very rude. My goodness. Who taught you your manners?
Chats, you know.
Bugs will summon resin in
Bugs
real
will
life. It's true.
It's true.
Okay. I'm fine. Ah!
We're
Ooh.
good, we're good, we're good.
Yeah.
What do we got? What do we got? Puzzle. Puzzle. Hey, Denzel grades.
No, I do not have time for you to show me that you're moving now. I have to have grenade, okay?
Grenade now, please.
Grenade now, please. Thanks.
Here we go.
This hotel's ancient. The wiring's gonna be a real rat's nest.
That's a cute line from Russell that's easy to miss.
Yeah, that is.
I just like it's like the hotel's ancient. Wiring's gonna be a real rat's nest.
Rat's nest is a cute term.
It is. Oh, that is a phrase
Power's back on.
that
Let's check the elevator.
Alyx or Eli uses the phrase rat's nest as a quasi-curse in Half-Life 2 at some point.
Really?
I just remembered that.
Ah.
Because I remembered taking note of it because it could make sense for the rebels due to having to actually worry about, like, rodents spoiling their backup food. But it now occurs to me that that could be something picked up from Russell. I don't have any more information than this. This is just how my memory works. My memory is so bad about everything but special interests. I can literally juggle reading, like, 20 different mangas with remarkably similar plots, and read 2 books at once distractedly in between doing other stuff, and keep track of all of that. God help me if I remember what I was doing upstairs.
Looks like we're taking the ladder.
I do kind of love the reoccurring gag about elevators always being bad or traumatic in these games.
Yeah, I love that too.
I feel like after a while all the rebels just, you know, stairs are good. Stairs are good, actually.
Stairs are good, actually.
How dangerous do we think this stuff really is?
Well, it is spawned from another dimension, so probably, yeah, extremely. But a rare opportunity to examine alien flora up close.
Well, crowbars have actually been optional before. In opposing forces, Adrian uses a big chunky wrench instead, which I actually really like.
I do too.
It's like one of them big chunky fuckers.
It gives Adrian kind of some character, I think. I think Barney could have benefited from having his own, like, big chunky flashlight or something, you know?
That's what I always think, is that having a big flashlight would have been really fun. Yeah, Adrian also has a knife, too. Okay.
Okay?
Let's listen to that bad boy.
Okay.
Give me info.
The Zen flora in this area animate in response to the Vortigaunt energy pulsing from the Combine substation outside. Since the substation itself is not visible from inside the hotel, it was important that we continue to remind players of its presence using audio and visual cues, and the Zen flora provided a perfect opportunity to do this. The shaders used on the Zen flora help illustrate the plant's response to the energy pulses in a few different ways. For example, the villi and cilia elongate and vibrate, while many of the other plants pulsate or glow. The intensity and timing of these effects are driven directly.
Russell.
That was it? Russell?
The Zen flora in this area animate in response to the Vortigaunt energy pulsing from the Combine substation outside. Since the substation itself is not visible from inside the hotel, it was important that we continue to remind players of its presence using audio and visual cues, and the Zen flora provided a perfect opportunity to do this. The shaders used on the Zen flora help illustrate the plant's response to the energy pulses in a few different ways. For example, the villi and cilia elongate and vibrate, while many of the other plants pulsate or glow. The intensity and timing of these effects are driven directly by the sound system, meaning that the audio and visual reinforcement of the Combine substation pulses are always in sync.
That's very cool. So that also directly reinforces that this type of growth kind of requires this much ambient energy, which was reinforced visually by it growing around electrical outlets a lot.
Oh, here we go.
That's very... Yeah, look at that.
Wow, no kidding.
Wow.
That's amazing.
That's interesting. That's so much non-explicit information. And then I like how it happens here in this room where you can see, like, oh, hey, look, the light makes kind of a clearer room, but it's still growing in here. That's very cool. How nifty.
Yeah,
and
it
that
is.
Sound. I gotta say, it's especially eerie realizing that specific droning sound might as well be equivalent to something screaming.
Yeah, honestly.
Like, every time that noise happens, that is a Vortigaunt being drained of what you could either consider to be their life force, the living electricity that is generated by their body, or possibly their soul.
Yay.
So that's fun. Which, I gotta say, I think if you drained the electricity out of my human body, it wouldn't do good. There's not much electricity in here, but I'm using almost all of it for my brain and heart. My muscles, you know.
I'm so fucking tall today in VR. It's interesting. I'm not sure
it's interesting.
why it thinks I'm so tall.
Alyx tall today.
Yeah, Alyx has been drinking their milk.
Mm-hmm. I actually, you know what? I wonder
Really?
what
Through the door?
Rude. I wonder. Let's hit one of those syringes. I wonder what a Vortigaunt in an MRI machine would look like. Would you even, like, get something useful? Would you need to, like, rejigger it? Oh, hey! Look at that.
That works out. You know,
does.
I'm really starting to think I shouldn't be breathing this stuff.
Agreed. Just keep moving. Maybe breathe less.
Maybe breathe less.
Good shit, Russell. Thank you.
Less. Less specific one.
Less. Breathe less.
Less.
Less. Maybe breathe
The MRI
less.
machine just explodes, honestly, though. Oh no, y'all having a science discussion, like, in the chat. That's great. That's fucking awesome, honestly.
Yeah.
I enjoy seeing it go by, and also it gives me the very cute visual of the chat monster just talking about genetics.
Ooh.
Let's. Oh yes, I know. Let's go. Hit it.
The quarantine zone revealed a new hidden secret of the city. Alien plant life from Zen has taken.
Really?
Take it off.
What does it reek like? Be specific.
Like a rotting animal mixed with ammonia.
Mixed with ammonia. Okay.
Russell, you talk so much. I love you.
Killing us, game. Also, thanks for the follow, just an idiot 123.
Thank you.
Breaching the quarantine zone revealed a new hidden secret of the city. Alien plant life from Zen has taken root on Earth and has been thriving in the shadows of City 17. On the development team, the Northern Star Hotel was referred to as Hotel Zen before it had a proper name in the story, as it was the first location we used to explore what Zen foliage could look like and how it might consume any given environment. One of the challenges the environment team faced when designing the Zen foliage was layering a new look onto an existing environment without having to rebuild Zen-infested versions of every prop. We relied heavily on texture blending and kit bashing of Zen foliage shapes to handle most of the big environmental changes when Zenifying a scene. We also added some new features to our level editor, Hammer, which allowed for more creative manipulation of assets to reduce repetition. For example, we could pose certain types of meshes such as the Zen tentacles. These could be placed, scaled, stretched and manipulated to snake through an environment, giving a handcrafted look without every asset having to be built for a specific location. These elements were editable in Hammer so they could be adjusted at any time, but were baked into static meshes when the map was compiled to improve their runtime performance.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
That's super cool. Okay, finding out that these environments were made with the equivalent of kit bashing really explains why we see so many of their individual models. And as a quick explanation, if I remember right, kit bashing refers to, like, literally taking, like, hobbyist kits for, like, building ships and robots and stuff, and using each individual part to, like, make new props by taking different pieces of it. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep.
This is what I'm remembering from my nerd father. Basically, like, imagine taking a bunch of Gundam parts and just using those different parts to make a new, like, ray gun prop. You didn't have to craft each individual new part that you're using to, like, make stuff look better, so it's much faster, and you probably still get a very cool result. This is very cool. Making all of these growth props individually, and then being able to get most of this done by, like, okay, here's a hotel room. Here's this storage room. Now we can drop, like, this big pile one. Here's the bomb-releasing tentacle. That's very cool.
In fact, kit bashing and photo bashing are a big part of concept art these days.
Yeah. Which you also might think of as, like, exploratory collage is an easy way to explain photo bashing.
Yeah.
Like, take your reference photos and kind of, like, layer them together. I do it a lot, especially if I'm doing anything that I need reference for in pixel art.
Oh, that's smart.
I
ought to do that.
It looks very useful, especially if I need to, like, okay, I'm doing, like, that big piece I did a superpose fan art. Like, I needed a picture of a arcade cabinet facing a specific direction, and I also needed I think the other thing I needed a lot of was, like, a couple of weird specific patterns, but I used, like, here's the control panel from a different arcade machine because this one looks better. Which, if you do that much stuff, at that point you're doing something pretty original. So just fucking trace over it, because life's short.
Yep.
Trace. Don't trace the art. Never trace from other art sources. Unless you're, like, just learning shit. That's fine. Go crazy.
That's not good.
As long as you don't... Alyx, why are the subtitles are squashed?
It's good for sketchbook studying.
Okay, here's the thing. I study a lot of artists. I don't do direct traceovers. What I'll often do is eyeball it and then draw.
Use as reference.
But, I've heard that drawing direct traceovers is actually a really good way to understand their line consistency.
Yes.
You can do that. That's not cheating. Just don't post your trace online and go like, look at my amazing original art.
But if you're... Honestly, I do think there's something you said for, like, hey, I did this study. Here's it, and here's the thing it is. Here's what artist did this. Best to present it, like, very cleanly.
Russell.
Where'd the subtitles go? They escaped us.
That's where they are. Very fun.
Very fun. Oh, using Gmod to rough out poses is honestly pretty smart.
Oh, there's an artist
some stuff like
who does that a lot with Freehound art.
That's very clever, honestly. Like, because that way you just don't even have to worry about those armors at all.
Honestly.
Also, side note, Clip Studio Paint, I believe, has the ability to, like, plonk down basically a 3D model that you can pose around a little bit.
Yep.
I have never been able to figure that out. But fucking go for it if that'll help you out. Oh, hello.
Well.
I guess this one first.
The Reviver, one of the new enemy types introduced in Half-Life Alyx, arose from our observation that playtesters enjoyed searching their environment in VR much more than they had in traditional games. In addition to rewarding that desire to search with ammunition and resin, we experimented with how it could be part of fighting an enemy. We began prototyping with a fast headcount variant we called the Runner, modifying its behavior to run away and hide from the player after it attacked. We found players really enjoyed looking for a small, hidden enemy they knew was somewhere within a dense environment. They also liked shooting at a fast-moving enemy that was able to run under and behind everyday objects like tables and chairs. Lastly, players talked about liking the way they got to be the aggressor in combat for once, since everywhere else in the game they felt like they were always on the defensive. While feedback was overall very positive, there was one specific problem: how to encourage players to search for the runner. After a few runner encounters, we found players would start to realize they didn't have to look for the runner at all. They could simply wait for it to run away and then leave the room. So we started prototyping various ways in which the runner could become more dangerous if not found, setting up a time pressure where players had to find the runner quickly or the situation would get worse. After some experimentation, we landed on the prototype where the runner could revive a fallen zombie and become a new kind of foe, one that was more dangerous than a runner or zombie. After this change, the runner was renamed internally to the Reviver, and we began assembling the various encounters around it. It took a lot of playtesting to balance out all the various elements of the Reviver fights, because they involved multiple separate stages: combat versus the Reviver, searching for a hidden Reviver, and combat versus a revived zombie. In the end, we still didn't feel like we'd created enough of a foolproof reason for players to need to search for hidden revivers, so we turned the Reviver's heart into a key, requiring players to collect it.
That's cool.
That's
really a very
interesting.
interesting development history. Like, that's honestly not what I was kind of expecting. I really like that the change in the art design here is totally driven by gameplay, like problems and solutions. Like, this is fun. Forcing players to need to engage with it is very interesting as well.
It really is. That's a really neat history.
Yeah. Let's hit this one and head
An
on in
enemy's
there.
animation can elicit a powerful emotional response from players, especially in VR. While developing the Reviver,
Kristen
we learned
Coomer.
that sometimes a character performance can have unintended consequences. In our initial Reviver prototypes, we simply used a blue-tinted headcrab model with rudimentary electrical effects. The prototype was successful enough in playtesting that we decided to invest in a new, purpose-built model for the Reviver, with electrical skin and improved effects. Players identified the new Reviver successfully in the game, but we ran into a new problem. Players didn't want to fight it anymore. While the blue headcrab was easily identified as something dangerous, the new model was something that players had to evaluate from scratch, and they didn't necessarily see it as threatening. In fact, the animations authored for the new Reviver model were interpreted by many players as friendly or even cute. Players would often approach the creature to try to pet it, or worse, refuse to kill it to retrieve the required puzzle piece, blocking their progression in the game. If they did then realize that they were going to have to kill the cute creature to proceed, they felt horrible having to go through with it. To fix this, we reauthored most of the Reviver's animations, making it significantly more unsettling and menacing. We also made the Reviver more aggressive by adding a jump attack if the player got too close. With these changes to animation and behavior, players once again were fighting the Reviver as intended, and they no longer wanted to take it home as a pet.
Wrong.
Most players didn't want to take it home as a pet. And I used to.
Hi, friend. Hi.
I do appreciate that one of the changes made is like it attacks you if you get close. Oh, are you trying to trigger the animation?
Yeah,
this
I wanna get it to bite me.
Come on, hugs.
Hugs?
Hugs.
Hugs?
Give us hugs.
Hug?
Hugs, hugs,
Hug,
hugs,
hug,
hugs,
hug, hug,
hugs.
hug.
Come here, come here, come here.
Come here.
Actually, this does make it seem like we're bullying it.
Hug? 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 Hug?
Good night, actually an onion.
Why do they want to hug me? Hug? Hug, hug,
I
hug.
swear this happened to us like a few times.
I got it to happen, but it was during the ink cloud. Bummer. Do we want to, during the sequence, listen to this?
Yeah, let's hit that other head. Let's hit this one.
This is the room featured in the very first shot of the Half-Life Alyx announcement trailer. It's not an obvious choice for that use. The room is dark, not particularly colorful, and it's a pretty pedestrian corridor. Cleaning supplies and laundry baskets are not in themselves attention grabbers. But we chose this scenario because it very effectively demonstrates the excitement and tension that we thought was typical of the game. All game trailers require careful design. Conveying a game's core experience in just a few moments is tricky, even at the best of times. But we believe the Half-Life Alyx trailer had to work harder than most to meet a particularly difficult and uncommon set of challenges. We had kept the existence of the game under wraps, so shipping the trailer was going to be the first time in 13 years that Valve had shown any work on Half-Life. On top of that, the trailer had to quickly communicate that Valve had chosen to make the next installment of Half-Life a VR game. And although we were very confident in the decision to make a VR game and in the quality of what we had built, we still worried that revealing those decisions to the world might cause even our most loyal fans to make their own decision, that we had truly lost our minds. Those of us working on the trailer knew it had
like a dog-looking lightning thing.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
This is the room featured in the very first shot of the Half-Life Alyx announcement trailer. It's
think
not
they
an
let us
obvious
skip forward
choice
a
for
little
that
bit.
use. The room is dark, not particularly colorful, and it's a pretty pedestrian corridor. Cleaning supplies and laundry baskets are not in themselves attention grabbers. But we chose this scenario because it very effectively demonstrates the excitement and tension that we thought was typical of the game. All game trailers require careful design. Conveying a game's core experience
Can you
in
squeeze
just
it
a
real
few
hard?
moments is tricky, even at the best
If I
of
squeeze
times.
it, I do get
But we
a
believe the
static,
Half-Life Alyx
like,
trailer
thudding
had
in my
to work
hand.
harder than most to
That's
meet
great.
a
Yeah,
particularly
that was kinda
difficult
cool.
and uncommon set of challenges. We had kept the existence of the game under wraps, So shipping the trailer was going
Do you
to
know
be
you
the
can
first
set off
time in
a
13
grenade by
years
shooting
that
it?
Valve had shown any work
What?
on Half-Life.
That
On top
rules.
of that, the trailer had to quickly communicate that Valve had
Do it
chosen to
again?
make the
I
next
missed it.
installment of
It
Half-Life
shot
a VR
electricity
game. And although we
out
were
into
very
everything
confident
metal in the
decision
environment.
to make a VR game and in the quality of what we had built, we still worried that revealing those decisions to the world might cause even our most loyal fans to make their own decision, that we had truly lost our minds. Those of us working on the trailer knew it had to make people so excited that they could put those worries aside. The trailer also had to clearly convey that the game was not Half-Life 3, meaning that it did not take place after the events of Episode 2. Half-Life Alyx was instead a prequel of sorts, occurring between the events of Half-Life and Half-Life 2. In addition, the trailer had to show depth, variety, familiar characters, and enough novelty and surprise to get across to the viewer that this was really and truly a full-fledged installment in the Half-Life series, not a small VR experiment or a spin-off. This was a tall order, but the entire game team rallied around the effort because everyone understood the value of the work. We're just as proud of the result we achieved in the trailer as we are of any other part of Half-Life Alyx.
Nice.
I do still see people saying that it's like, oh, isn't this just like a experiment or something? It's like, no, full-fledged
No,
game.
it's a full game. It is like, people really reacted as if like, oh, this must be like a 2 or 3 hour long like tech demo, and it's like, nah, man. It's pretty solid. It's not like 40 hours, but it can't be. And also good. I feel like a tight, like, 8 or 10 hour game is a beautiful thing in this day and age.
Yep. Blue, green, red. Alright, fuck it.
And I do think that there's a lot of symbolism with G-Man and the bacteriophage, but it's worth noting that he never tricks people into doing things. Not really. He gives people the opportunities to do things. And he doesn't exhibit his will on people exactly, and he doesn't change reality either, because he just gives people resources and suggestions. But the Combine are who put him into the bacteriophage shaped prison, and they associate not only germs with like bad stuff, but also Dr. Breen is obsessed with becoming better than human. I think he wanted to copy the G-Man and be uplifted in that way, is my kind of wild theory. But I also think that there's something to be said about the fact that a bacteriophage reproduces itself, and going wide with symbolism, hey, he sure hands Alyx his briefcase after spending a lot of time describing what his job is. Like, giving a much clearer concept of what his job is than has ever been heard of before. I consider them choices. I can't be argued with on this. It's totally valid to interpret this other ways, but they were given a choice. Gordon could die, and Alyx didn't exactly choose. Well,
that elevator will take me up to the substation.
Let me put it this way. Most of the fandom will probably agree with you, non-binary Vegeta, but you're not gonna convince me. I'll say that. It's probably the majority view.
Let me, put these on ya.
Go ahead.
Half-Life Alyx supports 3 types of player movement: continuous movement, shift teleport, and blink teleport. Early on, one of the properties of blink teleport, and to a lesser degree shift teleport, was that players would often refer to the actual mechanic of teleporting when describing their movement through the environment. I teleported to the desk, or I teleported into cover, was often how players would describe their actions, and it served as an unconscious reminder that they were interacting with a game in a specific way. To address this, we made a couple of key changes early on that significantly altered the way players recounted their movement, and as a result, pulled them further into a more convincing virtual reality. One of these changes was the visual indicator that represented the teleport destination. We swapped the abstract cylindrical indicator used in the lab for a pair of holographic feet. The feet helped provide a sense of physical presence and indicated the direction the player would face upon finishing a teleport. We also added animated feet between the player's current location and the teleport target. These feet illustrated the path the player would traverse, further helping provide a fiction for their movement through the environment. Along with the visual interface changes, we also added audio of footsteps and body movements that would play after a teleport to effectively summarize the player's movement through the space. This isn't something everyone necessarily notices at first, but it is quite obvious when it's missing or incorrect. Footstep audio transformed how players described their movement through the world, and players would often refer back to movement in the environment as walking or running, as opposed to referring to game terminology.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, like, honestly, the footwork Foley is really good in this game. I do think the G-Man functions on fairy rules, and I've said this before and I'll say it again. The G-Man doesn't necessarily offer the fairest of bargains, but he is not who set up the situations that cause it to be unfair. He really is just showing up because someone was straight up about to die unless an impossible figure stepped in to save them, and that's who he is. It might not be a clear or fair choice, but it is a choice because you can literally make that choice with Gordon Freeman. And Alyx, I think, there's just no world where she doesn't take that choice, and maybe that's the same thing as being manipulative, but I don't think it's manipulative as in, ho ho he hoo, I will force you to say yes. It's just, he knows you'll say yes, because he is representing himself as a businessman, which I do think is a not morally great thing to be, the way he presents it. I'm never saying he's a good person, let me be clear. But I do think he offers a choice. Not a great choice, but a choice.
I've never been in this room.
But I also don't... Mostly for the bacteriophage stuff, I do think that it's interesting that maybe he hired someone else to be a thing like him. But it's always worth remembering that that was the Combine's choice. It's interesting. It's interesting. Yes, you don't have to be evil to be manipulative. That's true. Technically very good people. Eli is actually kind of manipulative too. Or not manipulative, but he's a good guy who's willing to make very rough choices, at least.
Yeah,
sorry, I will talk about G-Man forever. Alyx is a game we are playing.
There we go. Okay.
How you doing, Bugs?
Oh, I'm doing okay. I was eyeballing the amount of corpses in this room and trying to decide if it would be worth it to leave the head-crabbed zombies up and running, but no. There's already enough dead people in the room. It doesn't matter if I leave them up.
Yeah, it's very clearly where they're showing off the dead corpse thing, you know?
Exactly.
That's a good way of putting it, Generic Flower. I definitely think he is, like... He is not fair. He's definitely not a fair deal. But he's a deal in a world that is explicitly not offering many deals. And the Combine's deal is, hey, we take your eyeballs now, okay? The G-Man's deal, on the other hand, seems to be more like, hey, later on... Oh, let's look at this one.
Compared to our traditional first-person experiences, in VR we found it was sometimes all too easy to create an intense atmosphere. This can be to the game's advantage, but it can also be detrimental in cases where our focus is on training players in some new mechanic. In intense situations, players frequently fail to notice or retain critical information, and as a result, we often had to reduce tension in areas of the game where we were introducing players to something new. The audio of the reviver here as the player descends beneath the hotel is designed to ease players into the idea that they will be encountering the creature that they had briefly seen as they entered the hotel earlier. The reviver's scream and its shadow on the wall are designed to reduce tension by indicating the position of the reviver around the corner, removing any potential surprise. Telegraphing the reviver's position and giving players the upper hand helps set up the resurrection scene, where players want to observe the reviver instead of shooting at it immediately. This is critical because this is the first time the player sees the reviver reanimating a zombie, and if players are too distracted to take it in, they won't be successful in the upcoming fight.
That's pretty cool.
I will say I made like the funniest face when they said reduce tension, because I'm like, running into this shadow panicked us. We spent like a whole minute on these stairs like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Hey, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, we definitely... I froze up. I was like, what? No, I don't want to fight whatever's in there. Puppy.
And I will say that I kind of enjoy how, like, there's the G-Man who's weird and subtle. Okay. And then there's Breen.
Puppy.
Breen's just a fuck ass.
Puppy.
Also, I liked what a very polite way that Dev had of saying, so it turns out if we just threw the players into a room with that happening, they just died.
Puppy.
That I love.
I love a puppy.
I remember the first time we went through this area, the sound of it running through the vent over us was such like a, whoa, whoa,
yeah.
Whoa. Honestly, as weird as corny as Half-Life is, I really do like its levels of morality, where it's like, you got Breen, he's an evil jagoff who's literally only concerned with himself, really. You got G-Man, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Not good, but beneficial, question mark, again. And then you got, like, Eli's definitely good, but... like, he will shove Gordon out the door into Antarctica.
In VR, we found it was sometimes all too easy to create an intense atmosphere.
Stop giving me ammo! Stop!
Take it off, take it off! Oh, Snail says that Chris' demo found out that if you manage to shoot this one before it gets into the corpse, another one comes out of the wall.
Oh, really?
That's very cool.
I wish I'd known that going in. I would have shot it.
I know. That's very cool to know in general, though. Yeah, black, white, and gray is a good balance for a game. And I guess I should also mention, and then there's Moss Man, who, despite seeming good at first, turns out to be bad, but maybe she has her own motivations that are very complex, and if you think about it, it can be morally gray to sell a man into slavery. That's really hard to do.
Roulette.
Dang, I don't know how Demo pulled that off now, honestly.
Yeah, seriously.
That had to be fast. Good on him.
Demo's a quick draw.
Mossman. Some people like Mossman. It's valid if you do.
Many people like her for the reason that she has boobs.
Yeah, allowing fascism is some of the worst violence a person can commit. Or as my parent always put it, which I said in chat, Nazi punks fuck off.
Yep.
Always passionate.
Yep.
I feel like Mossman would actually be very fun if she was presented as someone who's, like, explicitly an antagonist, but, like, with this other weird level of self-centeredness about it. Because I think having, like, the weird, lawful, evil scientist character has some merit. Because there really are people who fixate on the idea that somehow science on its own is morally good or whatever. Or, like, inherently noble despite what you do with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay, the largest toad. We'll just keep talking. You can enjoy. Eh. You know, when you get hit by lightning and the rustles freak out, that's what it feels like whenever one of my hands tendons are all fucked up.
Oh, really?
I mean, it's a good visual indicator of it.
Yeah.
It's like a staticky feeling sometimes.
Oh, that's kind of neat. I mean, it sucks, but it's kind of neat. Oh, shit.
I like colorful metaphors for pain, which sounds bad, but I have a pain condition. It's just what you do sometimes when you're bored. Or what I do sometimes. If anyone's read my fic, Defragmenting, I literally pulled from some of that material to write Arnie's internal monologue.
Oh, it's whimpering. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Okay, Valve, try harder to make it not cute.
What happened?
New development? It went into a dead guy.
No.
Yes.
No.
I had to shoot both of them. It was nuts, Russell.
It sounds nuts.
Oh, it was.
They're like trapping you with multiples. Also, real quick, not to say if you have a disability, why aren't you using it for your art? I'm just saying that I get bored and think about this stuff and then reuse it later because, free metaphors.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I just wanted to clear that up really quickly.
Yeah, no, that's a good thing to clear up.
Yeah.
One of the challenges with the Reviver's resurrection mechanic was training players that the Reviver was the target, and the zombie was effectively just an inert vehicle that could not be damaged. This was a significant departure from what we had been training players to expect. Up until this point in the game, players would see a zombie, shoot at it, and as long as they hit it enough times, it would die. The Reviver breaks that expectation, and in early tests, players thought the game was broken when the zombie wouldn't die or even react to being shot. We had to make a number of changes to revive zombies to train players that this behavior was intentional. First, we designed the revived zombies' introduction animation to use particle effects and audio to draw attention to the changes that result in this new type of combat. Second, we substituted in dull particle and impact sounds to make shooting the zombie feel less impactful than it did in previous encounters with ordinary non-revived zombies. And finally, we modified the revived zombie so that it doesn't play any flinch animation or respond to bullet impacts, further communicating to players that its behavior is different. We also used the Reviver itself to illustrate the new combat experience. Electrical effects were added to indicate the Reviver's movement inside the zombie, with a bright pop and glow as it emerged at a new location on the zombie's body. With these new visuals and satisfying impact sounds and screeches from the Reviver when hit, playtesters were no longer confused and consistently enjoyed the new combat mechanic.
You can see a little bit of grease on here from when Russell installed the Brussels.
Yeah, fingerprints.
That's cute.
Also, that's confident of them to say consistently, because I remember we had a little bit of trouble figuring out what to be shooting.
Just a wee bit. Alright. Yay! Another one.
Punching Nazis is always necessary violence. Okay,
that's true. Beep boop.
In our early designs, a revived zombie was just an invincible zombie with a moving vulnerable spot. Playtesting revealed this to be less tense and threatening than the Reviver on its own. And since we wanted the revived zombie to be a higher stakes adversary, we needed to enhance its offensive capabilities.
Oh,
As a
good.
natural extension of the electrified nature of the Reviver, we chose to create an electrical field around the revived zombie, so that players who got too close would take heavy electrical damage. This worked well for many playtests, until we observed a player who was a proficient real-world marksman. This player was able to easily defeat the revived zombie without ever being threatened.
Dang it!
In response, we gave the revived zombie its electrified ground counterattack, which forces players to change positions to avoid damage. This created a cadence of attack and retreat that was more tense and satisfying for all players.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I really do like how it shakes up fighting it.
It really does work out, but it's also very funny that they're like, so the problem is that we remembered that like some people would be really good shots. That's great.
That is kind of great. What's this one?
And that makes a lot of sense, because I bet that real world marksmanship actually carries over to Alyx a lot.
Yeah.
Let's hit this one.
Since a VR game must always be rendered from a virtual camera that matches the player's own point of view, we have limited opportunities to control what the player sees. Elevators are one of the few tools we have in VR to direct the player's view. A rising elevator like this one can be used similar to a crane shot that you might see in film, going from one elevation to another, revealing a beautiful vista or dramatic story beat. In VR, elevator rides can be challenging to make comfortable, as the motion of the virtual elevator is inconsistent with the player's own vestibular system. We found that we can make the elevator rides in Half-Life Alyx comfortable enough for most players by moving the elevator slowly and limiting how much the player could see out of the elevator. This particular elevator was initially far more open, but we gradually introduced more and more visual obstruction to the design so that the player always had some significant portion of the elevator in their field of view. This meant that we were able to get the dramatic reveal of the hotel exterior and Combine substation we desired, but players were comfortable since they could always see the elevator, which was in their own frame of reference.
Wow.
That's really cool.
That's neat.
I would not really have thought about that, but yeah, actually it's very shocking that that gives nobody any trouble.
Yeah,
what
it's
a cool way of like Go ahead.
It's so seamless that you don't even... Quiet, I'm trying to talk. It's so seamless you don't even notice.
Constraining like what you're able to see is very interesting, is like how that's done too.
Yeah, honestly, largest toad.
The largest toad, I hope you get a shiny Rowlet, okay?
Ooh, shiny Rowlet. Oh, that one's cool.
Get a shiny, okay?
Well, let's think about it, Alyx. He's on foot, moving at 3 miles an hour. Plus, he's a fugitive. He's only got one leg. There's obstacles, no direct path. You know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. He should be back by now.
Yeah. So I should be worried.
Normally, yes. But you're the one headed towards the danger, so I'd say we should be the ones worried about you.
Aww.
Josh and the Zombies wanted to know how much longer we're gonna go. Not much longer. We are really about at where we'd normally clear up for the night, but it's very tempting to want to get to the last next Vortigaunt we rescue.
Yeah.
But it could also be very cool to leave off right before it.
That's true.
But like, there's not really any major, like, is there another combat sequence? Yeah. No, this wraps around a bit before it gets right up there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Or are we just like right about to get there?
We have to get through the room where we get the assault rifle.
Okay, in that case, I'm gonna say let's listen to that. Let's like solve this and listen to the headphone next to us, and maybe wrap up for the night.
Okay.
Because it is 1:20 a.m.
Ugh. And then we'll look at fan art.
Yeah.
After exiting the elevator, the player gets their closest view yet of the Combine substation attached to the exterior of the hotel. While the Combine architecture can veer into the abstract, it's often at its most successful when contrasted with the human structure. Beyond this, we always try to drive the visual design with an invented function, ideally to support the gameplay or story. In this case, the routing of some unusual power source to the vault from various parts of the city. The player doesn't know it at this point,
but this substation is designed to essentially torture the song out of a group of Vortigaunts who are housed in the attached pod farms.
Song.
The output is collected from the Vortigaunts before being reharmonized by a single conductor Vortigaunt via the cable tuner apparatus seen at the root of the transmission cables that run up to the vault itself. This design gave us the opportunity to subsequently meet another Vortigaunt and acted as enough of a constraint to allow us to design an interaction that would physically compromise the substation as the player exits the hotel in the next map.
Wow.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Those are multiple Vortigaunts. Those are now confirmed to be what I believe is those, and the ones inside is at least like 12.5 Vortigaunts. And what's happening is that all of their energy is being pumped through the Vortigaunt that we rescue, who is being used to retune all of this energy back. And also the phrasing of the song is what the vortessence is being defined as is cool, but also, oh god, oh Jesus Christ. Okay, you know what? This makes me feel much more sure that the Combine at this point may have very nearly all Vortigaunts captured.
Yeah.
Because how many substations do we roughly think there are?
I believe the vault has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 things coming off it.
Okay, so let's say
9 by 12, that's
like
72.
9.
No, that's 100. Oh boy, math.
I got a calculator.
36 plus
that is
36
a
plus 36.
minimum of 108 Vortigaunts just for this. Just for this specifically. And I'm gonna be real, I think if the Combine learned how to use Vortigaunts as a battery, they probably didn't stop with just one application.
Hey, they sure do have that big city project going on right now, don't they?
They sure do. This is a minimum of 100 or 200 Vortigaunts. Holy shit. Oh, Art, you beautiful, brave baby.
Yeah. Golly.
And of course he couldn't get... I bet that if he tried to get out this far, it would not go well. They would just drop, like, the entire Combine on top of him. Every time that happens. So that's a cheerful place to leave off.
Sure is.
Yeah.
Let's save. Oh, it saved looking at the vault. Hey, fuck yeah.
That's nice.
Okay.
That's very cool. Like, I think that really is one of the first, like, lore things that we couldn't in any way have really, like, known from, like, the game alone in any way. I'll be honest, I've been denying the idea that all of those were Vortigaunts, because there's definitely one or two places where you find, like, 30 of those.
Whew.
Whew.
Torture the song.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's true. Fred, the Vortigaunt who we rescue, he must grab the other Vortigaunts at this building, and then they can probably split up to the other substations. Wow. That's interesting. And it happening this way splits the Combine in a couple of directions. This really might have only worked if Alyx did it this way. Art couldn't have done this, necessarily. Because that's always the one question I have, is like, if Art is as powerful as he looks like he is, and one Vortigaunt could then go free the other substations, but there's the answer. One Vortigaunt didn't. Like, 12 Vortigaunts went to the next substation. Oh, we got a bot? We got a bot? Oh, I see you there. I see you there.
Want more followers?
Bigfollows.com.
Big follows. Wow.
Man. I do like big follows. Want to become famous?
Yes. Yes,
Oh,
I will give you
butterfly.
my credit card information.
999
999. And the funny numbers on the back are 555.
It's true. That's very interesting.
Ooh, rare butterfly.
So because Alyx is going one direction, the Combine are scattering after them. But then, what else is holding them up? The fact that they're having to go in by foot, and it's in the quarantine zone, and they'd obviously pulled out of the quarantine zone. And then Art and Eli go the other direction, and there's the train crash. Interesting. Interesting. Sorry, I'm just like gently stimming over here because of this arguably not very important to like the plot information. I just love seeing that the logic does support, like, yeah, Alyx coming through here after her dad was the best shot that the Vortigaunts had, and in turn, probably the only shot the G-Man had, like the last shot to get off, to get like freed at all, ever.
Mm-hmm.
Because like Russell himself says they're gonna move this off. No, Eli says they're gonna move it off world soon. I think one of them says that they're gonna move it explicitly off world.
That's right. So yeah, that was the last shot to free all the Vortigaunt. No wonder Art kind of like
a little pushy.
Yeah, a little pushy, a little.
And a little like, wow. You know, you're not wrong. The chat does act like an immune system to let us know about the bots.
That's true. Hey guys, can we stop talking about Nazis for a bit?
Yeah, it was a good moment to like briefly say, but at this point we're restating it, and it's a bummer thing to talk about.
Here, Frankie.
We all agreed. Literally everyone has agreed. Look at the butterflies.
Yeah, you see the butterflies?
It's
I
very
love the
nice.
butterflies.
It's very nice. The science side talk is good, but in the words of Marge Simpson's, lighten up a bit, kids.
Fuck Nazis, of course, but also look at these butterflies.
We all agreed. Let's take a look at some fan art.
Oh yeah.
I assumed that you just needed to chill after like the traumatic Vortigaunt information.
I just really like butterflies.
I know. Hey, good night, Haim.
Good night, Hayden.
We are probably gonna raid y'all to somewhere. I like dropping y'all off at the chill out channels, if nothing else.
Yeah, if you got any suggestions, let me know. But, yeah, give me a sec to lift up my physical chair in real... Oh, hello, butterfly. Hello, butterfly. My physical chair in real life. I need to move away from where the butterflies are so I can talk. Hang on.
You're just sort of, like, distracted.
I just...
Go ahead. You just... Yes?
I really like butterflies, yeah. Okay, alright. Okay, no more. Inside the house.
Escape!
Okay.
And ProZD doesn't need the extra followers.
If possible, we'd like to raid someone smaller than us. Ooh.
Yeah, otherwise we'll send y'all to the koi pond or something.
Oh god, I accidentally read I snort rich mold as Gur incoming when I was reading. I was like, no. Not now. No. Let me reboot the game.
Okay. Just gonna take a moment to switch us over to looking at the Discord for the fan art.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, now if you type !fan art, you will get, or !Discord, the bot will actually do things. Yeah, we might be the last people awake on Twitch, honestly.
That is true.
Okay, seriously, y'all. Chill. We are in chill out time mode. We do not need any more large debates about morality of science.
Generic flowers, okay?
Oh, Bamer Sophie is streaming Hades for a good cause tonight, Nude After Dark says.
Ooh, hey, that'll be fun to check out. Alright, give me a sec.
That could be a good time. We'll check it out.
Let me knock us over to here. Oh, okay. Window capture. Oh, hi, that's
I can't
that
believe we
bird's
got through
life.
the entirety of elf bowling, and they never actually did anything with the plot point that the elves would stop working if they were so bummed out. They just introduced that as a plot point in elf bowling, and then they dropped it entirely. And even though they kept showing big visuals of like the elf happiness going down, it never came up. They just had the villain pull out a fucking hypno ray.
Oh, hey, I'm glad you nerk flower. I snort fridge mold is a good time.
It's a time.
Alright, give me 1 sec. Okay, it's the Hall of Chat. This is where all the new people come in with my streamer mode is enabled thing. That's us.
Let's take a look at the fan art.
Let's look at the fan art. Alright, I'm scrolling up to where we were last time.
Yes, which I think is past the Bosco's syrup.
Oh,
just about. Or at the Bosco's
Spaghetti
syrup.
boy. Here we go. First of all,
also, real quick, the view we have is like the Discord window over the BRB window.
Oh, that's fun. Hang on. I
really love this. It's really, really good and cute and lovely.
Yeah, I can't make the... Please enjoy the BRB window in the background of this. Sorry. But I love this.
That's fine.
Look at this. Look at the bug. Hang on, let me knock you over to my side window. The bug. Whoa. Hang on. Give me 1 second. Okay.
No worries.
Oopsie daisy. Beautiful. Okay.
Yeah.
He hold him. My god. How wonderful. Thank you, Leaf Twig. I love this. The little Benry kitty is so cute. Let's see, what else do we got? Hup. Ah, it is Max. Look at that.
It is Max.
What a good expression. Very cute,
Max
Queen
approaches.
Lily.
Do you fight?
Yes.
I wouldn't. I'm gonna be real. I don't. I think don't, actually. Most cases.
I was holding my...
I don't even know what you do if Max decides to fight you. Do you just go limp like a bear attack?
Yes. Exactly. I was holding my pen, I'm like, why does this feel bent? And I look at my hand, and the Steam VR thing has shaped my hand while I was holding it. Sorry.
I love Xeon, by the way.
Yeah, what a cutie. Very cool to have a sweater with where the Bortle arm sticks out.
Yes, I love that. And also I think that the idea of making, like, OC vorts is very cute and good and great, honestly.
Yeah, I love that. And I love the fangs. And I love the effect on the eyes. This is really good stuff, Queen Lily.
Very cute. Also retaining the goofy vortal fangs is a cute touch.
Oh, there we go. Well.
Hold on, we gotta do the whole thing.
Yeah.
Mr. Freeman?
Well.
Mr. Freeman, is that you?
Well.
I love these.
I love this so much.
I love when people draw like the Kirby, like Gordon with the eyes through the glasses. That it just really has that goofy effect.
Thank you, Crystal's Pearl.
I like how Gordon's just in the background.
Sorry about the terrible sound. I'm trying to keep the... Wait, I know what I'll do. Okay, I've put the VR headset at like baby head size. Now it won't slide down my head while I'm doing this.
No bugs!
No.
Don't compress your skull!
Wouldn't you like to know, Spaghetti Boy? I'm so glad,
This is like beautiful, by the way.
Yeah.
This is like gorgeously painted.
Yes, seriously.
Like,
and all the different textures.
The command of light and dark and like the texture use here is like genuinely wonderful.
Yeah, extremely fucking wonderful. Amazing work, Caleb.
By far the most obtuse like joke to come out of our stream since Barney backflipping out of sorrow to Miku's lonely rolling star. Fucking
Thank you. That's
so
fucking
much.
rules.
It's beautiful.
Oh, Kalish called Jericho. That's very scary. That's extremely fucking scary.
I don't like how he looks with eyebrows.
I am in fear. Thank you.
I just like that it's still wide apart.
Yeah. Hey, leaf twig. Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh.
I really like the Vort doing the little heart fingers. That's
I do
very
too,
cute,
with the 3 hands. And I love the muzzle on the Vort. The Vort muzzle is really hard to get down. Really good work. This is a great silhouette.
And good head shaping on Sam. He's fucking difficult.
Oh, he is very difficult. This is great. How cute.
Sam is like a master class in like cartoony shapes that look very simple until you try to draw them even slightly.
Yeah, honestly. Oh, that's cute, Leaf Twig. Your friend Sona's is Sam and Max? That's wonderful.
It's a good cosplay.
It
I
is.
like the little personal touches. The bandana especially is cute.
I like the wacko stickers on the Luger.
Yeah, that does feel... It somehow has the right vibes.
Hey, Minerva! It is us!
I love these!
Oh my god!
It's so cute!
This expression
I
is
always
wonderful! This is so cute!
Great. Also, I always like how the bug gets drawn with like a pencil or like a stylus tablet pen.
Thank you, Minerva. This is wonderful.
Thank you.
Let's see. Ah, Queen Lily, you found Bosco Smiles chocolate syrup.
It's delicious. Trust me. Trust me.
I haven't seen much of Bug Snacks yet, but Grizz, this is a great fucking plush.
Dude, this like fucking rips. Like Grizz, are somewhat difficult to track down. Third kind of member of the channel, very old friend, does amazing plushie work like all the time, and this one's really cool.
Right? Grizz actually made us both Vortigant plushes for Christmas, but I haven't opened mine yet.
Me neither, because I'm waiting for Krimas.
You know,
but, like, look at how lovely these are.
Right? And the fabric looks so nice and soft. That's wonderful. Oh, I can see Grizz's Discord. Let's see. Ooh.
Yo! Oh!
That one's cute.
Look at it.
I like the big googly eyes.
Yeah, this is like, getting a dragonfly shape seems tricky in felt.
I wonder if Grizz made that or special ordered it.
You can get those at craft stores.
Oh, really?
They make big googly eyes. The ones that are this size are usually to, like, put on someone's fridge.
Oh, that's cute. This is wonderful.
I think it's cute.
Good stuff, Grizz. Ooh, spoiled for bright colors. All right, Everin, what we got? Whoa!
Yo!
Holy
it's
shit!
Those things!
Oh my god!
Oh, that's lovely.
Look at the lighting on the liquid.
Cool. That's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Clouds and the light. Wow. Wow, this is some really great, wonderful use of glow effects. And the subtle color layering with the clouds. Wow.
That's really cool. I've never seen someone else draw those things and, like, try to interpret the 3D shapes of them, because it's very cool. I like it a lot.
Yeah, this
Thank you,
rule.
Everine.
Holy shit. Thank you, Evangeline there.
They're lovely.
I think this is Evangeline there. Beep, boop. Bubbly.
Mean.
Oh,
mean
bubbly.
chat. Mean chat moment.
You're
Who gave
it.
chat a knife?
Who?
Seems like a bad idea.
Oh my god. This is cool. Ugh, it's like I'm evil possessing Alyx. I love it.
Stop looking so calm. We gotta go fast. Frankly, Frankenstein should be here, but they're hard to draw. Oh, don't worry about it. Third eye open, speed mode activated.
Thank you, you blonde. Look, you blonde. What?
Sorry, I scrolled down too soon. I have to scroll down in Discord. On
Oh
my own
no!
so that I don't
Oh
get,
my
like, the
god, you
delay.
animated it! Oh no!
I was gone for 2 minutes.
Moth boy, Moth Thank you. Thank you, Mothboy Henry.
I can't believe you did this to him.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. That's so wonderful, Mothry.
Oh.
Mothboy Benry, thank
Oh,
you.
wow. Look at that. Look at chat.
Cute.
Oh, the signs are so cute.
With the signs.
Oh.
Sweetheart Barney, it's true. Oh, I love these.
I love how you rendered the chat beast.
Honestly, they're like a big,
so
like, hairball
twisty.
amalgam. It's great.
It's so fun. I love it. You do great hands. You do great hands.
honestly.
Fingers are hard. Good shit.
Them some well rendered.
Oh, look at the heart eyes. That's cute.
Oh, that's cute.
Bugs is too small for the headphones. It's true.
That's true. That's why we have to crank the VR head. The bug is actually just sitting like under the VR headset. Very difficult.
God, that's wonderful. Thank you, Bubbly. Cuppy Dog City. Oh.
So what happened here?
Well, nothing.
Uh-huh.
So don't worry about it, Frankie.
Uh-huh.
Okay?
Hey, chat.
Nothing happened here. Oh, let me zoom in on OBS so you guys can see this wonderful artwork. Hang on.
War crimes, huh?
War crimes. Thank you. Thank you, Cuppy Dog City.
Chat was stinky and needed a bath.
Yeah.
Newt says. Well, that sounds reasonable.
That's exactly what happened.
I just like how they're flopped there in despair like a dog that's being taken for a bath. Like, well, might as well die.
Sam and Max, what are they looking for? That's cute! Right on his shoulders. Killer lesbian.
I think of it, it's kind of fun. It's kind of funny that they never do that.
That's very cute. Oh, Bugs craves violence. Yes.
Bugs doesn't want juice. Bugs want sniper rifle.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. 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 You understand, yes. Yes.
I think you should have a sniper
No,
rifle.
I think I should. Oh, Newt, this is still so lovely.
Yes, it's so cute. Thank you so much. It's so lovely. I love that my cheek patch has like volume up over the jawline.
Oh yeah, look at that. And I love the little texturing work in the background. And this particle effect here is very nice.
Also the crow having like glowy eyes.
Yes.
It's a very cute, like, a specific thing.
This fucking rules. Thank you, Newt.
And there's Professor Asparagus.
Oh, Professor Asparagus. Your life was so
Gone
short.
too soon, for some reason.
Thank you again, Killer
Honestly,
Lesbian.
this is so lovely.
Ooh. With 4 controllers. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I wish you could play that way.
That would be cool.
It's actually very cruel that they force you to only use 2 of your hands.
Holy God. Cuppy Dog City.
That is how that wound up working. Like, it really did. Like, you were just chasing them. Sprinting.
Puppy wants hugs. Puppy doesn't know Puppy wants hugs. So Puppy wants hugs.
I don't know if Puppy wants hugs.
No, Puppy wants hugs.
I love your art, Cuppy Dog City.
Thank you, Cuppy Dog City. Holy shit. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Woo! We got chat, we got doodles.
Hang on. Almost there. I'm fixing OBS.
No, you gotta row fucking Discord back into view.
Yeah. Ooh, Kaz! Holy cow! Yeah. Let me fix OBS again. Hang on. Whoops, wrong one. Is this right? No. Hang on. I'm very good at OBS.
There's no consistent scale for the bug. Just quick FYI.
Oh yeah.
Don't worry about it.
God. Come here.
I love this chat too. I love them having like a paw.
Oh, the paw is so cute. I love that. I'm going to wring you like a towel.
It's a reoccurring phrase. Oh! Oh, it's so menacing. Oh, Big Bug is menacing.
I'm feeding off the audience's power. This is all a scam so I can steal your strength and
I like how
height.
you're slowly... I like how, like, you're slowly gaining, like, face complexity. I think if you get any bigger, you're gonna come out looking like a Bug's Life, yo.
Oh god. Oh Christ.
You're gonna have the Muppet snoot.
And this is a great one to end on. Thank you, Cuppy Dog City.
This has an energy. This has, like,
Truly.
the perfect energy.
Truly, truly, truly. Holy shit. Thank you.
Oh, it's so cute. Fuck. With the headphones, like, locked on. That's lovely.
What was the name of that person that you wanted to send us to? Sophie Thady?
Oh, I think so. Can someone give us that name again real quick? Gosh. It's nice to be back to Alyx.
It is. I love
Damer
Alyx.
Sophie.
Damer Sophie. Alright, give me 1 sec.
Yeah. And thank y'all for coming out. It was lovely to get back to Alyx a little bit with y'all, and thank you for your patience with, kind of trying to figure out a very unusual game mode to comment over. And as always, thank y'all who are doing clips and who share them with people. That is one of the best things you can do to, help us out. Oh, and let me see. I will open that and take a look at it, Dan Still Creates. Thanks for sharing. What you got? Oh yeah, that's cute. Oh, wait, I think, did we see this one? I don't know. I'll retweet it anyways.
Wait. Hang on, I want to show off this one. Hang on. I'm almost ready to send us on our fun little raid. But hang on.
We're almost there.
Okay. Look upon ye bug and chat.
It's so good.
Thank you, Dan.
It's really lovely.
Thank you, Dan.
I
love this.
I love the, like, soft Furby pile mode of chat. I really do.
I do too. Real quick, let's see. Fungus. Hell yeah. A kitty in a lap is 2 in the hand. Yes.
What?
Alright.
Oh, the pet channel. Chat is the black mask located under Mimikyu. This is true.
That's true. Alright, chat. Have fun at the Hades stream. Say hi.
Alright,
but be
good.
normal.
Have a good time. Be polite. Don't do too many emoji.
Yeah.
A little bit of emoji's okay, though.
Yeah. Alright, bye.
I hope y'all can rest up well. See y'all next time. We'll probably be finishing Sam and Max, actually.
Oh, and if you like the show today, tell a friend. Have them check it out.
Yeah, share clips. Have a good time. Be good. Mostly. No more wasps.
No more, okay? Bye. Hang on. Almost.